Bloomsbury presents Blazing Star, Setting Sun, the Guadalcanal Solomons Campaign, November 1942 to March 1943, by Jeffrey R. Cox, read by Lance C. Fuller. Prologue. Rumblings. As May 9th, 1883, turned into May 10th, 1883, the lighthouse keeper at the southeastern entrance to the Sunda Strait, a place sailors called Java Head, had felt a slight rumbling. An earthquake, it seemed. Not a large one. It was barely noticeable, especially in the East Indies, where earthquakes big and small were, and still are, common. This one seemed different, though. Unlike the normal instances when two tectonic plates collide, this tremor seemed to reverberate through the air, not the ground, like a whisper. The lighthouse seemed to shift on its foundations, and the water. For an instant, the water seemed to freeze and turn white. 5 days later, there was another rumbling, stronger, more widely felt. This strange phenomenon continued for almost 2 weeks. Then, even stranger things, ominous things, started happening. On the morning of May 20th, the people of Batavia, as Jakarta was then known, felt these weird tremors, but they also heard a distant booming sound, like artillery, from where they could not tell. The next day the tremors continued, and reports filtered in of smoke rising miles into the air from an old volcano in the Sunda Strait, thought long extinct. Known in the language of the Dutch rulers of the East Indies as Perbowaten, the volcano was not a visually impressive one. It was one of 3 volcanic cones that formed what sailors referred to as the island with the pointed mountain, an uninhabited island that looked something like an old boot with a tapered shaft. Perbowaten was the northernmost and shortest volcano, perched on the top of the toe of the boot. The rumblings continued into mid-June. Then several loud explosions caused a thick black cloud to cover the island, seemingly ending the commotion, at least for the most part. August 22nd found Captain W.J. Watson and the crew of the commercial sailing ship the Charles Ball sailing from Belfast to Hong Kong. As it approached the Sunda Strait from the west, Watson noticed the water looked unusual and had a strange white appearance. As they got closer to the strait, thick black clouds formed and frequent lightning struck. The morning of August 26, 1883, the Charles Ball passed Java Head and entered the Sunda Strait itself. Captain Watson took note of the many islands ahead in the strait. One of them, the island with the pointed mountain, was almost completely hidden by more thick black clouds. As the Charles Ball headed across the strait toward the Java coast, the crew watched aghast as a giant ash column shot up from the island, followed by a thunderous boom, which later became an almost continuous roar. The crew found themselves facing a dark squall, which was, in fact, an ash cloud, one so thick that day immediately turned into night. Complete blackness engulfed the Charles Ball, illumination provided only by the constant, if uneven, strikes of lightning. Ash and large chunks of pumice rained down on the ship, choking and blinding the crewmen, trying to shovel it overboard before it could make the ship top-heavy and capsize it. The thunder of what sounded like 1,000 cannons echoed through the heavy, sulfur-soaked air. Fearful and truly awful was how Captain Watson described it, but not fearful or truly awful enough to turn around and head away from it, it would seem. The skipper doesn't appear to have asked if getting his cargo to Hong Kong on time was worth sailing through this. The Charles Ball groped her way along, all alone, in the darkness, passing the island with the pointed mountain somewhere to port, glimpsing, maybe, the lighthouse near the town of Anyer on the Java coast ahead. Only then did Captain Watson order the ship to turn around and head straight for the island with the pointed mountain. Exactly why, Captain Watson never really explained, which suggests that he and his crew simply wanted to see the volcano. Around 11 p.m., Watson and the crew of the Charles Ball were rewarded by finally being able to see through the ash and lightning, Dead ahead of them, the island with the pointed mountain, now some 11 miles away. In the midst of her titanic tectonic convulsions, chains of fire appeared to ascend and descend between it and the sky, apparently on the northern part of the island between Purbawatan and the middle volcanic cone, a series of peaks known as Danin. While on the southwestern end there seemed to be a continued roll of balls of white fire, which were probably coming from the pointed mountain itself, the tapered shaft of the butte, the southernmost and by far the tallest cone, called Rakata. Having satiated her curiosity, the Charles Ball and her crew turned back toward the north to head out. As dawn of August 27th approached, Captain Watson was able to make out the lighthouse at the coastal town of Anyar, and later the town itself. But his hails brought no response. As far as he and his crew could tell, normally friendly Anyar was deserted. The Charles Ball moved on. The atmosphere seemed to clear up for a time. Around mid-morning, Watson and his crew heard a fearful explosion from the direction of the island with the pointed mountain, now some 30 miles away. Then the darkness quickly returned. With utter blackness overhead, like a blanket blocking all sunlight, the Charles Ball endured a pelting of hot mud that continued for most of the rest of the day. The darkness would not clear for another 2 days. Captain Watson and the crew of the Charles Ball escaped as the only people to see firsthand even part of this cataclysmic phase of the volcano's eruption and live. They did not see the fearful explosion. No one could have witnessed it and survived. Fearful explosion was something of an understatement. It was heard 3,000 miles away off Africa. Though the Charles Ball was lucky enough to have been shielded somewhat by a landmass, ships 40 miles away from the explosion suffered entire crews with ruptured eardrums. Anyone near the explosion would have been liquefied by the shockwave. If all this was not bad enough, the blasts caused tsunamis to roll into the Sunda Strait. Anyar itself was wiped out, leveled to its building foundations. Hundreds of villages were decimated. Countless corpses of man and beast were washed through the Sunda Strait and into the Indian Ocean, visible for weeks afterward. After the tsunamis had subsided the next morning, a coastal steamer poked its way through a Sunda Strait that was almost unrecognizable from just 24 hours earlier. The strait was now filled with new ash islands, some more permanent than others. Other, older islands were nowhere to be seen, including the island with the pointed mountain. All that remained was a sliver of the pointed mountain, Rakata, looking like half a pyramid, sheared roughly down the middle. No one knows exactly why the island had disappeared. Was it blown apart, or did it collapse into a caldera? Only that what sailors called the island with the pointed mountain was just gone. But the locals' name for the island, Krakatau, though misspelled in a news telegram announcing the catastrophe, became instantly immortal, infamous, a symbol of death, destruction, and disaster on a biblical scale. Krakatoa. Quietly, surreptitiously, through the hundreds of years of unchanging landscape, geological pressure of a barely imaginable magnitude had been building, creating a pressure cooker under Krakatoa, until the earth itself could no longer contain it. The world changed as a result of Krakatoa. The map changed. The people changed. Indigenous Indonesians seethed at what they considered to be the sluggish and indifferent rescue efforts by the Dutch colonial government, leading to a death toll that they claimed was more than 100,000. The Dutch colonial administration made some reforms, but they were too little and far too late. The damage had been done. The fire had started and would continue growing, slowly but inexorably. Something else was growing too. In the Sunda Strait, in a spot roughly between where Danin and Purbawatan had been, a lava dome was trying to break through the water and stay there. In 1930, it finally succeeded. A baby volcano. The Indonesians christened it Anak Krakatau, child of Krakatoa. Anak Krakatau was growing at the rate of 5 inches per week, at least until almost all of it slid into the Sunda Strait in December of 2018, at which point it promptly started growing again. Growing with it was the anger of the East Indies. While indigenous peoples across the world chafed at colonial rule in varying degrees, relations between government and governed in the Netherlands East Indies veered toward the worse end of that spectrum. By the early 1940s, the native Indonesians regarded the Dutch with feelings ranging from indifference to hostility, an attitude that did not go unnoticed in Japan. Having gobbled up pretty much everything worthwhile in mainland China, Japan was turning its covetous eyes toward what its Emperor Hirohito and ruling clique, led by Prime Minister General Tojo Hideki, called the Southern Resources Area, Malaya and the Netherlands East Indies, whose conquest they considered essential for Japan to become self-sufficient. The emperor's given name of Hirohito is used here because of its familiarity to readers, but it should be noted that in Japan its use is considered improper. According to Japanese tradition, the name of the emperor was not referenced during his rule or after. Only in the West was the emperor called by his given name, Hirohito. In Japan, he is properly called by his posthumous name, Showa, the name the emperor gave to the era of his rule. Showa means enlightened peace. Hirohito would use this period of enlightened peace to start 2 wars. Even before Pearl Harbor and the events of December 7, 1941, the Dutch knew their East Indies were a primary target of the Japanese offensive. But the Dutch had to defend the Indies without the support of its native population, a split that was skillfully exploited by the Japanese, and without the support of the mother country, now under Nazi occupation. Though there was some assistance from the U.S., Britain, and Australia, Dutch colonial efforts against the Japanese in the East Indies were akin to trying to defend Hadrian's Wall from both sides. Even the preparations the Dutch had made for the inevitable turned out wrong. Although they had the foresight to build a network of airfields across the Indies to aid in its defense, they had failed to properly defend those airfields from Japanese ground attacks. And on those rare occasions when they had set up a proper defense, the local troops often fled without firing a shot. The Japanese conquered the airfields and turned them against their former owners, creating an impenetrable protective umbrella of Japanese air superiority. Not surprisingly, by the end of March 1942, the entire Netherlands East Indies had fallen to the Japanese. As the Japanese swept across Java and the Pacific, the local indigenous population mostly greeted the Japanese as liberating heroes, while Anak Krakatau watched silently. At sea, some 3,700 miles from Anak Krakatau, 59 years after the disappearance of Krakatoa, and 8 months since the Japanese conquest of the East Indies, in the early morning darkness of November 10, 1942, Lieutenant Commander John Tennant was watching the effects of the first depth charge just dropped on a Japanese submarine by his ship, the USS Southard. Lieutenant Commander Tennant was not looking to be a liberating hero. Nor was his ship. Indeed, the Southard would not normally be at the tip of the spear. She had been a Clemson-class destroyer, a kind of destroyer built too late for World War I, yet too early for World War II. But though old and obsolete by any standard, the Clemsons remained very useful ships. They were still excellent anti-submarine platforms. They still had large banks of torpedoes, and they were almost infinitely modifiable. The U.S. Navy often converted remaining Clemsons into minesweepers, mine layers, seaplane tenders, fast transports, and basically anything needed. In the Southard's case, a minesweeper. And though the Southard had not been at the tip of the spear, she had been pretty damn close. She was there the morning of August 7, 1942, bombarding suspected Japanese positions before clearing the way for the landing craft carrying U.S. Marines to Guadalcanal and Tulagi, in the deceptively bleak southeast corner of the Solomon Islands in the South Pacific. That was how, on August 7, 1942, the Southard had been witness to the beginning of a new phase of the Pacific War, Operation Watchtower. Ever since Pearl Harbor, and especially since the destruction of the U.S. Army's Far East Air Force on December 8th, the sinking of the British battleship Prince of Wales and battlecruiser Repulse, and the destruction of the U.S. Navy's Cavite Navy Yard on December 10th, all by air attack, Japan had been on the offensive. Like a kraken, the Japanese had methodically, voraciously, and viciously grabbed one strategic objective after another, in some cases even grabbing them simultaneously. Guam, Hong Kong, Wake, Malaya, Singapore, Rabaul, which quickly became Japan's major fortress in the South Pacific, Leh, Salamaua, the Netherlands East Indies, the Philippines. This is why Watchtower was more than a military operation. It was the changing of a mindset, from desperate hunted to opportunistic hunter, and, for the enemy, vice versa. It was a mindset Fleet Admiral Ernest J. King, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet and Chief of Naval Operations, had been trying to instill since he took command in December 1941. Being outnumbered and outgunned was no excuse for inaction. Make the best of what you have, was his philosophy. Watchtower was that philosophy manifested. As a general rule, to have the best chance of success, a military operation requires meticulous planning, thorough intelligence gathering, careful logistical arrangements, massive husbanding of resources, comprehensive organization, and exhaustive preparation before that first shot is fired. Naturally, Watchtower had none of the above. Admiral King was brilliant, determined, arrogant, and in some instances actively disliked. General Dwight Eisenhower once said of Admiral King, "One thing that might help win this war is to get someone to shoot King. He's the antithesis of cooperation, a deliberately rude person, which means he's a mental bully." Well aware that he was far more respected than liked, King strove to have the U.S. Navy maintain an aggressive posture. Even in the midst of the dark days after Pearl Harbor, during the Japanese offensive across East Asia and the Pacific, King would needle his subordinates, including Admiral Chester Nimitz, the new commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet, to not just wait for the next Japanese attack, but to take the war to the Japanese, to attack at every opportunity. It was left to Admiral Nimitz, mild-mannered and tactful, but no less brilliant or aggressive, to translate Admiral King's directives to his subordinates in the Pacific Fleet. Not always an easy job, especially in the midst of the Japanese offensive. It was on December 31st, 1941, that Admiral King, at the Arcadia Conference between President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill, issued his first substantive orders to Admiral Nimitz. The Pacific Fleet was, first, to hold the line at Hawaii Midway and protect the lines of communication with the West Coast. Second, and only in small degree less important, the fleet was to protect the lines of communication with Australia. Because the Arcadia Agreement was very clearly Europe first for resources and efforts, the declaration did state that efforts in the Pacific would involve maintaining only such positions in the Pacific theater as will safeguard vital interests and deny to Japan access to raw materials vital to her continuous war effort while we are concentrating on the defeat of Germany. Vital interests was left undefined. Moreover, points of vantage from which an offensive against Japan can eventually be developed were to be secured. And Admiral King had a plan for securing those points of vantage. As Vice Admiral George Dyer pointed out, while Australia was some 7,000 miles from San Francisco, a straight line on a Mercator chart from San Francisco in California to Townsville passes just south of the island of Hawaii and just south of Guadalcanal Island in the Solomons. In Admiral King's belief, the Japanese should not be permitted to impinge on this line. If the line of communications from Hawaii to Australia through Samoa, Fiji, and the New Hebrides was to be secure. The Solomon Islands were an archipelago of volcanic islands some 1,100 miles northeast of Townsville, the principal Allied airbase in northern Australia, and about 1,100 miles east of New Guinea across the Coral Sea. The very tropical islands of the Solomons were a jumble of names granted by European explorers: Guadalcanal, Bougainville, New Georgia, New Florida, Shortland, and others, comprising a double chain of islands running northwest, where Bougainville acted as a plug on the double chain to southeast, where the chain ended at the island of San Cristobal. Largely forgotten since the 19th century due to a hostile climate, even more hostile native inhabitants, and the lack of natural resources, the Solomon Islands were about to get very popular very quickly. It was on March 2nd at a meeting of the newly formed Joint Chiefs of Staff with Admiral King, Army General George Marshall, and Army Air Force General Henry Hap Arnold that King passed out his proposal. It was summarized in 9 words. Hold Hawaii, support Australasia, drive northwestward from New Hebrides. The general scheme or concept of operations is not only to protect the lines of communication with Australia, he wrote, but in doing so to set up strong points from which a step-by-step general advance can be made through the New Hebrides, southeast of the Solomons, and Bismarck Archipelago, northwest of the Solomons. Admiral King's Army counterparts, Generals Marshall and Arnold, were completely uninterested in the Pacific War. That is, until General Douglas MacArthur was rescued from the fall of the Philippines in March 1942. Douglas MacArthur was a national hero with a formidable public relations machine that made him a domestic political threat to President Roosevelt. Keeping him on the sidelines was out of the question, a reality that was well known to everyone. For the first time, General Marshall became open to reinforcing the Pacific for offensive action, if that offensive was led by MacArthur. It also brought up the question of whether the Pacific needed to be like Europe under General Eisenhower and have one theater commander. Douglas MacArthur was the obvious choice, to the Army at any rate. But Douglas MacArthur had his quirks. When the Japanese first attacked the Philippines on December 8, 1941, MacArthur demonstrated his unique leadership style. When he was good, he was very, very good. When he was bad, he was horrid. After long predicting the Japanese could not attack until spring of 1942, MacArthur had refused to consider evidence that a Japanese attack was, in fact, imminent. Then, after being informed of the Pearl Harbor attack, MacArthur disappeared for several hours, the first hours of the war, apparently shell-shocked that his predictions had been proved wrong. Disastrously, he allowed his aircraft to be destroyed on the ground at the Clark Field Base complex. The result was an inability to even contest Japanese control of the air over the Philippines and, later, the Netherlands East Indies. MacArthur refused to position supplies on the Bataan Peninsula for a protracted campaign because the idea of withdrawing there was defeatist, so that when MacArthur ultimately did withdraw to Bataan, his troops had neither the ammunition nor the food for prolonged resistance. After the situation in the Philippines went south, Roosevelt ordered MacArthur to go south too, all the way to Australia, leaving the troops he had so poorly served behind, to spend the rest of the war in Japanese prisoner-of-war camps. The Navy was well aware of Douglas MacArthur's quirks. During his time in the Philippines, MacArthur had constantly berated the Asiatic Fleet and its commander, Admiral Thomas C. Hart, as not being worthy of the name. The destruction of MacArthur's Air Force gave the Japanese air superiority that they used to destroy the Asiatic Fleet's main base at Cavite. To top it off, MacArthur blamed the collapsing situation in the Philippines entirely on the Navy. Unsurprisingly, Admiral King, with the full backing of the Navy leadership, vowed that MacArthur would never have operational command of the Pacific Fleet. As a result, on March 9th, the Joint Chiefs created 2 command areas of the Pacific Theater. 1. The Southwest Pacific Command comprised the Philippines, the Netherlands East Indies, Australia, the Solomon Islands, and the adjoining ocean areas under General MacArthur. At his new headquarters in Melbourne, MacArthur told a reporter, "The best navy in the world is the Japanese Navy, a first-class navy. Then comes the British Navy. The U.S. Navy is a fourth-class navy, not even as good as the Italian Navy." Admiral Nimitz got the rest as part of a Pacific Ocean area, with him, like General MacArthur, reporting to his respective service chiefs on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who would be conducting this Pacific War by committee. Nimitz's Pacific Ocean area was further divided into 3 regions, North, Central, and South, with boundaries at 40 degrees north latitude and the equator. Admiral Nimitz could directly command the first 2, but the new South Pacific Command for the area south of the equator would have to be handed off to a subordinate, with Vice Admiral Robert L. Gormley eventually selected. Admiral Gormley, 59, had served in destroyers and battleships, followed by multiple staff assignments culminating in a stint as Chief of the War Plans Division in 1938 to 1939, in which he earned a reputation as a brilliant strategist. Considered by King to be a very able man, Gormley was highly respected for his intelligence and well liked by his subordinates. Even so, many shared the opinion of Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Griffith of the 1st Marine Raider Battalion, who later wrote, "It is not entirely clear what prompted King to this appointment." While one cannot rise to flag rank without some sense of politics, and, indeed, there has been some suggestion that Roosevelt, a fan of Gormley's, may have interceded on his behalf, Gormley seems to have been shy and introverted, especially among peers. An outgoing personality is not needed to be an outstanding commander or a capable administrator, but Gormley's previous positions had never required the proactivity he would need in the South Pacific. On April 16th, King's Assistant Chief of Staff for Planning, Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, presented a 4-phase Pacific Ocean campaign plan, which would become the basic plan for the U.S. Navy in the Pacific. Phase 1 was the buildup of forces and bases in the South Pacific to secure the area and position for an offensive against the Japanese. Phase 2 was an offensive through the Solomon Islands and New Guinea to seize the Bismarck and Admiralty Islands. Phase 3 would extend that offensive to the Central Pacific, such as the Marshall and especially the Caroline Islands. Phase 4 would involve a drive into the Philippines or the Netherlands East Indies, whichever offers the more promising and enduring results. Admiral Turner had also recommended the establishment of an amphibious assault force in the South Pacific. King agreed and ordered Admiral Nimitz to create it. Orders were passed to Admiral Gormley to prepare to launch a major amphibious offensive against positions held by the Japanese. The Pacific Fleet staff conducted studies that examined the Santa Cruz and Lower Solomon Islands. King made Turner commander of this new amphibious force. Turner, very uncharacteristically, admitted that he knew little of the subject. Calling Turner by his nickname, King responded, "Kelly, you will learn." Turner, like most in this new war, would have to learn on the fly, something that American officers would later call makey-learny. Like King and Nimitz, Admiral Turner would leave his sizable and controversial imprint on the Pacific War, starting with Watchtower. At 57 years old, he looked like a college professor, with the intellect, the vision, and the patronizing manner to match. A trained aviator, Turner would be described by eminent naval aviation historian John Lundstrom in strident terms. A tough, bright, even brilliant officer, Terrible Turner was also arrogant, abrasive, irascible, and domineering, grasping for power where he had no business. Only strong-willed commanders kept him in check. Nimitz remarked that Turner was like King in that he was brilliant, caustic, arrogant, and tactless. Just the man for the job. While Admiral Turner got to work building the South Pacific Amphibious Force from scratch, Marine Major General Alexander Archer Vandegrift was busy training the 1st Marine Division in New Zealand. They were to form the new landing force of the South Pacific Amphibious Force. Since they were expected to be seeing combat soon, the general was now to get his division, at that time consisting of the 1st, 5th, and 11th Marine Regiments, all green, ready for combat very, very quickly. Meanwhile, the Japanese were pushing ahead with their next offensive, seizing Tulagi in the Solomons and moving on to Port Moresby, the only remaining position of value in Allied hands in New Guinea. Always keeping his eye out for opportunities to attack, Nimitz believed the Tulagi position was exposed and proposed raiding it using the 1st Marine Raider Battalion. This proposal started another tug-of-war between General MacArthur, who, though he would shortly field slightly more than 3 divisions, admitted he did not have the forces to take Tulagi, and Admiral King, who thought Tulagi was too small and wanted something more. There things sat while carrier battles took place in the Coral Sea, in which the Japanese invasion force directed at Port Moresby was turned back, and near Midway, in which 4 of the 6 carriers of Vice Admiral Nagamo Chuichi's Japanese carrier striking force Kido Butai that had attacked Pearl Harbor were sunk. Despite the losses of the carriers Lexington and Yorktown, destroyers Sims and Haman, and oiler Neosho, the positive effects of both actions, especially Midway, on sagging American morale cannot be overstated. The Japanese Kraken had reached out with its tentacles only to be slapped down at Coral Sea and then reduced to a bloody stump after Midway. But the American strategic victory at Coral Sea and the total victory at Midway would not have been possible without magic. Magic was a subset of what is more commonly and famously known as ultra, the term adopted by the Allies to reference signals intelligence obtained by breaking encrypted enemy radio and wireless telegraph communications. While ultra covered all such intelligence, the U.S. adopted the term magic for its decrypts specifically from Japanese sources. In the case of Coral Sea and Midway, a breakthrough had come in the Japanese Naval High-Level Command and Control Communications Code the Allies called JN-25. In the designation JN-25, JN means Japanese Navy, and 25 references this being the 25th such code identified. With the Japanese both unaware of the breach and refusing to consider evidence that there had been a breach, magic and signals intelligence would be the gift that kept on giving. But magic was not perfect. It only gave glimpses into Japanese communications and organization, and occasionally the Japanese would switch to a new version of the same code, which would effectively blind Allied intelligence, usually at the most inconvenient times, until the new version could be broken. With the victory at Midway and magic still effective, the question for U.S. strategic planners became how to take advantage of the current situation. By his March plan for a South Pacific counteroffensive and his orders for the development of a South Pacific amphibious force, Admiral King was well down the road to answering that question. But Douglas MacArthur interjected with his own plan for a counteroffensive. The disagreement produced another inter-service standoff that was resolved only in the last 2 days of June 1942. General Marshall and Admiral King hammered out the Joint Directive for Offensive Operations in the Southwest Pacific Area agreed on by the United States Chiefs of Staff that consisted of 3 phases. Phase 1, already given its own code name of Watchtower, would involve the seizure of Tulagi and the Santa Cruz Islands. This task would be completed by the Pacific Fleet. Phase 2 would be the capture of Lae and Salamaua, and the rest of the northeast coast of New Guinea and the Central Solomons. Phase 3 would involve the reduction and capture of Rabaul. Phases 2 and 3 would be under the command of General MacArthur. This 3-part plan in its entirety was given the cheerful name of Pestilence. Admiral King started putting into motion Pestilence, and especially its component Watchtower, involving the capture of the Santa Cruz Islands, Tulagi, and adjacent positions, scheduled to begin August 1st. On June 27th, the planned attack on Tulagi was expanded to include the capture of an unspecified airfield site, if not a finished airfield. Admiral Turner also intended to capture various islands to create a web of mutually supporting airfields. His first target would be Nindini, in the Santa Cruz Islands, some 250 miles north of Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides, where Admiral Nimitz had already authorized development of a base, and 350 miles southeast of Tulagi. Turner had originally thought Nindini would make a great airbase to guard the eastern flank of the Solomons, but Nindini was too far away, so Turner suggested they look at Guadalcanal, an island some 18 miles south of Tulagi. For a little-known corner of the primitive Solomon Islands, Guadalcanal was attracting a lot of attention. Some of that attention was from a group known as Ferdinand, named after the children's story Ferdinand the Bull, whose title character preferred smelling flowers to fighting. Ferdinand was the brainchild of Australian Naval Reservist Lieutenant Commander Eric A. Felt, a veteran of the British Grand Fleet in World War I. Felt had been local affairs administrator on New Guinea, where he became familiar with the talented, temperamental, and fiercely independent Melanesian natives. When Felt was recalled to service, he came up with the idea of enrolling plantation managers, government administrators, missionaries, and anyone who wanted to serve, but not to fight, not to be noticed, not to cause any trouble for the Japanese, except to watch and warn of Japanese movements, actions, and other developments. By December 1939, Ferdinand had 800 members, located everywhere in New Guinea, the Bismarcks, and the Solomons, and including chief observers trained to communicate by radio. They would become known as Coast Watchers. It was one of these Coast Watchers, former District Officer Martin Clemens, who first noticed Japanese activity on the north coast of Guadalcanal in the area of Lunga Point. When a convoy carrying construction workers arrived, Clemens and the other Coast Watchers deduced the Japanese were building an airfield. Construction on the base progressed under the watchful and thoroughly enraged eyes of Clemens. As a result of the work of Clemens and friends, Ferdinand reported work at the Lunga site on July 1st. Ferdinand was joined the next day by magic, which concluded the Japanese had landed construction troops on Guadalcanal. Admiral Nimitz had wanted to seize an airfield site. Now he had one. King and Nimitz agreed to replace Nindini in Phase 1 with Guadalcanal for the time being. But that airfield construction was an hourglass, so as it inched closer to completion, the sand was running out. Meanwhile, Admiral Gormley was struggling to set up a South Pacific command that was little more than a cabin on the command ship Argonne, with a tiny staff headed by Rear Admiral Daniel J. Callahan, former skipper of the cruiser San Francisco and formerly President Roosevelt's naval aide. Gormley was flabbergasted by the June 25th order to arrange the capture of Tulagi and adjacent positions. His immediate mental estimate of the situation was that they were far from ready to start any offensive, and they weren't, a situation he discussed with General Vandegrift. But while Vandegrift set out to get the 1st Marine Division as ready for Watchtower as it could be, Gormley set out to tell everyone that they simply could not be made ready for Watchtower, and thus the operation was not viable. He worked with General MacArthur to make his case, which earned him no favors with Admiral King. As such, Watchtower continued to move forward in fits and starts. General Vandegrift was faced with massive supply entanglements in the port of Wellington that compelled him to request a 1-week delay in Watchtower to August 7th. It was granted, but any longer and it further risked the Japanese completing the Guadalcanal airfield. That same day, July 16th, Admiral Gormley formally issued his simple 174-page operational plan for Watchtower. Under his South Pacific Command were 2 task forces. Task Force 63, under Rear Admiral John S. McCain, consisted of all the land- and water-based aircraft. Everything else he placed in what he called Task Force 61, the Expeditionary Force, under the command of the newly promoted Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher. Generally speaking, the Pacific Fleet in 1942 had 2 experienced carrier admirals, Frank Jack Fletcher and William F. Halsey. Halsey normally commanded the task force centered on the aircraft carrier Enterprise, while Fletcher normally commanded the force centered on the Yorktown, to which the Lexington had been added for the Coral Sea action. The aggressive and popular Halsey had commanded the Enterprise group, to which the Hornet had been added to conduct Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle's April bombing attack on Japan until just before Midway, when he was diagnosed with dermatitis and forced into a hospital at Pearl Harbor. Upon Halsey's recommendation, Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance took his place, serving under the more senior Fletcher. In July 1942, Admiral Halsey was still down with dermatitis and unavailable for combat deployment. Admiral Spruance had done so well at Midway that Admiral Nimitz plucked him for his chief of staff, so he was unavailable as well. That left Admiral Fletcher to command the Watchtower operation. There was a lot to recommend Fletcher. He was the U.S. Navy's most experienced carrier task force commander, known for being thoughtful and careful. He was also the U.S. Navy's most successful carrier task force commander, having turned back the Japanese Port Moresby invasion force and sunk the light carrier Shoho in the Coral Sea, then turned back the Japanese Midway invasion force, in the process sinking 4 of the 6 carriers of the Japanese carrier striking force Kido Butai that had attacked Pearl Harbor. Fletcher had thus earned 2 strategic victories. But Admiral Fletcher's victories always came with a but. Yes, Fletcher turned back the Japanese Port Moresby invasion force in the Coral Sea and sank the light carrier Shoho, but he lost the fleet carrier Lexington to battle damage-induced fuel vapor explosions. Yes, Fletcher turned back the Japanese Midway invasion force, in the process sinking 4 of the 6 carriers of Kido Butai, but he lost the fleet carrier Yorktown to submarine torpedoes while she was under tow. Never known as an aggressive commander, and ordered by Admiral Nimitz before Midway to use his carriers based on the principle of calculated risk, Fletcher may have become more inclined to caution by the losses of the Lexington and Yorktown, which, some would argue, made him the perfect commander for the expedition. It all added up to a rendezvous of 72 of the 76 Allied ships involved in the Watchtower landings, including the aforementioned Southard on July 26th, southeast of the Fiji Islands, where, it was hoped, they would be safe from prying Japanese eyes. It was there that a conference between Admiral Fletcher and the various senior commanders in Watchtower devolved into a shouting match between Fletcher, who declared the operation would fail, and Admiral Turner, who insisted they had to try their best to make it succeed. The conference, such as it was, concluded when Fletcher, the veteran carrier admiral, announced, "Gentlemen, in view of the risks of exposure to land-based air, I cannot keep the carriers in the area for more than 48 hours after the initial landing." General Vandegrift and Admiral Turner were stunned, but there was no changing Fletcher's mind. There was no time to dwell on it, because after a dress rehearsal for the invasion of Guadalcanal and Tulagi that was variously described as a complete fiasco and a complete bust, the Allied Armada, including the Little Southard, left the Fijis on July 31st, heading for Guadalcanal, codenamed Cactus, and Tulagi, codenamed Ringbolt. Historians and military analysts would comment, not always favorably, on the sheer audacity of taking the strategic offensive here. Seldom has an operation been begun under more disadvantageous circumstances, General Vandegrift would later say. Operations Officer Lieutenant Colonel Merrill Twining feared, "The stage was rapidly being set with all the props needed for a first-class disaster." Historian John Prodis described the operation in less than complimentary terms. This resulted from one of the most gigantic improvisations imaginable, makey-learny on a grand scale. Rather, the Canal or Operation Watchtower, to give it its proper code name, became the first major American amphibious landing of the war, an application of doctrines hitherto extant only on paper, practiced in small-scale exercises with rudimentary techniques and novel, unproven equipment. The landing boats, cross-shipping, and fire support arrangements was mostly experimental at Guadalcanal. Moreover, Watchtower would be carried out by an untried area command, viewed with some suspicion by another theater boss quite zealous in protecting his own prerogatives. All of this amounted to something far less than a formula for success. Maybe it really was the Athenians heading to catastrophe in Sicily with the hesitant, indecisive Nicias at its head, this time sitting in the aircraft carrier Saratoga. But there was no time and no benefit for the troops to have such disquieting thoughts. "I felt like the Greeks going to Troy or something," said Marine Captain Paul Moore, a more comforting thought, perhaps. A 10-year siege, followed by domestic upheaval, was far preferable to the salt mines of Sicily. At 76 ships and 19,000 Marines, it was the largest armada yet assembled by the U.S. Navy in the Pacific. It included 3 aircraft carriers, 1 brand-new battleship, and 2 brand-new light cruisers intended for anti-aircraft work. The impressive picture was misleading as to just how desperate the circumstances in the Pacific remained for the Allies. The Japanese still held the advantage in aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and aircraft. But it was a start. But it was complicated. Admiral King saw a Japanese airfield under construction, the completion of which would hinder Allied efforts in the Pacific. Others, like Admirals Gormley and Fletcher, saw obstacles. the forces under their command outnumbered, outgunned, and outsupplied. Admiral Turner's ships trudged along. The 3 aircraft carrier task forces, the Saratoga Task Force under Vice Admiral Fletcher's direct command, a task force built around the carrier Enterprise under Rear Admiral Thomas Kincaid, and a task force built around the carrier Wasp under Rear Admiral Leigh Noyes, hung back off the coast of Guadalcanal, while the rest of the ships, including the Southard, kept going. The invasion force split up as planned. One force, with the Southard, headed toward Tulagi. The remainder headed for Lunga Point on Guadalcanal. As the light improved and the ships got closer to the invasion beaches, Guadalcanal came into view. One Marine War correspondent recorded his first impressions. Guadalcanal is an island of striking beauty. Blue-green mountains towering into a brilliant tropical sky or crowned with cloud masses dominate the island. The dark green of jungle growth blends into the softer greens and browns of coconut groves and grassy plains and ridges. Admiral Turner described Guadalcanal as a truly beautiful sight that morning. The Marines who would have to live there had other ideas. Some remembered simply that it gave you the creeps. Others remembered all the palm trees, beaches, lush jungle, and the stench of something rotten beneath it all. The ships of the invasion force moved to their respective positions and targets. The Southard, then under the command of Lieutenant Commander Joe Bryce Cochran and fellow minesweeper Zane, headed for Bungana Island, just off the southern tip of the eastern arm of Florida Island, which hugs around Tulagi. Intelligence suspected there was a Japanese artillery emplacement on Bungana, or on the peninsula of Florida just to its north. After the bombardment revealed no evidence of the alleged gun, the Southard moved off to start sweeping the area for mines. Meanwhile, the respective U.S. Navy invasion forces for Tulagi and Guadalcanal moved toward their respective invasion areas. They were bracing themselves for the expected bitter defense of this remote corner of the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, which was neither in Asia nor prosperous, by so-called Japanese Marines, actually the naval infantry of the Imperial Japanese Navy's Special Navy Landing Force, troops that had a reputation for not surrendering. Indeed, after a large pre-invasion bombardment that wiped out several Japanese flying boats moored around Tulagi, the 1st Marine Raider Battalion landed on and around Tulagi, and the 1st Marine Regiment landed on Guadalcanal, near Lunga Point. The Special Navy Landing Force troops on Tulagi and several satellite islands had to be violently and viciously dug out over 2 days and killed to a man. The Special Navy Landing Force troops on Guadalcanal ran away into the jungle, leaving the defense of the beaches to a bunch of wild pigs. While the U.S. Marines were digging out recalcitrant Japanese troops and boisterous Boers, the Southard was continuing to sweep parts of Savo Sound for mines. While she was hard at work, she saw the approach of the first Japanese counterattack, 27 of the bombers the Japanese called the Mitsubishi G4M Type 1 attack bomber. The Allies would develop a simpler reporting name system for Japanese aircraft and gave the G4M the name Betty. The Allies were much more familiar with the Betty than they cared to be, but they were more familiar still with the bomber's escorts on this day, 18 fighters the Japanese called the Mitsubishi A6M2 Type 0 carrier fighter. The Allies would give this fighter the reporting name Zeke, but it would be immortalized by friend and foe alike by one simple word: 0. The Southard could not see the results of this counterattack, but she didn't miss much, as on this August 7th, the Betty did not live up to the fearsome reputation it established in Asia. They just strolled in and dropped their bombs among Admiral Turner's transports, all at once, and they all missed. A later attack by 9 Aichi Type 99 carrier bombers, named Val by the Allies, got one bomb hit on the destroyer Mugford and a near miss on the destroyer Dewey. That was the only damage of the day to Allied ships. Not one Allied ship or landing craft had hit a mine. The Southard and her fellow minesweepers, Zane, Hopkins, Trevor, and Hovey, did their job well, aided to some extent by the fact that the Japanese had not laid any mines. With her raison d'etre complete, Lieutenant Commander Cochrane had his ship settle in to screening for enemy submarines. But this was where the concept of makey-learny made itself felt. The transports, and especially the cargo ships, had not been what is known as combat-loaded, that is, weapons, ammunition, and supplies needed by the first units to disembark were not stowed correctly, so they could be offloaded first. Moreover, there was not enough stevedores to unload the supplies. The result was a logjam of ships trying to unload on the beach, and a logjam of supplies on the beach, so much so that the offloading of supplies had to be halted for a time, so part of the beach could be cleared by moving some of the supplies inland. The jam would prove critical. The next day, while the 1st Marine Raider Battalion continued the vicious fight on Tulagi and satellite islands Gavudu and Tanambogo, the 1st Marine Regiment captured the Guadalcanal airfield. Originally, they were also supposed to capture a grassy knoll 4 miles further south, but General Vandegrift saw that the grassy knoll was actually the 1,514-foot Mount Austin, called Mambula by the locals, rotting body, for reasons that would soon become apparent. It was too far away and far too big to be taken initially. He ordered them to halt at the airfield and to stay off the grassy knoll, hoping they would not later regret it. By then, Admiral Fletcher was regretting keeping his carriers around for even this limited period. The Japanese returned with their Bettys, now armed with torpedoes, the same configuration in which they sank the Prince of Wales and Repulse. Once again, the Betty did not live up to its fearsome reputation, as the attacking bombers were cut to pieces by anti-aircraft fire, including that of the Southard. Their only concrete accomplishment was a single torpedo hit on the destroyer Jarvis. The Southard would be very busy on August 8th, thanks to Admiral Fletcher. Fletcher announced he was withdrawing his carriers, meaning Admiral Turner and his transports and cargo ships would have no air cover to continue to not shoot down the attacking Japanese, just as they had not done for the past 2 days. Turner felt compelled to consult with General Vandegrift about withdrawing his ships before they were fully unloaded. Turner had the Southard stand by to serve as the general's transportation to take him to Tulagi and assess the situation there, which she proceeded to do. But while she was waiting for General Vandegrift to finish, she saw aircraft flares south of Tulagi. Then she saw a different kind of flare. A fire had flared up and continued to burn. 2 more appeared in short order, all in the vicinity of Savo Island to the west. The Southard took them to be burning ships. She returned with General Vandegrift to Admiral Turner's flagship, the transport Macaulay, around dawn. The Southard saw how right she had been about those burning ships. Savo Sound was a mess of oil, debris, and bodies. The flare-ups she had witnessed during the night were float planes on U.S. Navy cruisers catching fire and taking the rest of their ships with them, the result of gunfire from a sweep by Japanese ships around Savo Island. The full brunt of the Japanese attack fell on the 8-inch armed heavy cruisers and their screening destroyers, guarding the western approaches to the invasion beachheads. It was a disaster, the worst defeat in U.S. Navy history. Cruisers Vincennes and Quincy were sunk during the night. The Astoria was fatally damaged, and the Australian cruiser Canberra was disabled, possibly by an errant American torpedo, and, in Admiral Turner's rather questionable estimation, had to be scuttled. American cruiser Chicago had an unhealthy chunk of her bow bitten off, earning the scorn of the Marines ashore on Guadalcanal, who assumed, rightly, according to U.S. Navy investigators, that her performance had been underwhelming. Destroyer Ralph Talbot was damaged, and destroyer Jarvis simply disappeared. It was later determined she had just passed through the battle and was sunk by those fearsome Betty bombers. The Japanese left the virtually defenseless transports and cargo ships untouched. No one has ever quite figured out why. So ended what the U.S. Navy called the Battle of Savo Island, but what the Marines on Guadalcanal disgustedly called the Battle of the 4 or 5 Sitting Ducks, and which earned Savo Sound the new name Iron Bottom Sound. The Marines had even more reason to be disgusted when, after bravely continuing to offload the transports and cargo ships all day despite the lack of air cover and the danger of a Japanese air attack that never came, Admiral Turner followed Admiral Fletcher's carriers out of the combat zone. With that, Watchtower got off to a rumbling, stumbling start. The 1st Marine Division was left feeling marooned, even cheekily being renamed the 1st Maroon Division by Lieutenant Colonel Twining. Having all of their transports and cargo ships up anchor and leave, carrying most of their supplies with no definite time frame as to when they would be back, can leave one with that feeling. The Marines were shocked, a feeling intensified by news of the disaster at Savo Island. Almost all of the Marines' heavy equipment had been on the cargo ships at whose defense Admiral Fletcher had balked. The Marines had enough food for perhaps 37 days, and enough ammunition for just 4 days of combat. Lieutenant Colonel Twining described their predicament. "We were left without exterior communications or support of any kind, and with no assurance that help would be forthcoming. We had no source of information or observation, except what we could derive from a 24-foot observation tower constructed of palm logs inherited from the Emperor. We were on half rations, had little ammunition, and no construction equipment or defensive materials whatsoever, and no one would talk to us when we improvised a long-distance transmitter from captured Japanese radio equipment. Outside of that, we were in great shape." The Marines got to work, lugging the dropped-off supplies to hidden caches, finishing the airfield, and establishing a defense perimeter around it. Said perimeter started west of the Lunga River, encompassed by the village of Kukum, then crossed the river into jungle the Marines considered impenetrable, before reaching the coast again to the east of the airfield at a body of water the Marines called Alligator Creek, though it had no alligators and was not a creek. It was known as the Ilu River, though it was not actually a river, but a tidal lagoon. Nothing on Guadalcanal was as it seemed. It was once they were established at this Lunga roadstead that the Marines really got to know Guadalcanal. And, as one Marine said, what a putrefying shithole it really was. Many English speakers not versed in history find it shocking that Guadalcanal does not have an actual canal. The very name suggests a fundamental dishonesty about the island, an island that, as many a writer has opined, looks like paradise, but is more like Paradise Lost. Marines quickly picked up on the dishonesty, seeing that Guadalcanal was a lie. The Marine and later historian William Manchester called it a vision of beauty, but of evil beauty. Like Pandemonium, Milton's capital of hell. And just like hell, the first thing one notices about Guadalcanal is the heat. And it's not even a dry heat. Public Affairs Officer Major Frank O. Howe described it, saying, "No air stirs here, and the hot humidity is beyond the imagination of anyone who has not lived in it." With the humidity comes the rain. Technically, the Solomons have 2 seasons, wet and dry, though to the Marines, the seasons were more like wet and really wet. In the New York Times, F. Tillman Durden wrote, "It rains almost every night, weepy tropical rain that soaks into the bedrolls and seeps through the tarpaulin. The nights are passed in wet chill and discomfort, and the days in mud and filth." Marine Captain Joe Foss said the foxholes, where most of each night was spent, never dried out and smelled like an owl's nest. Everything started with the rain. It rained so much that standing water and drainage issues were constant, and with standing water came Guadalcanal's most numerous resident, the mosquito. The mosquitoes brought malaria, but this was not the only jungle disease. Yellow fever, typhus, typhoid fever, dengue fever, dysentery, and a variety of fungal infections also abounded. The island was rife with poisonous and dangerous animals and reptiles. Even the plants were hostile, with the stiff, serrated kunai grass, which could grow to 10 feet, slashing and cutting uniforms and skin. It was like walking through a field of swords. Oh, and on top of all this, the Marines had to fight the Japanese, too, which is why, as aged and small as she was, the old destroyer-turned-minesweeper Southard was important. But she was busy working between Espiritu Santo and Nomea and did not return to Guadalcanal until September 8th. By then, things had changed a bit on Guadalcanal. First, the Marines had, using captured Japanese equipment and supplies, which sustained them during this early period, completed the airfield. Inspired by Major Lofton Henderson, who had led 16 Green Marine dive bomber pilots in a futile, fatal attack on the Japanese carrier Hiryu at Midway, the airstrip was named Henderson Field. It would have helped if it had some aircraft, but it was not until the afternoon of August 20th, almost 2 weeks after the capture of the airfield, and almost 1 week after the airfield was declared operational, that it finally got some actual aircraft. 19 Marine Grumman F-4F Wildcat fighters from Marine Fighter Squadron 223 and 12 Douglas SBD Dauntless dive bombers of Marine Scout Bombing Squadron 232 from Marine Air Group 23, 1st Marine Air Wing. With their arrival on Guadalcanal, the Cactus Air Force was born. Soon after the first wave of aircraft arrived, some 900 Imperial Japanese Army troops, under the command of Colonel Ichiki Kiyonao, landed at Taivu Point, east of the marine perimeter. Their presence, though not their numbers, was revealed by Coast Watcher Martin Clemens. Just after midnight on August 21st, they launched a banzai charge with bayonets fixed into the teeth of American machine guns and artillery. 3 times they were driven back with horrendous losses. Of the 800 or so troops who attacked, about 770 were killed, including Ichiki. The confidence and morale of the formerly Green Marines soared, just in time for the Japanese to make another push to send reinforcements to the island with support from their aircraft carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku. The only 2 carriers remaining out of the 6 members of the Japanese carrier striking force Kido Butai that had attacked Pearl Harbor. Admiral Fletcher chose to show up with his aircraft carriers Saratoga, Enterprise, and Wasp to give the Americans an overwhelming advantage. Then he proceeded to throw that advantage away by sending the Wasp off to refuel. Even so, the Americans managed to sink the light carrier Ryujo, while Marine and Enterprise dive bombers drove back the Japanese reinforcement convoy, sinking 1 transport, while B-17s from the 11th Heavy Bombardment Group out of Espirito Santo sank a rescue destroyer that was strangely stationary, all at the cost of damage to the Enterprise that necessitated her return to Pearl Harbor. Fletcher never did find the Shokaku or the Zuikaku, but Kido Butai lost a good number of its air crews this day. It was called, in U.S. Navy circles, the Battle of the Eastern Solomons. From there, the Guadalcanal campaign settled down into a monotonous routine. The Japanese would send down raids from their land-based air arm, the 11th Air Fleet, which the Japanese called Base Air Force. The Marines would receive an early warning from the Coast Watchers, then, from around the beginning of September, from Radar 2, allowing them to scramble fighters and send their vulnerable Dauntlesses out of harm's way. Arriving at Guadalcanal around the same time every day, which the Marines called Tojo time, the bombers would be driven to high altitude by the heavy anti-aircraft guns of the 3rd Defense Battalion. Their bombing would cause some damage, but would be largely ineffective. Wildcats would tangle with Zeros and Bettys. The Japanese and Marines would each suffer losses, and the Japanese would return to their bases around Rabaul. It was on August 28th that another Japanese reinforcement attempt attracted the attention of the Cactus Air Force. This one involved 4 destroyers packed with troops trying to make it to Guadalcanal. Just before dusk, Marine and Enterprise Dauntlesses found the little convoy off Santa Isabel, only some 60 miles north-northwest of Savo Island. The Enterprise's ensign Christian Fink dropped a bomb on the torpedo tubes of one destroyer, later identified as the Asagiri. The bomb detonated the torpedoes, resulting in a spectacular explosion that blew the destroyer in 2. Another Enterprise pilot, Lieutenant Kerner Caldwell, planted a bomb on the quarterdeck of a second destroyer, the Shirakumo, leaving her disabled. A Marine pilot also hit the bridge of a 3rd destroyer with a bomb. The lone, relatively undamaged destroyer took the Shirakumo in tow as the 3 destroyers skulked towards Shortland, the largest of an eponymous island group off the southeastern coast of Bougainville. This small air attack evidently had a big impact. Afterwards, starting at the end of August, The Japanese stopped trying to land troops and supplies on Guadalcanal during the daytime out of fear of air attack, usually restricting such efforts to the night. These efforts ran with a regularity that the Marines found infuriating, yet the U.S. Navy, especially after the disaster at Savo Island, seemed powerless to stop. The nighttime runs evinced a very curious and unique changing of the control of the seas around Guadalcanal every time the sun crossed the horizon. When the sun rose, the aircraft of the Cactus Air Force would control the skies over Guadalcanal. The Japanese bases at Rabaul were so far away that their Zeros and Bettys, even when they had numerical superiority, were very limited in when they could appear and for how long they could stay over Guadalcanal. Even so, they were still extremely dangerous to ships when they arrived. The Cole Hoon, a former sister of the Southard who had been converted to a high-speed transport, was bombed and sunk off Kukum on August 30th. Conversely, close to their Henderson Field Base, the Cactus Air Force could operate throughout daylight, and any Japanese ship it caught in its range was vulnerable. Ask the Asagiri. During the day, Allied ships would discharge supplies, move between Guadalcanal and Tulagi, and generally run errands. Every morning, the Stars and Stripes controlled the seas around Guadalcanal. But when the sun went below the horizon, the situation reversed. Allied ships left Iron Bottom Sound, and in the midnight air the rising sun assumed control. Typically, a convoy of Japanese destroyers would sail from their anchorage off Shortland Island. The destroyers would sail down the New Georgia Sound, the area between the double line of the Solomons that the Allies nicknamed the Slot, but they would not enter the range of Henderson Field until after dark. Then they would dash in and land their troops and supplies. Often they would be accompanied by a cruiser floatplane, operating from a seaplane base the Japanese established in Ricotta Bay, Santa Isabel. Ricotta Bay should not be confused with and has no relation to the Ricotta Peak of Krakatoa. The floatplane would drop flares to light the landing areas and to illuminate the airfield so the destroyers could bombard it. The floatplane would also drop a few bombs, just to keep the Marines awake. It was nicknamed Louis the Louse. Another nocturnal visitor to Henderson Field was a twin-engine Betty, badly tuned, to make the engines loud and annoying, it would seem, that also dropped bombs and flares just to keep the Marines awake. The Betty was nicknamed Washing Machine Charlie. In any event, the Japanese destroyers, sometimes accompanied by a light cruiser, would go into Iron Bottom Sound. Here, any Allied ship they caught was vulnerable. Destroyer Blue was torpedoed on August 22nd. The disabled destroyer was scuttled the next day. The night of September 5th, the Gregory and the Little, other former sisters of the Southard who had been converted to high-speed transports, were caught by Japanese destroyers and sunk. Consequently, Allied ships and boats generally stayed out of Iron Bottom Sound once the sun was down. After the Japanese destroyers had landed their troops and supplies, perhaps lobbed a few shells into Henderson Field, and maybe even sunk an Allied ship, they would scooch back up the Slot to be out of range of the Cactus Air Force by daylight. The Marines had a nickname. War typically involves a lot of nicknames for these convoys. The Cactus Express. But Cactus was a code name, so a different nickname got past the censors to the news media and the public, with whom it would become famous. The Tokyo Express. The frustrated Marines could not respond at all. Not until September 1st, when 5-inch coastal defense guns, the same guns that were on U.S. destroyers and the same guns that had been left on the cargo ships on August 9th, of the 3rd Defense Battalion, arrived. Even then, it was difficult to pick out their targets in the darkness of Iron Bottom Sound. Every day involved a combination of some or all of these elements. Warning from coast watchers or radar of approaching Japanese aircraft, scrambling fighters, air attack by base Air Force between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., air battle over Henderson Field and Iron Bottom Sound, Tokyo Express, Louis the Louse, Washing Machine Charlie. Every single day, lather, rinse, repeat. And the Guadalcanal campaign started taking on its deceptive, desperate character. What seemed like victories could, in fact, be defeats, and vice versa. Savo Island being a case in point. Just when one side had the upper hand and thought it had turned the corner, 24 hours later, the situation would be reversed. It was a veritable tug-of-war between the Japanese, with their main South Pacific fortress at Rabaul, the excellent harbor just northwest of the Solomons on New Britain, and their forward base in the Shortlands off Bougainville, and the Allies with their main base at Nomea, French New Caledonia, and their forward base at Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides. One side would pull the rope toward them, but could not get the traction to hold it or pull it further, and so the other side would pull it back, not get the traction to hold it or pull it further, and so the struggle went on. All the while each side was suffering casualties, air, land, and sea, and not necessarily replacing those casualties quickly. To pull and get that traction, each side would need reinforcements. For the Marines, 2 batches were already en route. One was the Army Air Force's 67th Fighter Squadron. Having arrived in New Zealand, they had expected to be equipped with the Army's front-line fighter, the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk. But when their mechanics opened the crates in which their disassembled aircraft were shipped, they found not the Warhawk, but the Bell P-39 Airacobra and its foreign export equivalent, the P-400, a weird fighter, its engine was behind the cockpit, with which the pilots of the 67th were almost entirely unfamiliar. There weren't even any instructions for its assembly. But after trial and error, and probably more than a few parts left over, the Airacobras of the 67th under Captain Dale Brannan were put together and, starting on August 22nd, staged to Henderson Field. The only problem was the Airacobras were unable to reach high altitude, where most fighter interception took place, and proved worse than useless against the Japanese Zeros. By the end of August, the Airacobras were restricted to low-level interception and ground attack. Another subsequent reinforcement came from 19 Wildcats of Marine Fighter Squadron 224 and 12 Dauntlesses from Marine Scout Bombing Squadron 231. They staged into Henderson on August 30th. 2 days later, a unique reinforcement arrived in the form of the 6th Construction Battalion. The men of the construction battalions were skilled tradesmen, carpenters, electricians, metalworkers, machinists, demolition experts, and the like, who had volunteered to put their skills to work in the war effort. The construction battalion was a U.S. innovation, and the 6th was the first such unit to be deployed to a combat area. Despite being relative noncombatants in a combat zone, these Seabees, as they became known, quickly proved their value, from building a new runway out of a poorly drained pasture, dubbed Fighter 1, to repairing bomb damage to the existing runway. Other reinforcements, while badly needed, before the arrival of Marine Fighter Squadron 224 and Marine Scout Bombing Squadron 231, the Cactus Air Force had been down to just 5 operational Wildcats, came from rather unfortunate circumstances. When the Enterprise headed back to Pearl Harbor for repairs, she left behind 11 of her dive bombers, some of which had taken a hand in driving back the Japanese convoy. Now designated Flight 300, they were incorporated into the Cactus Air Force. The carrier Hornet, under Rear Admiral George Murray, came down from Pearl Harbor to replace the Enterprise in theater, just in time for the Saratoga, Admiral Fletcher's flagship, to take a torpedo from a Japanese submarine later identified as I-26. Before the Saratoga headed back to Pearl for repairs, she launched off her attack aircraft to Espiritu Santo. With Fletcher's flagship out of action, Admiral King took this opportunity to remove Fletcher himself. Fletcher had simply lost King's confidence. Admiral Gormley was also rapidly losing King's confidence. But for now, the commander of U.S. Navy carriers in the South Pacific was Rear Admiral Leigh Noyes in the Wasp. Despite Fletcher's desire to protect the carriers in limiting their exposure off Guadalcanal, in less than a month, the U.S. Navy had gone from 4 operational aircraft carriers, 3 active in theater and 1 in reserve, to 2 operational carriers, both in theater. Nevertheless, the Marines on Guadalcanal were benefiting from the U.S. Navy troubles in a perverse way. The Saratoga's aircraft, like those of the departed Enterprise before her, would stage into Henderson Field. It established the pattern that when a carrier was knocked out, Its surviving aircraft, F-4F Wildcat fighters, SBD Dauntless dive bombers, even new Grumman TBF Avenger torpedo bombers, would reinforce the Cactus Air Force. So after a botched start, by the time the Southard returned on September 8th, the Marines were at least on their feet, which was a good thing, because the Japanese had landed more troops. The Southard arrived that morning with destroyers Hull, Hughes, Zane, and Hopkins, escorting the cargo ships Fuller and Bellatrix with supplies for the Marines. Inadvertently, the Southard and the accompanying ships had pulled into Iron Bottom Sound right behind a successful raid by Colonel Merritt Edson's 1st Marine Raider Battalion on a Japanese supply cache for an imminent Japanese attack near Tavu Point. Edson's raiders captured critical intelligence information, took as many of the supplies as they could, including the white dress uniform of Major General Kawaguchi Kiyotake, commander of the appropriately named Kawaguchi Detachment, and destroyed the rest. Colonel Edson and his men returned to the Henderson Field perimeter to prepare for the Japanese attack. The Southard went back to her business, and later that day she was anchored in Tulagi when a pair of Japanese aircraft, likely floatplanes, bombed her without effect. The next day, she watched the usual Japanese air attack on Henderson Field and fished a downed Marine fighter pilot, 2nd Lieutenant Clayton Canfield, out of Iron Bottom Sound. The Southard investigated a report from the Bellatrix of a submarine, but found none before returning Canfield to Guadalcanal that afternoon. The Southard and her friends sorted themselves and headed out for Espiritu Santo, but during the night the minesweeper got separated from her convoy. A little before 4 a.m., she sighted what she thought was a ship of the convoy, but quickly changed the identification to that of a surfaced submarine some 800 yards to port. Lieutenant Commander Cochrane had his guns trained on it, but the submarine dove before he could open fire. His sound gear could not establish contact, so the minesweeper dropped an embarrassing barrage of 2 depth charges with no observed results. The Southard kept hunting, and at around 5:30 made a sound contact, presumably with the same submarine. She attacked with 8 depth charges, but saw no evidence of damage. Contact would not be re-established after the attack, and she abandoned the search a little before 7 a.m. She did not find her convoy until the following day, September 11th, when she was in sight of Espiritu Santo. While the Southard was making her way back to base, alone, Colonel Edson was left trying to figure out where and when the Japanese would attack the Henderson Field perimeter. Edson deduced most of the Kawaguchi detachment had tunneled into the jungle and would thus attack from over a ridge just south of the runway that pointed at the base like a dagger. This was a problem. Even though the Marines had some 15,000 troops on Guadalcanal, they did not have enough to maintain a continuous defense line around Henderson Field and its new satellite airfield, Fighter 1. Despite evidence that the Kawaguchi detachment had gone into the jungle surrounding the perimeter, General Vandegrift, in one of his few misjudgments of the war, decided the Japanese would attack along or even from the coast, where he had deployed most of his troops, and would not authorize a redeployment. In a bit of bureaucratic subterfuge, the operations officer, Colonel Gerald Thomas, suggested having Edson's Marines, who had just completed multiple missions, bivouac on the ridge in what he called a rest area. Edson agreed. There was an effort to remedy that relative lack of troops, however. That same day, Admiral Turner and Admiral McCain arrived to meet General Vandegrift. They bore a message from Admiral Gormley that revealed an imminent Japanese offensive as close as 10 days away. But Gormley was willing to release the 7th Marine Regiment for transport to Guadalcanal, if Turner could get them there. Turner believed that he could. They began making arrangements to get the 7th to Guadalcanal. As they did, 24 F-4F Wildcats from the Saratoga arrived for operations from Henderson Field. The Saratoga had left her aircraft behind when she left for repairs to her torpedo-damaged hull. A dozen of the Saratoga's SBDs had arrived on September 6th, but it was these 24 fighters that were desperately needed. Before their arrival, the Cactus Air Force was down to just 11 Wildcats. The morning of September 10th, Colonel Edson announced to his raiders and parachutists that they were moving to a quieter spot on the ridge. Once there, he had his troops deploy facing south, toward the supposedly impenetrable jungle. Then he had the bemused Marines dig foxholes, string barbed wire, and clear fields of fire. The position on the ridge was indeed a quiet spot until the Kawaguchi detachment launched their nighttime attack on September 12th. Over the course of 2 nights, the Japanese would launch banzai charge after banzai charge. Repeatedly cut down by machine gun fire, grenades, and artillery, they would fall back and reform. Like with the Ichiki detachment, the Japanese suffered frightful casualties over the course of September 12th and 13th. But the Kawaguchi detachment was attacking with some 3,000 men, outnumbering the defending Marines on the ridge almost 4-1. There were simply too many Japanese and not enough Marines. There were so many of them that came over the ridge compared to what we had strung out there, remembered one Marine. You could shoot 2, and there would be 6 more. Colonel Edson's presence was critical. One officer later commented, "If there is such a thing as one man holding a battalion, plus the paratroopers, together, Edson did it that night. He stood just behind the front lines, stood when most of us hugged the ground." Nevertheless, the crush of Japanese numbers was having an effect. Edson had been pushed to his final defense position, the northernmost part of the ridge, within 1,000 yards of Henderson Field. His communication line to the division headquarters had been cut. After a new wire had been run at around 2:30 a.m., Edson called Colonel Thomas. "My losses have been heavy. I need more men." General Vandegrift got on the line. "Can you hold?" "We can hold," Edson replied. But he needed more ammunition and more men. Thomas started feeding in the companies of the Reserve 5th Marines. Dawn brought an end to the main attacks. The back of the Japanese offensive broken. Total Japanese losses are difficult to determine, but by one estimate, more than 800 Imperial Japanese Army officers and men were killed, with 505 wounded. It was a major victory by the U.S. Marines and cause for celebration. It lasted barely 24 hours. Dawn on September 15th saw Admiral Turner leading a convoy carrying the 7th Marine Regiment to Guadalcanal. The direct escort of this convoy included, once again, the Southard. Despite weather conditions that made anti-submarine operations difficult, the Southard and her cohorts did an effective job, and none of the convoy or the escorting ships was attacked by a submarine. Other ships were not so fortunate, however. Providing air cover for the convoy were the carriers Wasp and Hornet, operating in 2 separate task forces under Rear Admiral Noyes. So important was getting the 7th Marines to Guadalcanal that their protection was entrusted to these, the only 2 operational U.S. Navy carriers in the Pacific. That quickly became one. The Wasp was just concluding flight operations when she was stung by 2, maybe 3, torpedoes shortly before 3 p.m. The torpedoes ruptured her aviation fuel tanks, releasing fuel vapors throughout the ship and sending flaming fuel through her fueling system. The hangar deck and much of the interior of the ship was turned into an absolute inferno, and, for reasons that remain undetermined, the fire suppression system failed to work. Like Hercules wearing the shirt of Nessus, the Wasp burned from the inside out. Surrounded by burning gasoline, rent by volcanic explosions, the Wasp had to be scuttled. Admiral King took the opportunity to relieve Noyes, yet another commander in whom he had lost confidence. While the Wasp was in her mortal agony, another torpedo gashed the new battleship North Carolina, and yet another hit the bow of the destroyer O'Brien, both escorting the carrier Hornet, whose task force was about 10 miles from the Wasp. The battleship was compelled to return to Pearl Harbor for repairs, while the O'Brien's injuries proved fatal when she sank on the way back to the West Coast. It was much later determined that all this mayhem was the result of one spectacular spread of torpedoes from the Japanese submarine I-19. U.S. Navy investigators could only tip their hats to the submarine's skipper, Lieutenant Commander Kinashi Takakazu. Now stripped of much of his air support and well aware that he was in a zone infested by enemy submarines. This area of water between Guadalcanal and Espiritu Santo had been nicknamed Torpedo Junction. Admiral Turner turned the convoy around. But whatever else Kelly Turner was, he was also undeniably courageous. At 3 p.m. on September 16th, he turned the convoy back toward Guadalcanal, risking yet further Japanese attacks. Just before dawn on September 18th, Admiral Turner and the convoy arrived safely in Lunga Roads and, with the Southard proudly standing guard, began unloading the 4,262 men of the 7th Marine Regiment and their supporting artillery, putting to good use the hard-earned lessons of unloading cargo from the initial watchtower landings. More of that makey-learny. They were joined by the destroyer seaplane tender McFarland, destroyer minelayer Tracy, and cargo ship Bellatrix bringing in aviation fuel. The arrival of the 7th brought the number of U.S. Marines on Guadalcanal to a little more than 19,000. Meanwhile, the number of operational U.S. Navy carriers was now down to just one, Admiral Murray's Hornet. She would have to hold the line in the South Pacific until at least mid-October, when, hopefully, a freshly repaired Enterprise would come back with a recovered Admiral Halsey leading her task force. The apparent dichotomy between the troop strength of the Marines on Guadalcanal and the carrier strength of the Pacific Fleet was reflected in a dichotomy in their relative assessments of the campaign, as was soon discovered by New York Times military affairs correspondent Hanson Baldwin. Baldwin met General Vandegrift and gave him some rather disconcerting news. The reporter told the general that the American public were under the false impression that the Marines held most of Guadalcanal. The public was completely unaware of the conditions under which the troops were living and fighting. Washington was aware of those conditions, and top officials were deeply concerned about the situation and seemed ready to give up. The attitude was even worse in the Allies' main base of Noumea, where the harbor was packed with supply ships waiting to be unloaded because of the disorganization of Admiral Gormley's headquarters, where defeatism had clearly taken hold. Vandegrift bristled at the idea that his troops were on the verge of defeat. He pointed out that they had finally stopped the Japanese advance across the Pacific, during which the Japanese had suffered heavy naval and air losses, from which they might not quickly recover. In fact, the American offensive on Guadalcanal seemed to have taken them by surprise. Baldwin cut to the chase. "Are you going to hold this beachhead, General? Are you going to stay here?" "Hell yes. Why not?" It would become General Vandegrift's most famous quote. It wasn't much of a battle cry. American troops were not going to storm enemy positions hollering, "Why not?" But it was a message of optimism, of hope, in the face of a vicious enemy and weak-kneed or ambivalent superiors. But those weak-kneed superiors were a major problem in this campaign. None bigger than Admiral Gormley. Baldwin went to Pearl Harbor, where he told a similar story to Admiral Nimitz. The poor results of the South Pacific campaign so far had come from overcaution and the defensive complex. Indeed, Gormley had never visited Guadalcanal. He had never even left his flagship Argonne in Noumea. Baldwin was not the only journalist with the impression that Gormley and his staff were timid and defeatist. According to Associated Press correspondent Clark Lee, it seemed to me some officers thought only of not losing their ships, and it was in that mood that we undertook our early operations in the Solomons. In light of these worrying reports, Admiral Nimitz decided he had to go to the South Pacific himself and personally check on his South Pacific commander. En route, he crossed paths with Admiral McCain, who was going to Washington to work for Admiral King. The highly respected McCain had been among the first to notice a significant drop-off in the combat performance of Japanese aircrews. Once, while speaking with staffers at Pearl Harbor, McCain described what was unthinkable just 6 months earlier. "The Japs are afraid of our F-4F and will not attack it," he said. "It seems reasonable to suppose that we have now destroyed the cream of the enemy's naval air pilots." Now Nimitz asked McCain for a short briefing on what to look for in the South Pacific. "The first thing is to get as many reserve planes to Espiritu Santo as possible. Cactus cannot handle any more planes right now, but you have to be ready to feed them in all the time. Aviation gasoline supply at Cactus is the present most critical question," Admiral McCain later added. "The Marines are not worried about holding what they have on Cactus, but you've got to stop the Japs coming in." Admiral Nimitz was about to see just how right McCain was. The commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet arrived in Noumea on September 28th and headed for Admiral Gormley's flagship, Argonne. On the way, Nimitz saw 80 cargo ships and freighters carrying badly needed supplies simply sitting in the harbor, with the ships themselves desperately needed elsewhere. They could not be sent to the front because they had not been combat-loaded. This was evidence of the disorganization in Gormley's command. It was more of that makey-learny, but they were almost 2 months into the Guadalcanal campaign. Some of these issues should have been remedied by now. Nimitz's mood was not improved when he got to the Argonne. There he went to a conference with his South Pacific commander, Admiral Gormley, Gormley's Chief of Staff, Admiral Callahan, and Admiral Turner. Also present were General Arnold, head of the Army Air Force, who was on his own fact-finding tour of the South Pacific, General MacArthur's Chief of Staff, Major General Richard K. Sutherland, MacArthur's 5th Air Force Head Major General George Kenney, and Major General Millard Harmon, Commander of Army Air in the South Pacific. Admiral Gormley's performance at the conference did little to assuage the Pacific Fleet commander's concerns. Quite the opposite, in fact. Admiral Nimitz first noted with some unease that Gormley looked exhausted, nervous, and overwhelmed. Gormley seemed to have large, substantive gaps in his understanding of the situation on Guadalcanal. Around the beginning of September, Gormley had formed a cruiser-destroyer force designated Task Force 64, about a month late in the opinion of Admiral King. That force could be useful in stopping the incessant Tokyo Express runs, but Gormley kept the task force too far from Guadalcanal to do much about visiting enemy ships. It was not so much playing not to lose as it was playing as if already lost. Gormley had opposed Watchtower, did not think it would succeed, and was husbanding his resources so when it did fail, and Guadalcanal did fall to the Japanese, he would have those resources with which to act. Perhaps what concerned Admiral Nimitz most was how Admiral Gormley handled bad news, or at least news that Gormley considered bad. Twice during the conference, staffers intruded to deliver urgent messages from Guadalcanal for the South Pacific commander. Both times he exclaimed, "My God, what are we going to do about this?" It was as if he had no idea what to do and didn't necessarily want to find out. It made a big impression on those present, especially Nimitz. A privately seething Admiral Nimitz headed for Guadalcanal in a B-17 that struggled to find the island in some of Solomon's typical storms. Despite the pouring rain, which secretly pleased General Vandegrift since it showed the issues of the muddy runway, Admiral Nimitz inspected the flight operations, the newly named Edson's Ridge, on which Colonel Edson had defeated the Japanese, and parts of the defense perimeter. That evening, Nimitz dined with Vandegrift and the senior officers, then spoke with the general alone to get his real thoughts. It was not the gloom and doom that Admiral Gormley seemed to believe it was, and optimism seemed to increase the closer one got to the front. Vandegrift and his troops were confident they could hold Guadalcanal. The general said what he needed most were more troops to hold the perimeter and more aircraft to beat back the constant Japanese air attacks. It was a common refrain. By this time, most of the Marine pilots had been at Henderson Field for over a month. It was a unique situation for pilots inasmuch as, though serving as pilots, they basically lived as infantry. The air crews were housed in tents in a coconut grove between Henderson Field and the beach. A shortage of cots meant most of them slept on captured Japanese straw mats in the dirt that served as the floors of their tents. And when it rained, the dirt became Guadalcanal's trademark. Stinking black mud that could swallow cots and men whole. The black mud was the curse of Henderson Field. There was not enough Marston matting, perforated steel planks that could be hooked together to create a temporary runway, to cover the runway. So pilots taking off and landing had to deal with the dirt strip, which the official Marine Corps aviation history described in not entirely complimentary terms. Henderson Field was a bowl of black dust which fouled airplane engines, or it was a quagmire of black mud which made the takeoff resemble nothing more than a fly trying to rise from a runway of molasses. All in all, the Cactus Air Force pilots had to endure circumstances that were probably the worst any American airman faced for a prolonged period during the war. Admiral Nimitz saw it firsthand on his visit. The next morning, after handing out merit citations, the Admiral promised General Vandegrift support to the maximum of our resources. Nimitz and his staff headed back to Noumea, where he met Admiral Gormley again on October 2nd. This time, Admiral Nimitz gave very definite and forceful instructions that left no doubt what he wanted from his South Pacific commander. In general, he wanted support for Guadalcanal, more support than Admiral Gormley had been willing to give. Gormley had so far refused to commit the Army's Americal Division, then being trained in New Caledonia, because he believed it would be lost when Guadalcanal inevitably fell to the Japanese. The division's commander, Major General Alexander M. Patch, disagreed. So did Nimitz, who ordered it sent to Guadalcanal. Among the Pacific Fleet commander's other directives to Admiral Gormley were that he provide Guadalcanal with equipment to allow construction of all-weather airfields and roads, which meant a lot of that Marston matting, better storage facilities for aviation fuel, better cargo facilities, better repair facilities for aircraft, and better housing, specifically Quonset huts, for pilots so they did not have to fight like pilots and then sleep like infantry in the black mud of Guadalcanal. Perhaps most importantly, Nimitz added, "I want you to go up and see conditions for yourself. Callahan can take care of things here while you are away." The Pacific Fleet commander left for Pearl Harbor, hoping his instructions and admonitions to Admiral Gormley would be enough to enable the South Pacific commander to pull himself together. But the Japanese had other plans, with the tempo of base Air Force's attacks markedly increasing. The Japanese had completed a new airfield at a place the Americans called Kahili on the southeastern tip of Bougainville, so base Air Force could attack twice a day. And a new kind of fighter started appearing, which was, in theory, a modified version of the original Zero, the Mitsubishi A6M3 Model 32 Type 0 carrier fighter. The increased pace of Japanese air attacks put even more pressure on the Marine, Navy, and Army pilots of the Cactus Air Force, many of whom had been on Guadalcanal for over a month and were at or beyond the limits of their endurance. In addition to the terrible living conditions, they had limited rations and were continuously sleep-deprived thanks to Louis the Louse and Washing Machine Charlie. Unsurprisingly, more operational accidents began to happen. One pilot lamented, "At this rate, we can whip ourselves without any help from the Japs." Other problems appeared as well. All aviators, but especially fighter pilots, make mistakes in combat. Those mistakes were now happening with increasing frequency. Dauntless pilots and radio men on reconnaissance missions can make basic errors of identification and navigation. The Marine Dauntless pilots had not gotten a direct hit on a Japanese ship with a bomb since they hit the Asagiri on August 28th. And they needed to get direct hits, and soon, because the Tokyo Express was ramping up. The convoys were running more often, and, ominously, some were centered on one of the Imperial Navy's unusual seaplane carriers, the Nishin. This was a problem, because the Nishin could carry more than seaplanes. Unlike the destroyers that normally comprise the Tokyo Express, she could carry tanks and artillery. If she was in the Tokyo Express, that could only mean the Japanese were running tanks and artillery to Guadalcanal to use against the defenders of Henderson Field. But, try as they might, the Dauntless, Avenger, and Fortress pilots were unable to get a damaging direct hit on her. On October 3rd, the Japanese seaplane carrier made a run to Tassafaronga, the area on the northwest coast of Guadalcanal, west of Henderson Field, that had become a new landing point for Japanese troops and supplies. Here she managed to drop off General Maruyama Masao and elements of his 2nd Sendai Division. She made another run the night of October 8th, 9th, and escaped an air attack without damage. The Nishin would prove to be a thorn in the American side. On her next run, on October 11th, the Nishin was joined by fellow seaplane carrier Chitose and 6 destroyers, all carrying reinforcements and supplies. They would be covered by a bombardment of Henderson Field by 8-inch armed heavy cruisers Aoba, Furutaka, and Kinugasa, with destroyers Fubuki and Hatsuyuki. This was one of those rare times when both sides attempted to reinforce Guadalcanal at the same time. Admiral Gormley was finally sending the U.S. Army's Americal Division. The 164th Infantry Regiment was to be sent to Guadalcanal as the vanguard of the Americal, the name a contraction of America and Caledonia, as the only U.S. Army division formed outside U.S. territory, in this case, New Caledonia. The regiment, along with 210 men of the 1st Marine Air Wing and supplies for the 1st Marine Division, was loaded onto the transport Xylan and Admiral Turner's flagship transport Macaulay on October 8th. The next day they sailed from Nomea with a close escort of destroyers, Gwyn, Nicholas, and Sterrett, and 3 mine layers. Providing air cover was the only operational American carrier left in the Pacific, the Hornet, while protecting the right flank was a task force centered on the only operational American battleship left in the Pacific, the Washington. Covering their left flank was that cruiser force that Admiral Gormley had formed about a month late, in the opinion of Admiral King. It consisted of the 8-inch armed heavy cruisers San Francisco, his flagship, and Salt Lake City, 6-inch armed light cruisers Boise and Helena, and destroyers Fahrenholt, Buchanan, Laffey, Duncan, and McCullough. The force was commanded by Rear Admiral Norman Scott. Norman Scott was a survivor of the Battle of Savo Island. He had been on board his flagship light anti-aircraft cruiser San Juan that horrid August night, commanding a group on the opposite end of Savo Sound, uninvolved in the combat. But he had studied all the information that could be gleaned from the battle. Scott was determined that no such disaster would happen again, not on his watch, and Scott now had a chance to put his studies into practice. Norman Scott had been one of the best-liked men in the class of 1911 at the Naval Academy. He had done a tour of duty in the office of the Chief of Naval Operations, but had made everyone's life miserable because he wanted to be at sea. He got his wish. As commander of this still new task force, Admiral Scott had established a reputation as kind of like a junior Halsey. The popular Scott was ready for battle. Were his men? We would talk about it constantly, said Radio Officer C.J. Chick Morris of the light cruiser Helena. The talk was always of the impending clash with the enemy's warships. Were we good enough? None of us knew. We had never been through the real thing. Scott aimed to make them good enough. Whenever they had a free moment, during those last few weeks of September and the first week of October, Scott made sure his crews got in a lot of gunnery practice and a lot of practice in what Marine gunner Private Clifford Spencer on the heavy cruiser San Francisco called Night Fighting Course 101. For the next 2 weeks, we held daily gunnery practice and high-speed night tactical maneuvers every night, all night, recalled Spencer. We were at general quarters every night and had mock battles with opposing ships, all moving at flank speed. Some fun. But Spencer was not complaining. The object of the practice was to have everyone sharpen their night vision and spot the enemy before he saw you. With training, helmsmen were able to maintain ship intervals with more expertise and direct more energy to finding the enemy ships, allowing you to get off those very important first salvos. There is no substitute for combat experience, but relentless training can help one survive that first combat experience, replacing fear with procedure, instinct, and muscle memory. Admiral Scott had to instill behavior into his ships and crews that the Japanese had perfected over many years. The Admiral had days, or at best a few weeks. We bitched and probably whined a lot, but by God, we learned. This was how Admiral Scott earned the respect and the love of the men under his command. It was exhausting, it was dangerous, but his men knew Scott was preparing them for survival. In Texas, the battle cry had been, "Remember the Alamo." Here, the battle cry was, "Remember Savo Island," Spencer later recalled. It was better than, Why not? Admiral Scott's orders were to go to a spot about 150 miles south of Guadalcanal, near Rennell Island, and wait. When air reconnaissance showed Japanese ships moving toward Guadalcanal, Scott would take his ships to the Savo Island area to intercept them. Scott's specific mission was to search for and destroy enemy ships and landing craft. That was fine with the aggressive, confident Scott. Ever conscious of the disaster of Savo Island, he held one last night battle practice on October 8th. The next day, Scott issued his preliminary battle plan. It incorporated many of the lessons of Savo. For starters, Scott decided to keep a simple column formation, the cruisers in the center with the destroyers in front and back. It was hoped this formation would improve communications and identification. The destroyers were to illuminate targets as soon as possible after radar contacts, launch torpedoes at large ships, and fire their guns at enemy destroyers. The destroyers in the lead were reminded to be alert for turn signals by voice radio or blinker, and to watch for turns if the voice radio failed. The heavy cruisers were to use continuous fire against small ships at short range, rather than full-gun salvos with long intervals. This was standard operating procedure for the U.S. Navy. The cruisers were also to open fire without orders from Admiral Scott. Admiral Scott had tried to think of everything. It was as complete a plan as was possible, and was certainly reasonable under the circumstances. Naturally, when the Japanese showed up, the plan fell apart. Having assumed a position between Savo Island and Cape Esperance, blocking entrance to the Lunga roadstead, Admiral Scott's ships were reaching the northern terminus of their patrol run shortly before midnight on October 11th. Scott ordered his ships to reverse course in a column turn to maintain the blocking position. But the turn went awry. Some of his destroyers got separated, and Scott did not know where they were. This was, of course, when the Japanese, under their commander, Rear Admiral Goto Aritomo, were detected on radar. Although they displayed no awareness of the presence of the Americans, Admiral Scott's flagship San Francisco did not have the most advanced radar, the SG type that produced what was basically an overhead picture on a screen. Scott could not tell which ships were Japanese and which were his own. The Helena's skipper, Captain Gilbert C. Hoover, among others, could, as he did have the new SG radar. Not wishing to let the chance to ambush the Japanese slip away due to Scott's confusion, Hoover seems to have engineered a miscommunication that served as an order to open fire. The first salvos seem to have been decisive. The Japanese flagship Aoba's bridge was smashed, Goto was mortally wounded, and the cruiser's guns disabled. Her sister ship, Furutaka, was hit by a torpedo, the first enemy ship hit by a U.S. Navy surface torpedo since the previous January, and set afire. Destroyer Fubuki was quickly overwhelmed, all while Admiral Scott was desperately trying to get his crews to stop firing because he feared he was firing at his own ships. This was partially true. One of the wayward destroyers, the Duncan, had bravely charged the Japanese all by herself and had taken a beating from both sides, leaving her fatally damaged. By the time Scott had determined where his ships were and fully authorized opening fire, the element of surprise was lost. The Kinugasa recovered from the shock of the ambush by heavily damaging the Boise with her guns and causing lighter damage to the Salt Lake City. The Aoba, Furutaka, Kinugasa, and Hatsuyuki sped northward for the safety of the shortlands. But Furutaka lost power, staggered to a halt, and sank. The Japanese sent down several destroyers to pick up the Furutaka's survivors and assist the Kinugasa in escaping. The Cactus Air Force, in the form of Dauntlesses and Avengers from the Wasp and Saratoga, paid them a few visits, sinking the Natsugumo and putting a torpedo into the Murakumo, forcing her to be scuttled. The U.S. Navy annals would call it the Battle of Cape Esperance. It was the U.S. Navy's first victory in a surface engagement since the previous January's action off Balikpapan, Borneo, in the East Indies. Hardly a perfect action. Admiral Scott's indecision caused by his wayward destroyers prevented a perfect ambush, but it was a victory nonetheless. Certainly a victory made possible by Admiral Scott's energetic efforts to learn the lessons of Savo Island and impart these lessons to those under his command. It would have important, if rather nebulous, ramifications further down the road. But it was only a tactical victory because that Japanese reinforcement convoy with the Chitose and the Nishin managed to offload their troops and cargo without so much as a mild inconvenience. And for that oversight, General Vandegrift and his men would pay dearly, sooner than anyone expected. For now, however, came the promise of the American Division's 164th Regiment. Its roughly 2,200 men began disembarking in the Lunga roadstead on October 13th. Their arrival would bring the number of American troops on Guadalcanal up to some 23,000. The Cactus Air Force now had 90 operational aircraft, 39 Dauntlesses, 41 Wildcats, 4 P-400s, and 6 P-39s. The Japanese countered with 2 airstrikes on this day, and, curiously, they began bombarding with Imperial Army artillery. Several 150mm shells splashed near the offloading transports Xylan and Macaulay, Admiral Turner's flagship. Their escorting destroyers, Gwyn, Nicholas, and Sterrett, moved into position for counter-battery fire. Joining them was the old destroyer-turned-minesweeper, Southard. The Southard had undergone a short refit at the beginning of October, and her skipper, Lieutenant Commander Cochrane, stepped aside for Lieutenant Commander Tennant. She and fellow old destroyer-turned-minesweeper Hovey had just towed 4 of the new patrol torpedo, PT, boats to a point 300 miles south of Tulagi. From then on, the PT boats proceeded under their own power in the company of the Southard and Hovey to Tulagi, where they arrived on October 12th. There, the 2 minesweepers offloaded some 250 drums of aviation gasoline. The aviation gasoline and, for that matter, the PT boats would end up being far more critical than anyone had imagined. The Southard joined the Gwyn, Nicholas, and Sterrett in bombarding the area from which the Japanese shelling was thought to have originated, the Point Cruz area west of the Matanacao River. Worrying to General Vandegrift and his staff was that the shelling was close to the Henderson Field runway itself. General Roy Geiger, commander of the 1st Marine Air Wing, was concerned enough to move many of the Cactus Air Force fighters southeast to Fighter 1. That night, Louis the Louse made his customary irritating appearance, dropping flares for a naval bombardment. But there was something different about these flares. They were much more colorful. Red over the western edge of the Henderson Field runway, white in the center over the pagoda, green over the east, and well spaced, like they were bracketing the Marine positions. Meanwhile, Corporal Frank Blakely, at the 1st Marines Message Center near the beach, thought he heard a sound from the channel like a cork being pulled from a champagne bottle, a gentle pop, and then the world exploded. Outside, 1,000 rockets burst in the sky, recalled Lieutenant Carl Thayer Sewell, a photographer and officer of the Marine Intelligence Unit. The blast blew me from my bunk. The warning sirens of the headquarters wailed, calling Marines, soldiers, and aviators to find cover immediately, if they could. Inside the command bunker, Colonel Thomas understood almost immediately. This wasn't the normal bombardment by destroyers. My God, those aren't 5-inchers they're throwing at us. The talented writer Corporal C. Grady Gallant was with one of the coastal defense gun crews on the beach when, without warning of any kind, the sound of a heavy freight train filled the air. The earth shook. There was a series of great explosions, and the ground shook again. "It's one of their damn battleships. That's what it is," shouted a gunner. "No doubt about it, by God, a damn battleship. The bastards are trying to kill us with a stinking battleship." It was, in fact, 2 battleships. The Congo and her sister ship, Haruna, hurling 14-inch shells, incendiary, high-explosive, and, oddly, armor-piercing, at the Henderson Field complex. The immediate result within the American perimeter was pandemonium. According to Lieutenant Colonel Twining, the earth seemed to turn into the consistency of jello, making it difficult to move or even remain upright. For Coast Watcher Martin Clemens, the ground shook with the most awful of convulsions, and there was dust and smoke everywhere. Our tent was in confusion as a jagged piece of red-hot steel snapped off the tent pole above our heads. The top of the tent collapsed over us, together with a few tons of earth that had been blown out of the immense shell craters. To fighter pilot Captain Joe Foss, It seemed as if all the props had been kicked from under the sky and we were crushed underneath. The Marines had never been through anything like this. The psychological toll was crushing, Private Robert Leckie described. The Americans were passing through an agony not to be repeated in World War II. It was a terror of the soul. It was as though the roar of colliding planets was exploding in their ears. Self-control was shattered. Strong faces went flabby with fear. Men sobbed aloud or whimpered. Others put their pistols to their heads. It was not possible to pray. The Marines could only respond with their 5-inch coastal defense guns, which lacked the range to reach the battleships. The battleships were screened by a full destroyer flotilla and its flagship light cruiser Isuzu, who shelled the Marine gun positions to suppress the guns and shone their searchlights to blind the Marine gunners. At the height of the bombardment, the express train roar of the bursting salvos was so loud that it overloaded the capacity of the human ear, remembered Captain Foss. Those 2 hours were simply indescribable. Nothing like them can be imagined. Writing later, General Van de Grift agreed. Unless the reader has experienced naval or artillery shelling or aerial bombing, he cannot easily grasp a sensation compounded of frustration, helplessness, fear, and, in case of close hits, shock. But in the midst of this enemy naval bombardment, some Marines wondered, where on earth is the U.S. Navy? It was the hopelessness, the feeling that nobody gave a curse whether we lived or died, said Lieutenant Commander John E. Lawrence, Cactus Air Force Air Information Officer. The U.S. Navy was there, just not in the form of warships or even submarines. Enter the 4 PT boats the Southard and Hovey had helped lug to Tulagi. They were the PT-38, PT-46, PT-48, and PT-60, comprising one section of Motor Torpedo Boat Squadron 3 under Lieutenant Commander Alan Montgomery. The PT boats were basically wooden yachts with torpedo tubes and machine guns bolted on. With the devastating power of the battleships apparent and no other U.S. Navy units available to try to stop them, Montgomery led his 4 PT boats out to the attack. They were easily brushed aside by the escorting destroyer flotilla. PT-38 targeted the light cruiser with 4 torpedoes, 3 of which malfunctioned. PT-60 was driven aground, trying to escape a destroyer. At 2:56 a.m., after firing 973 shells, the Congo and Haruna and their companions glided out of Iron Bottom Sound. They were replaced by 2 Mitsubishi G4Ms, who harassed the beleaguered Americans by circling the Lunga perimeter loudly and dropping the occasional bomb, relieved by 2 more G4Ms, who kept it up until dawn, at which point the 150mm guns took over. The guns were now dubbed Millimeter Mike, or, more popularly for those averse to the metric system, Pistol Pete. When dawn finally came, the Americans emerged from their dugouts, foxholes, and trenches, only to find a shocking, demoralizing scene of abject devastation. The optimism of just 24 hours before was gone. Palm trees were leveled. Palm fronds littered the ground, along with shrapnel, splinters, base plates, and incendiary tubes. Tents were perforated, if they stood at all. Half the headquarters were reduced to rubble. The radio station was knocked out. Henderson Field had 13 craters, 13 holes in the Marston matting. There were burning, wrecked aircraft. Of the 39 SBD Dauntless dive bombers present the day before, only 7 were operational, which was 7 more than there were operational Avengers. At Fighter 1, General Geiger's move of the fighters now seemed prescient. The runway was far less damaged than Henderson's. Only 6 Airacobras remained, but 18 of 30 Marine Wildcats were operational. Most fortunate for the Americans on Guadalcanal, and surprising considering the severity of the bombardment, only 41 were killed. Most unfortunate for the Americans on Guadalcanal, almost the entire supply of aviation fuel was torched. Lieutenant Colonel Walter L.J. Baylor, the Cactus Air Force Communications Officer, saw a ghastly blaze of light. Burning aviation gasoline was all over the base. To the Americans on Guadalcanal, this night became immortalized as the bombardment, or All Hell's Eve, or quite simply the Night of the Battleships. by superhuman effort, two Dauntlesses took off from Henderson Field for the dawn search on October 13th. They found yet another Japanese convoy, a so-called high-speed convoy of 6 transports carrying some 4,500 troops, plus artillery, tanks, and supplies. It was escorted by a full flotilla of Japanese destroyers, and it was only 140 miles away. Inside the Lunga perimeter, sleep-deprived marine engineers and mechanics and Seabees got to work. It took 3 hours to get the radio repaired and moved into a bunker for General Vandegrift to get off an urgent message to Admiral Gormley. Urgently necessary that this force receive maximum support of air and surface units. He added, absolutely essential aviation gas be flown here continuously. The Cactus Air Force pilots called it a virtual SOS. The U.S. Navy surface units were in no position to help, however. Admiral Scott's task force was resupplying and could not get to Lunga before dawn on October 15th. The lone operational U.S. carrier in the Pacific, the Hornet, was refueling. Admiral Nimitz's assessment was, our position is not favorable to prevent a major enemy landing. To his credit, Admiral Gormley already had a convoy en route carrying aviation fuel. The convoy consisted of cargo ships Alciba and Bellatrix, towing 2 gasoline barges, with motor torpedo boat tender Jamestown and fleet tug Vireo, escorted by destroyers Meredith and Nicholas. Unfortunately, this convoy would not make it to Guadalcanal, instead suffering various fates that varied from lucky to tragic to just plain weird. In a bizarre series of events, the Meredith was sunk by Japanese carrier bombers from the Zuikaku, while the Vireo and her tow were abandoned. But before she could become the Mary Celeste of the Pacific, on October 21st, the destroyer Grayson, sent to find the Vireo, ran into her. Literally. The resulting damage apparently light. The Grayson dropped off a salvage crew who successfully brought the Vireo and her tow back to Espiritu Santo. The sacrifice of the Meredith and Vireo did bring one critical benefit. The Zuikaku's airstrike was so focused on them, it missed the Alciba, Bellatrix, Jamestown, and Nicholas heading back to Espiritu Santo. A later airstrike of 5 Vals managed to get only a few near misses on the Bellatrix. Nevertheless, the air attack compelled the Bellatrix to cut her tow and leave it adrift. The Southard was directed to find the gasoline barge, which she did and began towing it herself, only to be ordered later that day to release it. Somehow, one of the gasoline barges ended up in Tulagi. Back in Espiritu Santo, Admiral McCain's replacement as commander of all land-based aircraft in the South Pacific area, Rear Admiral Aubrey Fitch, highly respected and a good mix of aggression and caution, recognized the danger of the situation. He did not have a lot to offer, but what he did have, he sent. 17 SBD Dauntlesses, 6 of which were from the Enterprise, and 20 Wildcats of Marine Fighting 212 under Lieutenant Colonel Harold F. Joe Bauer. It was now that the Marines began to pay for their inability to capture the grassy knoll, Mount Austin, the mountain south of Henderson Field, in Watchtower's first days. Now Japanese artillery spotters and lookouts had a beautiful panoramic view of Henderson Field. Nor were the Japanese about to let up the pressure. Base Air Force mounted 2 air attacks that day. The Seabees were able to repair enough of Henderson Field, and ground crews were able to cobble together some flyable fighter aircraft, even utilizing pieces of partially destroyed aircraft, to resist the air attacks with little additional loss. Working feverishly throughout the day despite the virtually continuous Japanese air attacks, fires, and Pistol Pete, the mechanics managed to slap together enough aircraft for a few airstrikes at the approaching reinforcement group, but, again, none of the American attacks were effective. The situation on Guadalcanal had gone from hopeful to desperate. The aviators of the Cactus Air Force were warned that once the aviation gasoline ran out, they would have to join the infantry. As it was, the Saratoga pilots, with no serviceable Avengers, had already taken up arms to fight alongside the infantry. Even though 8 Dauntlesses of the Enterprise's Fighting 6 arrived just before dark, the night of October 13th promised to be another difficult one for the Americans on Guadalcanal. Under the cover of dark, the seaplane carrier Nishin, 2 light cruisers, and 3 destroyers landed some 1,200 troops on Cape Esperance. Guarding them were 2 heavy cruisers and 2 destroyers. The cruisers spent a half hour lobbing 752 8-inch shells into the Lunga perimeter. This was nothing compared with the night before. The Marines shrugged it off. What they could not shrug off was the view that greeted them the next morning. Brazen and bold, in full view of the Marines inside the Lunga perimeter, the transports were anchored and offloading troops, guns, and supplies. The Japanese had assumed that the bombardments by the battleships and cruisers and Army artillery would keep the flyers at the Lunga airfield grounded. But just in case, they had about 30 aircraft overhead. General Geiger's men were scrounging parts to make aircraft flyable and scrounging aviation gasoline to fuel them. As they pieced individual aircraft together, they sent them up in individual attacks. This accomplished little except to put the men in danger. Just as the Cactus Air Force was approaching its last drop of aviation gas, one of General Geiger's staff officers remembered that former Chief of Staff Colonel Lewis Woods had managed to assemble hidden emergency stashes of gas. Geiger bellowed, "By God, find some!" And they did. Stashed away in swamps and thickets, couch cushions and desk drawers were a total of 465 barrels, enough for 2 days of operations. Admiral Fitch had arranged for an airlift of R-4Ds and C-47s to run a dozen drums apiece to Henderson Field, braving the fire of Pistol Pete to land. Fitch had also arranged for the old four-piper McFarland, now a seaplane tender, to bring in 40,000 gallons, along with a dozen torpedoes. Another 200 drums were being run from Tulagi. And coming up from Afate in the New Hebrides south of Espirito Santo was the Southard, who would discharge 175 50-gallon drums of aviation fuel. But she would not arrive until October 19th. General Geiger stopped the pinprick attacks and at 10:15 started sending up larger, repeated attacks, including Marine and Navy Dauntlesses, Army Air Force Airacobras, and a single PBY-5A Catalina flying boat, Geiger's personal plane flown by his personal pilot, with a Mark 13 torpedo slung under each wing. Between them, the transport ship Sasago Maru was hit, starting a large fire. She had to be beached to prevent her sinking, a total loss, but her troops, tanks, and guns were landed successfully. Another strike of SBDs placed a bomb on the bridge of the transport Kyushu Maru, starting a major fire. With no one at the helm and her engines running at full speed, the Kyushu Maru drove herself high onto the beach at Bonina Point, near Kokombona. Her troops, tanks, and guns were landed successfully, but the tank fuel and ammunition she carried were lost when the ship burned herself out. A separate strike by 11th Bombardment Group B-17s got at least one bomb on the transport Azumasen Maru, igniting a fatal fire that forced her to be beached to prevent her sinking. Her troops, tanks, and guns were landed successfully, but the tank fuel and ammunition she carried were also lost. With base Air Force unable to suppress the repeated attacks by the Cactus Air Force, the Japanese were forced to abort their unloading. All 4,500 troops had been landed, but only about 2/3 of the supplies, at a cost of 3 transports. The Cactus Air Force still lived, but it was on the ropes, and still unable to suppress the nighttime Japanese naval bombardments. In the early hours of October 16th, it was 2 heavy cruisers and a destroyer flotilla doing the honors. The cruisers tossed up 912 8-inch shells, while 2 of the escorting destroyers added 253 rounds of 5-inch ammunition. At dawn on October 16th, the Cactus Air Force had only 9 Wildcats, 11 Dauntlesses, and 7 Airacobras operational. Speaking for many within the Lunga perimeter, General Geiger snarled, "I don't think we have a goddamn navy." With the bombardments becoming too much even for Admiral Gormley, the Hornet was allowed off her leash to finally help the Marines on Guadalcanal, her aircraft joining Marine and Army pilots in some of their 7 attacks on the Japanese landing zones and supply drops near Kokombona. The Cactus Air Force needed the help because the strain was showing. On one mission involving 4 P-400 Airacobras, one had a bomb, but only one 30-cal machine gun functioning. The second had a bomb, but no functioning guns. The 3rd and 4th had most of their guns functional, but no bombs. The 67th Fighter Squadron's history does not describe it in glowing terms. The day was a weary succession of taking off, bombing and strafing, landing to refuel and rearm, and taking off again. Ongoing runs of aviation fuel took a hit when some VALs from Base Air Force found the McFarland anchored off Lunga with 40,000 gallons of aviation fuel. One bomb landed on the McFarland's stern, detonating the depth charges, blowing off the stern, and sending white-hot fragments into 20,000 desperately needed gallons of aviation fuel that had been offloaded onto a barge, which went up in flames. A vengeful Lieutenant Colonel Bauer, with the fuel tanks of his Wildcat almost dry and in full view of those at Lunga, roared after the VALs at full speed and, coming from the back of the column, proceeded to shoot down 3, one by one by one. Bauer later grumbled that if he had had the gas, he would have shot down all 8 of them. It was a gruesome end to the day, but October 16th ended far better than had the previous 3 nights. Before the attack, the McFarland had landed the remaining 20,000 gallons of precious aviation fuel. Moreover, once Joe Bauer landed, he gave a rousing speech that provided a desperately needed morale boost, which carried on into the next day, October 17th. Dawn found destroyers Aaron Ward and Lardner shelling Japanese supply dumps near Kokombona. A rare raid on Guadalcanal by Japanese carrier aircraft, these from the carriers Junyo and Hio, turned into an ineffective and costly attack on the destroyers. It was followed by a warning at 10:30 that the standard air attack by Base Air Force was incoming. A half-hour later, Colonel Bauer, affectionately known as Coach, called in his pilots for a briefing. But it was more than a briefing. It was a motivational speech, one that would turn the tried and true conventional wisdom on its head. Be an aggressor. You're out there to shoot down enemy planes. Have complete faith in your armor and confidence in your ability to shoot down the enemy when you have him in your sights. When you see zeros, dogfight him. Up until this point, the conventional wisdom, learned from painful, bitter experience, was never, ever dogfight a zero. A zero could and did outperform American fighters, such as the F-4F Wildcat or the P-40 Warhawk, in such facets as range and maneuverability. The Americans were forced to use the tactic of boom and zoom, take one pass at a zero and speed away, then try again. But not anymore. Now, for the most part, they were no longer facing the Japanese pilots who attacked Pearl Harbor, sank the Prince of Wales and Repulse, and rampaged through the Indian Ocean. The skill level of Japanese pilots had decreased markedly. Admiral McCain had noticed it, and now Colonel Bauer had too. A full day of air battles using Joe Bauer's new philosophy cost the Japanese 4 zeros and 3 Bettys at a cost of 2 Wildcats shot down, with both pilots rescued, and a third lost due to accident, the pilot killed. The airfield was not touched. By General Vandegrift's estimate, the Japanese now had some 15,000 troops on Guadalcanal, enough to make a land attack on the Lunga perimeter. That same day, he sent a message to Admirals Nimitz, Gormley, and Turner. Our force exceeds that number, but more than half of it is in no condition to undertake a protracted land campaign due to incessant hostile operations. The situation demands 2 urgent and immediate steps. A. Take and maintain control of sea areas adjacent to Cactus to prevent further enemy landings and enemy bombardment such as this force has taken for the last 3 nights. B. Reinforcement of ground forces by at least 1 division in order that extensive operations may be initiated to destroy hostile force now on Cactus. Admiral Gormley quickly responded with a message to Admirals Nimitz and King, and all the ships under his command. Urgently need this area 1 additional Army Infantry Division. Present forces insufficient to garrison present bases, and therefore obviously inadequate to support offensive operations. Have neither on hand nor in sight sufficient forces to render Cactus secure against present infiltration tactics. In other words, even in this crisis, Admiral Gormley was still unwilling to take forces from the rear bases in order to support the Marines on Guadalcanal. It went back to his original belief that the Guadalcanal offensive would fail, and those rear bases would then need to be defended. Moreover, despite the emergency on Guadalcanal, Gormley yanked the Hornet away from supporting the Marines and sent her to the southeast, out of range of the Japanese, where she would hopefully meet the Enterprise soon. After receiving reports from Canberra that a Japanese carrier force was west of the Santa Cruz Islands at 4 p.m. on October 16th, Admiral Gormley sent another dispatch to Admirals Nimitz and King. This appears to be all-out enemy effort against Cactus, possibly other positions also. My forces totally inadequate to meet situation. Urgently request all available reinforcements possible. For Admiral Nimitz, it was the last straw. That same night, he met with his staff members who had accompanied him on his South Pacific tour. Nimitz opened the meeting with a short lecture. Apparently referring to Gormley's message, he stated, "I don't want to hear or see such pessimism. Remember, the enemy is hurting too." After a sleepless night, the next morning Admiral Nimitz sent a message to Admiral King. In view Gormley's latest dispatch and other indications including some noted during my visit, I have under consideration his relief by Halsey at earliest practicable time. Request your comment. King's response was prompt, succinct, and brutal. Affirmative. When Vice Admiral Halsey had arrived in Noumea to take command of the task force centered on the newly repaired carrier Enterprise, he found a lieutenant waiting for him with an envelope. Inside that envelope was another envelope marked Secret. Halsey opened the envelope. CINCPAC. You will take command of the South Pacific area and South Pacific forces immediately. Admiral Halsey had to read it twice. Jesus Christ and General Jackson, this is the hottest potato they ever handed me. The news of Admiral Halsey's appointment spread like the proverbial wildfire across the South Pacific. The effect was electric, with cheers ringing out among the officers and sailors of the fleet. "We were absolutely elated when we heard the news," said the assistant gunnery officer Ed Hooper on the battleship Washington. "It was a shot of adrenaline for the whole command. Things had been getting pretty wishy-washy down there." The light anti-aircraft cruiser Atlanta's Robert Graff took a slightly different angle. During wartime, it's important how the leadership, starting with the Chief of Naval Operations, gets a message across to everybody in every ship, submarine, airplane, and shore station. You need to hear it said that this is an extraordinary moment in your life and in the life of the country, and that you're not going to let it down. Until that day, we had received no such message. If the effect on the fleet was electric, the effect on Guadalcanal was nuclear. Lieutenant Commander Roger Kent, an air information officer there, described the atmosphere upon hearing the news. "One minute we were too limp with malaria to crawl out of our foxholes. The next, we were running around whooping like kids." Two Marines embarked on a scientific discussion of the true value of the old man, as they knew Admiral Halsey. One claimed Halsey was worth 2 battleships and 2 carriers. The other insisted Halsey was worth 2 battleships and 3 carriers. This largely theoretical disagreement was settled only with increasing volume and, ultimately, some physical debate. Admiral Halsey went straight to work. By word of mouth and even by posted signs, he made everyone aware of his wartime credo: "Kill Japs, kill Japs, kill more Japs." He almost immediately officially ended the plan from the original Watchtower operation to build an airbase in the Santa Cruz Islands. The forces for that operation were needed on Guadalcanal, and the seaplane tenders that had temporarily based in the Santa Cruz had discovered the islands were home to a unique and vicious strain of malaria. He told Pearl Harbor he would need his best staffers sent down to serve at his headquarters. Admiral Gormley's old staffers had absorbed his defeatism, which Halsey did not want on his staff. Admiral Halsey moved the official fleet base from distant Auckland to more convenient Noumea, where he already was anyway. He demanded 1 million square feet of covered storage space for supplies. Halsey himself came ashore with a contingent of Marines and seized the local headquarters of the High Commissioner for Free France and the Pacific for his own. He worked hard to eliminate distinctions and thus rivalries between the services. People would not be of the Navy or the Army anymore, just warriors of the South Pacific Fighting Forces. He would pull in Army technicians to service the fleet and bases, and he wanted their cooperation publicized. "I would like to see it widely advertised that the Army is helping us here. I have never seen anything like the spirit here in this neck of the woods. It is a real United States service." Since the centerpiece of the South Pacific was Guadalcanal, Admiral Halsey wanted to know everything about the island and its environs. As he wrote, "I began my new job under the crippling handicap of never having seen Guadalcanal, the keystone of the area I was defending. My information about it was not even second-hand, since Bob Gormley and his Chief of Staff, Rear Admiral Daniel J. Callahan, had never had an opportunity to see it either." Halsey did the next best thing. Asked the men in command in and around Guadalcanal to fly to Noumea and brief him. So, on the night of October 20th, Admiral Halsey met with General Vandegrift, General Patch, General Harmon, the senior Army officer in the South Pacific, Lieutenant General Thomas Holcomb, the commander of the Marine Corps, who was in Noumea on an inspection tour, Major General C. Barney Vogel, who had just arrived as commander of I Marine Amphibious Corps, Admiral Turner and Gormley's other subordinate commanders, and Halsey's staff, such as it was. Generals Vandegrift and Harmon told their stories to Admiral Halsey. Vandegrift said his troops were practically worn out, with not nearly enough sleep or food, but more than enough combat for the past 2 months. He said his troops needed material support and eventual relief, emphasizing that General Patch's American Division be sent in as well as the remainder of the 2nd Marine Division. It was necessarily a very, very long briefing. When they finished, Halsey cut to the chase. "Are we going to evacuate or hold?" Vandegrift replied, "I can hold, but I've got to get more active support than I've been getting." Halsey was decisive. He nodded. "All right, go on back. I'll promise you everything I've got." Halsey started sending everything he had. This involved crossing the infamous Torpedo Junction. The Southard would make a submarine contact in the area the evening of October 21st. Lieutenant Commander Tennant dropped 2 depth charges in an embarrassing barrage. This time, the barrage was embarrassing inasmuch as both depth charges failed to detonate, just sinking to the ocean floor like kegs of beer. The Southard could not further develop the contact and abandoned the search at 10:15 p.m. Nevertheless, the most serious issues in the South Pacific Command continued to be air power. As of October 18th, the 1st Marine Air Wing had only 74 aircraft available, 32 Wildcats, 27 Dauntlesses, a measly 4 Avengers, and 11 Airacobras. By comparison, Base Air Force had 55 Zeros, 49 Bettys, 13 Vals, 1 land reconnaissance plane, and 5 flying boats. To support Guadalcanal, all the nearby bases had been stripped to the point at which they barely had enough to defend themselves. Espiritu Santo, for example, had only 16 fighters left to protect it. The only replacements en route to Guadalcanal were 8 Dauntlesses and 2 Avengers being shipped on the carrier Enterprise, but no one knew when they would arrive. General Geiger reported a critical shortage of fighters to Fleet Air West Coast at San Diego, who were loading the escort carrier Altamaha for shipment to the South Pacific. When she left port, she would be carrying, among other things, 50 Wildcats. But she would not leave until November 3rd, and would take 3 weeks to get there. So in terms of air power, Admiral Halsey would be on his own until mid-November. Specifically, this meant that Admiral Halsey would be on his own for responding to the Japanese combined arms offensive that Pacific Fleet Intelligence knew was coming. With some 20,000 troops on Guadalcanal, the Japanese launched the short-awaited attack on the evening of October 24th. It was, in concept, a replay of the battle for Edson's Ridge, with a diversionary attack on the Matanacao River while the main attack took place from the jungle to the south along the ridge that had been renamed in honor of Colonel Edson. This time, however, the Marines were very much ready for an attack from the jungle to the south and had fortified their positions on top of the ridge. The Japanese attacked with half their intended force, as the right prong of the 2-pronged attack got lost in the jungle and ended up moving tangentially to the Marine line, with very few of the Japanese troops seeing any action. The left prong drove straight into the fortified positions of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marine Regiment, that Marine regiment that had been brought in at such tremendous cost. It proved its value. Once again, the Japanese made their banzai charges, bayonets onto machine guns, mortars, and heavy artillery fire. They managed to carve a salient in the middle of the Marine line at a cost, once again, of horrendous casualties. The Marines eliminated the salient the next day. The combined fleet was positioning itself in support of the Imperial Army's attack on the Henderson Field perimeter. That morning, the search dauntlesses out of Henderson Field found 3 Japanese destroyers just 35 miles northwest of Cape Esperance and closing in fast. About 90 minutes later, they spotted a second Japanese force centered on a light cruiser that morning some 100 miles from Cape Esperance. At about the same time, those 3 Japanese destroyers had arrived off Lunga and were making merry mischief. They chased off 2 old destroyers turned minesweepers, Trevor and Zane, and sank the tug Seminole and the patrol boat YP-284. Submarine Amberjack off Tulagi, delivering another emergency cargo of aviation fuel, tried to position herself for a torpedo attack, but was unable to do so. The terrible trio of Japanese destroyers was not done yet. They started to bombard American positions with 5-inch shells. But the Marine 3rd Defense Battalion, with several 5-inch coastal defense guns, scored 1 hit on the destroyer Akatsuki, setting fire to the magazine for the No. 3 mount, killing 4 and severely injuring 1. The destroyers retreated behind a smokescreen. That left the light cruiser and her friends headed for Lunga. 5 Dauntlesses from the Wasp, commanded by Lieutenant Commander John Eldridge, found the cruiser Ura and 4 destroyers in the northern entrance to Indispensable Strait, some 30 miles northeast of Florida Island. Lieutenant Commander Eldridge himself led off, dropping a 1,000-pound bomb from 3,000 feet that exploded in the Ura's engine room. One of his pilots got a near miss on the cruiser as well. The Ura coasted to a stop, settling by the stern. The large anti-aircraft destroyer Akizuki took a hit from a small bomb amidships and 2 near misses that ruptured hull plating and flooded her after engine room. The starboard propeller stopped and her speed was cut to 23 knots. The Japanese ships started heading back to Shortland, but the damaged Ura, subject to multiple attacks throughout the day, would never make it and had to be scuttled that evening. Yet this was a combined arms offensive, and that meant Kido Butai, the carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku, in its current iteration. But Admiral Halsey was ready for them, or at least he thought he was ready. On October 24th, mere hours before the Japanese attacked Henderson Field, the newly repaired Enterprise and her escort group, still under the command of Admiral Kincaid, had met the Hornet Group northeast of the New Hebrides, forming Task Force 61 under Rear Admiral Thomas C. Kincaid. Task Force 61 had 2 component parts. One was Task Force 16 under Kincaid's personal direction, featuring the Enterprise screened by the new battleship South Dakota, heavy cruiser Portland, light anti-aircraft cruiser San Juan, and 7 destroyers. Task Force 17, still under Admiral Murray, had the Hornet screened by the heavy cruisers Northampton and Pensacola, light anti-aircraft cruisers San Diego and Juneau, and 6 destroyers. In Halsey's words, until the Enterprise arrived, our plight had been almost hopeless. Now we had a fighting chance. The reason? Admiral Halsey believed, carrier power varies as the square. 2 carriers are 4 times as powerful as 1. Halsey's mathematical proof of this formula was somewhat lacking. So, too, was his intelligence information. Pearl Harbor thought Halsey's ships would only face the Shokaku and Zuikaku, 2 fleet carriers. In fact, they were also facing 1 light carrier, the Zuiho, as well as the Junyo, the latter larger than a light carrier, if not quite a fleet carrier, which could be counted as 3 or even 4 aircraft carriers, with the power, under Halsey's bizarre formula, of 9 or even 16 carriers. Nevertheless, as he told Admiral Nimitz a few weeks later, Admiral Halsey knew, I had to begin throwing punches almost immediately. As a consequence, quick decisions had to be made. And Admiral Halsey made them, sending out orders to Admiral Kincaid. Make a sweep around North Santa Cruz Islands, thence southwesterly east of San Cristobal to area in Coral Sea in position to intercept enemy forces approaching Guadalcanal Tulagi. It was a bold, aggressive move, unlike anything seen out of Admiral Gormley. going outside the air cover, such as it was, of Espiritu Santo, into waters visited by no American carrier in 2 months. The idea was to place the Enterprise and Hornet outside the range of Japanese air power on Rabaul, but able to strike from the east at the flank of, and hopefully ambush, the Japanese carriers. In short, it would be another Midway. These were the same maneuvers that had enabled the badly outnumbered U.S. Navy to win at Midway, but past performance is no guarantee of future results. And this Midway 2 was already not going nearly as smoothly as Midway 1, due to Admiral Halsey himself. Halsey's plan for another Midway, by having the carriers make a sweep around North Santa Cruz Islands, had, as he explained to Admiral Nimitz about a week later, one caveat. The carriers were to sweep past Santa Cruz only if no enemy comes down. In other words, if no large enemy force appeared north of the Solomons. Somehow, that particular aspect of the plan did not make it into Halsey's orders to Admiral Kinkaid. It's always the little things. As Admiral Kinkaid sped northward, too far northward, they received a report of Japanese carriers launching within striking distance of Henderson Field. Monitoring all the sighting reports from Noumea, Halsey dispatched an order to Admiral Kinkaid that would encapsulate the new attitude emanating out of Noumea and electrify the men fighting in the South Pacific. The order read simply, "Strike, repeat, strike." They would, but so would the Japanese. October 26th started out with a pair of scouts putting 2 bombs into the aft flight deck of the Japanese carrier Zuiho, wrecking her arrestor gear and rendering her useless for the remainder of the battle. But it turned into an exchange of airstrikes between the Enterprise and Hornet on one side, and Kido Butai on the other. But the Enterprise and Hornet struggled to launch their airstrikes. Ultimately, they launched 3 groups of attack aircraft, with each acting independently and making no effort to coordinate with the others. The eminent Guadalcanal historian Eric Hamill pointed out, there was no U.S. doctrine allowing the subordination of one air group commander to another, nor the meshing of squadrons of one air group with like squadrons of another. Not yet, anyway. Hamill went on to comment. The U.S. strike groups went off as a stream of separate mixed units, each one composed of whatever aircraft happened to be available at the time of the launch. Indeed, each of the 3 strike groups lacked internal cohesion. Each was itself strung out over distances of several miles. In other words, the American airstrikes had been sent up in driblets, stayed aloft in driblets, and broke up into even smaller driblets. One group could not find the Japanese carriers and ineffectually attacked a vanguard force of battleships and cruisers. Another group attacked the same vanguard force, heavily damaging the heavy cruiser seaplane carrier Chikuma. The Hornet's dauntless dive bombers, commanded by Lieutenant Commander William J. Gus Widhelm, were the only ones that actually reached Kido Butai. Defending Zeros hacked mercilessly at them, shooting down 2, including Widhelm, who was later rescued. But the Hell Divers, as the Japanese called the SBD Dauntlesses, made their attack all the same. In a very impressive performance, they got anywhere from 4 to 6 or more hits on the Shokaku. The Shokaku's flight deck amidships was pummeled. The 1,000-pound bombs left it an inferno, so shattered it looked like an earthquake fault zone. The center elevator was trashed. Beneath the flight deck, the nearly empty hangar deck was devastated. But this was not Midway. The Shokaku was not the Kaga, and the Japanese had learned a thing or two about preparing for an air attack. While the damage to the carrier was heavy, her watertight integrity was not impacted, and her engines remained functional. She would make it back home for repairs. The first hint the American aviators got that the day was not going according to plan was when the Hornet's Dauntlesses passed a large group of Japanese carrier aircraft flying in the opposite direction, heading for the U.S. carriers. This would not be an ambush like Midway. The Hornet had been found. The pilots wondered if the Hornet would still be there upon their return. The bad luck that was not present at Midway would continue. The warning of incoming aircraft from the Hornet's strike was garbled, though both Admirals Kinkaid and Murray were able to deduce that a Japanese airstrike was coming. Kincaid guessed that the Enterprise was in the path of this strike and told Murray that the Enterprise would handle fighter direction for this incoming attack. Admiral Kincaid had guessed wrongly. The Japanese target was actually the Hornet. Moreover, in taking over fighter direction, Kincaid had trusted the defense of the Hornet to an inexperienced officer instead of the Hornet's veteran and very capable fight director, Officer Lieutenant Alan Foster Fleming. Worse yet, for reasons that have never been fully established, the radars of both the Enterprise and the Hornet did not detect the incoming Japanese aircraft. The radars of some of the escorting warships did, but that information was not passed on because they assumed the carriers had it. To compound matters, the Enterprise entered a rain squall. Most of the Japanese aircraft were able to attack the Hornet without interference from U.S. Navy Wildcats. The result was disastrous. 16 Val dive bombers and 20 Nakajima B-5N Type 97 carrier attack planes, Kate, the Allies would call this aircraft, attacked the Hornet in the face of extremely heavy anti-aircraft fire, especially from the escorting light anti-aircraft cruisers San Diego and Juno. The carrier suffered 3 bomb hits, but far worse was the damage from the torpedo attack by those 20 Kates, 2 torpedo hits, which disabled the Hornet's engines. And to add injury to injury, 2 proto-kamikazes plowed into the carrier as well. One burning Val dove straight into the carrier's stack, then bounced off the island superstructure and embedded itself into the flight deck, where it exploded, spewing flaming gasoline on the signal bridge, the island, the flight deck, and into the ready room for Scouting 8, one deck below. All, ironically, without its 250-kilogram bomb exploding. 7 men on the signal bridge were incinerated. A second Val, whose bomb had missed, flew into the port galley walkway just forward of the 5-inch anti-aircraft battery. The burning fuselage penetrated the hull as far as the number 1 elevator pit, spewing burning metal on the hangar deck and leaving yet another serious fire in its wake. The Hornet was left dead in the water and burning, with no power to move or fight the fires. As the Japanese pilots returned to their carriers, far fewer in number than had launched, one of them saw the Enterprise, the last operational U.S. Navy carrier in the Pacific. They reported its location to Kitobutai. Admiral Kincaid radioed Admiral Halsey with 2 words: "Hornet hurt." The reply from the commander of American forces in the South Pacific suggests he was a little slow on the uptake. "Operate from and in positions from which you can strike quickly and effectively. We must use everything we have to the limit." The Enterprise now had to juggle her own aircraft and those from the Hornet. The carrier struggled trying to recover her aircraft, put up a strike, and put up and keep up air cover. A traffic jam resulted, both on and over the flight deck. She tried to keep the air cover by landing a few Wildcats, refueling and reloading them right on the flight deck, then spotting and launching them immediately, like a pit stop in auto racing. Some aircraft had to ditch because of a lack of fuel. One damaged TBF ditched. The destroyer Porter was directed to recover the aircrew. While she did so, she was hit by a torpedo that was initially thought to have come from a Japanese submarine, but is now believed to have come from the Avenger itself, with the entry into the water unjamming its damaged torpedo release mechanism. The Porter had to be scuttled. As another Japanese airstrike approached, the Enterprise's radar was still performing poorly, and the fighter direction was even worse. But the anti-aircraft response was not. Admiral Kincaid positioned his assets to meet the incoming strike, including the light anti-aircraft cruiser San Juan and the battleship South Dakota, and her powerful anti-aircraft battery was positioned in the path of the incoming Japanese. When the battleship opened fire, it was so voluminous she was described as a volcano and a ring of fire by the destroyer Maury off the starboard bow. And while under repair at Pearl Harbor, the Enterprise had 16 of the powerful 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft gun in 4 quadruple mounts added to her. On top of that, the Enterprise had received fire direction radar for her 8 5-inch guns and an increase in the number of 20mm Ehrlichen guns. In the Enterprise's sky control, Lieutenant Commander Elias B. Benny Mott II, the assistant gunnery officer, would later say, "As each plane came down, a veritable cone of tracer shells enveloped it. You could see it being hit and bounced by exploding shells." Gunnery Officer Lieutenant Commander Orlin Livedall was with Mott in Sky Forward, the position from which the anti-aircraft guns were directed. He was sure that the amount of gunfire put out by the fleet far surpassed the prodigious volume at Eastern Solomons. The result was a typhoon of white-hot steel directed at the incoming Japanese. In the face of this typhoon, the Japanese still managed 2 bomb hits. The first pierced the flight deck 20 feet from the forward edge, passed through the forecastle deck, and exploded in midair just off the port bow. About a minute later, a second bomb hit the flight deck almost on the center line, 10 feet aft the forward elevator, piercing the deck to strike a girder and break in 2, causing 2 distinct explosions. One part blasted through the hangar deck. The other exploded on the third deck, devastating officers' quarters, wiping out a repair party almost totally, and starting a fire in the pit to elevator number 1. The Vals also managed a very damaging near miss, about 10 feet from the starboard quarter. It opened a seam in the side plating 3 inches wide for a length of 50 feet. As the ship shuddered from top to bottom, the main turbine bearing was damaged. 3 fuel tanks, one of them full, ruptured, and the mast was rotated half an inch, knocking out of alignment a suite of antennae mounted there. The Japanese attack had damaged the Enterprise and killed 44 of her crew, but the carrier was not crippled and was still operational, though her ability to juggle her aircraft in the air was hampered by the jammed number 1 elevator. Coming in on the Val's tail fins were 16 Kates with torpedoes escorted by 4 Zeros. This time, the attacking Kates ran into a buzzsaw of Wildcats, as well as a typhoon of hot steel. No torpedoes hit the carrier, though 3 did hit the heavy cruiser Portland, but all at the end of their runs, without enough momentum to detonate the warheads. 1 Kate crashed into the destroyer Smith, causing a large fire and throwing clear the bodies of the pilot and his radio man, one of whom carried a copy of the current Japanese aircraft code. Next were 17 Vals from the carrier Junyo. They got another damaging near miss, a bomb that glanced off the port bow near the waterline and detonated less than 10 feet from the Enterprise's hull, the concussion denting and rupturing hull plating. They managed 1 bomb hit each on the South Dakota and San Juan, causing moderate damage to both ships. The carrier resumed flight operations, but she was in desperate shape. Her forward elevator was out, which slowed striking aircraft below. As of 11:40 a.m., in the air there were no fewer than 73 aircraft, 28 Wildcats, 9 Hornet, 19 Enterprise, 24 Dauntlesses, 21 Hornet, 3 Enterprise, none of which had folding wings, and 21 Avengers, 15 Hornet, 6 Enterprise. All were critically low on fuel. This was the entirety of U.S. Navy carrier striking power in the Pacific. The Enterprise had to recover as many planes as possible. Commander John Crommelin, the Enterprise's air officer, had promised his pilots, "If you get back to the ship and into the groove," basically the final approach for landing on the carrier, "we'll get you aboard." And they did. In 43 minutes, Crommelin and his landing signal officers, Lieutenants James Daniels and Robin Lindsay, landed 47 planes, 23 Wildcats, and 24 Dauntlesses, without an accident. In doing so, they saved American naval air power in the South Pacific. 5 Wildcats had to ditch, but no Dauntlesses did. Admiral Kinkaid knew they were lucky. The Enterprise was still barely operational. He believed, correctly, there was still 1 or 2 undamaged Japanese carriers out there, plus Japanese surface forces were approaching as well. Kinkaid had to make a very difficult and painful decision, but he did so without hesitation. He had to get the Enterprise out of danger. He signaled Admiral Halsey and Admiral Murray. "I am proceeding southeastward toward Efate. When ready, proceed in the same direction." He could provide no air cover for the Hornet. As damage reports continued coming in, Kincaid was forced to report to Admiral Halsey that the Enterprise was damaged far worse than previously thought. Halsey understood the danger and ordered all forces to retire to southward. They had attacked, but they had bitten off more than they could chew. It was now a question of whether the Hornet could be saved. The Hornet's crew was outraged. They believed the Enterprise had botched her aerial defense, for which she paid the price, and now the Enterprise was abandoning her. They were right, but in the cold light of military logic, it didn't matter. The Enterprise was the last operational U.S. Navy carrier in the Pacific. She had to be protected. With help from escorting destroyers, the Hornet's crew had put out all the fires. Her engineers had managed to get one boiler lit, and were in the process of building up enough steam pressure to the still functional after engine room to get the Hornet moving. In the meantime, the heavy cruiser Northampton was trying to tow the carrier. But all that came to naught when an attack by 7 Kates from the Juneau arrived. The tow line had to be cut. With an almost stationary carrier and with reduced anti-aircraft defenses and no fighter opposition, it was almost impossible to miss. But miss the Japanese did. The torpedo bombers managed only 2 hits, more testimony as to the declining skill of Japanese pilots, and only one of those torpedo hits detonated. But it was enough. It flooded the after engine room. Now there was no way to get the Hornet moving on her own. With Japanese surface forces approaching, there was no choice but to abandon and scuttle the Hornet to eliminate the possibility of the Japanese salvaging her. The carrier was evacuated efficiently through 3 more Japanese attacks by a total of 12 dive bombers that resulted in 2 hits and 1 near miss. Though the Hornet could not move, despite the 3 torpedo hits, she was not exactly sinking. While the rest of the Hornet's task group headed southeast to join the Enterprise's group in their flight toward Noumea, destroyers Mustin and Anderson were ordered to finish off the Hornet. But the torpedoes they launched, if they hit at all, were not enough to sink the derelict, nor were their 5-inch guns. With Japanese ships on the radar, the destroyers withdrew with the hulk still burning fiercely. The Japanese were unable to salvage the burning Hornet and sank her themselves. But the danger was not over. The U.S. retreat took the Enterprise and her cohort through Torpedo Junction. While trying to avoid a Japanese submarine, the South Dakota collided with the destroyer Mahan. But other than this collision, the other U.S. Navy ships made it through unscathed. So ended the carrier engagement the U.S. Navy would call the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands. The Japanese had suffered severe damage to the Shokaku and serious damage to the Zuiho and Chikuma, which would keep them out for extended periods of time. Aside from the loss of the Hornet, the Americans had suffered heavy damage to the San Juan and Smith, relatively light damage to the South Dakota, and heavy damage to the Enterprise, the last remaining operational American carrier in the Pacific. By any measure, it was a Japanese tactical victory. Whether it was a strategic victory for Japan is not nearly as clear. After the battle, the Japanese had the only 2 fully operational aircraft carriers in the Pacific, the Zuikaku and the Juneau, both of whom had come out of Santa Cruz unscathed. The Americans did still have 1 carrier left in the South Pacific, the Enterprise, although badly damaged and hampered in air operations because the number 1 forward elevator was jammed, fortunately in the up position, so at least aircraft could still take off. While the Enterprise was still en route to the relative safety of New Caledonia, Admiral Halsey called the senior officers of all branches in Noumea and told them to pool their mechanics to get ready for the repairs to the Enterprise and other ships and aircraft. But not having seen the Enterprise yet, Admiral Halsey had to assume the worst about the carrier's condition. He went so far as to ask Admiral Nimitz to get 1 or more British aircraft carriers sent to the South Pacific. Nimitz forwarded the request to Admiral King. In turn, Nimitz ordered Halsey to prepare a coordinated defense plan for the rear bases. They were bracing for the worst. The Enterprise limped into Noumea, where it was estimated it would take 3 weeks to be repaired, leaving the Japanese dominant in the seas in the meantime. As such, it can be, and has been, argued that the battle was a Japanese strategic victory. But this hinges on whether fully operational means effective. The effectiveness of a carrier force depends on its aircraft, and especially its aviators. Since September, Americans such as Admiral McCain and Lieutenant Colonel Bauer had been commenting on the declining skill level of Japanese pilots. The attacks on the Hornet at the end of Santa Cruz, while fatal, were not nearly as effective as they perhaps should have been. This reflected the heavy casualties suffered by the Sea Eagles of the Japanese Naval Air Force since the beginning of the war. The Americans were aware that the casualties had been heavy, but not how heavy. Admiral Halsey was defiant in the face of the adversity brought on by Santa Cruz. In an October 31st letter to Admiral Nimitz, Halsey vowed to patch up what we have and go with them. He went on to say, "I will not send any ship back to Pearl Harbor unless it is absolutely necessary. This may mean operating the Enterprise with a slightly reduced complement of planes and under difficulties, but under the present circumstances, a half a loaf is better than none." Here was the big difference between the Japanese two fully operational aircraft carriers and the U.S. Navy's. The latter had veteran, skilled pilots. What to do with these highly skilled and battle-hardened aviators would be a question for Admiral Halsey as he pondered his next move. The Japanese still had a numerical advantage in almost every warship category in the Pacific. More aircraft carriers, more battleships, more cruisers, more destroyers. They had a numerical advantage in aircraft as well. And they had more of those major warships and aircraft close to the South Pacific theater than the Allies did. They remained poised to move on Guadalcanal, with a crushing bombardment of the airfield by battleships, followed by Imperial Army troops landing to overwhelm the Marine defenders. But their most powerful striking arm, the Sea Eagles, had been shattered. The Americans could oppose this collection of forces with one beaten-up aircraft carrier, albeit one who now had the best carrier air group in the Pacific, 2 new battleships, one of which was damaged, and an unsinkable airfield on Guadalcanal that had resisted all Japanese attempts to capture or reduce it. Both the carrier and the airfield were home to experienced, battle-hardened aviators. The airfield could house more. On these battered but tough aviator shoulders rested the fate of Guadalcanal. That was a very long list of advantages for the Japanese, a very short one for the Americans. But as Admiral Nimitz explained, while our situation in the Southern Solomons is far from satisfactory, it is far from hopeless. Into this far from satisfactory, far from hopeless situation sailed the little, infinitely expendable, old destroyer-turned-minesweeper, the Southard. She had had a busy time, mostly making runs to deliver aviation fuel to Guadalcanal, though she did also escort the destroyer Conyngham back to Espiritu Santo after it had collided with the destroyer Fuller on November 2nd. The next morning, the destroyer Macala, escorting another supply convoy to Guadalcanal, took a surface radar contact from the Helena's SG radar and chased it down, forcing the contact, a surfaced submarine, to dive. The Macala, at 5:37 a.m., started dropping depth charges. For an instant, the water seemed to freeze and turn white. 11 times. Then her sound gear picked up a series of 3 underwater explosions. She could no longer pick up the submarine on her sonar, and there was a thick stench of oil. The submarine, the I-172, with a crew of 91 under Lieutenant Commander Ota Takeshi and carrying Captain Okamoto Yoshisuke, commander of Submarine Division 12, was never seen again. The entire exchange had taken maybe a half hour. Now it was the Southard's turn. She had turned around and left Espiritu Santo for Guadalcanal on November 8th with a load of aviation fuel. That night, the freighter Edgar Allan Poe had taken 1 torpedo from a Japanese submarine. The offending boat, the I-21, tried to finish off the freighter, but after a few surprising shots from the Poe's deck gun, discretion got the better part of valor for skipper-commander Matsumura Kanji, and he ordered a dive to end the fight. The Poe was towed to Nomea, where it was determined she would sail nevermore. The Southard no longer carried torpedoes, but the minesweeper remained a first-class anti-submarine platform. During her long trips taking supplies to Guadalcanal and bringing wounded back to Espiritu Santo, her crew would listen for Japanese submarines. During their long voyages between Guadalcanal and points south, they had spent hundreds of hours listening for Japanese submarines, becoming very good at it. And so the Southard, under Lieutenant Commander Tennant, was heading for Guadalcanal on November 10th when, at around 2:30 a.m., she detected a submarine off Cape Recherche on the northwestern coast of San Cristobal in the dark heart of Torpedo Junction. She did not need her sonar equipment to pick it up, though. It was on the surface, recharging its batteries, its crew getting a breath of fresh night air after being cramped all day in the hot, stuffy submarine. This particular boat was a picket, stationed as a set of eyes for the Japanese to warn of Allied traffic and, if possible, attack it. The Southard crept to within gun range and opened up with her 4.5-inch guns. These were old guns, manually aimed, and apparently the minesweeper's first shots missed. The shocked Japanese crew quickly dove for the open hatches so the submarine could dive herself. Amazingly, the submarine got off 2 torpedoes. They missed, and she disappeared beneath the surface. Disappointed but undeterred, the Southard now began a hunt in the dark. It took her sound crews 10 minutes to pick up the submarine. At 2:42 a.m., Lieutenant Commander Tennant ordered that first attack with depth charges. For an instant, the water seemed to freeze and turn white. At least a small patch of it. That's what depth charges usually did before sending up a big bubble to break through the surface with a rumble, not a big bang or a giant plume of water like they show in the movies. The hope was that the shock wave from the underwater detonations, known as the bubble pulse, would cause the submarine's hull to crack, but all it did was cause the sound guys to lose their target. Again, they were disappointed, but undeterred. And that determination paid off. At 6:07 a.m., just after daybreak, they picked up their prey once again. And now came another depth charge attack. But their target submarine was proving very hard to pin down precisely. It clearly had a savvy, veteran skipper. On came 6 more depth charge attacks. For an instant, the water seemed to freeze and turn white. It was not followed by any debris, however, but instead, at 10:03 a.m., the submarine's conning tower. The Southard's gunners mercilessly blasted it. A 4.5-inch salvo hit the tower. Submarines are unarmored, so any shell hit can be devastating, and this one was. The submarine's stern rose out of the water, and she slid beneath the waves. The Southard kept looking for her, as did her sister ship Hovey, and a consolidated PBY Catalina flying boat out of Espiritu Santo. But the submarine was never seen again. There is a dispute as to the identity of the Southard's target. Some credit the Southard with sinking the I-172, though that submarine was actually sunk by the Macala. But the U.S. Navy records credit the Southard with sinking the I-17, with a crew of 91 under the command of Lieutenant Commander Harada Hakue. Making a fairly persuasive case against the U.S. Navy's identification is the I-17's appearance at the Japanese naval base at Truk a few weeks later. The Japanese identify the sunken submarine as the I-15, with a crew of 91 under the command of veteran commander Ishikawa Nobuo. Indeed, the I-17 was patrolling in the same area as the I-15, along with the I-26, and heard the Southard's depth charge attacks. Thus, the target here was the I-15. It was perhaps a small thing, blinding one pair of Japanese eyes watching the route between Espiritu Santo and Guadalcanal, but it was also the first rumbling of the cataclysm about to permanently change the Guadalcanal campaign. The pressure had been building for months, yet nothing had changed. The Americans still controlled Henderson Field. The Japanese were still in position to capture it. The Americans still controlled the skies over Guadalcanal. The Japanese could still challenge it. The Americans still controlled the waters around Guadalcanal during the day. The Japanese still controlled those waters at night. And if the Japanese made a total commitment of their forces in the South Pacific, they could still cut off Guadalcanal and capture it. The pressure was too much. Something had to change. And change it would. Chapter 1. The Storms Before the Storm. The admiral read his orders with anger and no small measure of disgust. His superiors had not listened to him. Again. He had a central role in an operation with which he did not agree. Again. Rear Admiral Tanaka Raizo was a veteran of the Combined Fleet, the ocean-going portion of the Imperial Japanese Navy. A 1913 graduate of the Japanese Naval Academy at Etajima Tanaka had been at the forefront of Japanese operations to establish the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere since almost the very beginning of that effort in China. The Japanese started their full invasion of China in August 1938 by landing troops near Shanghai. Emperor Hirohito had been promised that the Chinese capital of Nanking would be captured and the nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek would be forced to capitulate within a month of the invasion. 1 month into this 1-month war, the Japanese still had not cleared Shanghai. 5 months in, the Imperial Japanese Army reached Nanking, the nationalist government's capital, although Chiang and his government had fled. Out of frustration, celebration, malice, or any combination thereof, the Imperial Japanese Army committed what became known as the Rape of Nanking, with some 20,000 women raped, upwards of 300,000 civilians killed, and everything of value shipped back to Japan. As brutal as the Rape of Nanking was, it was only of limited military value, because Chiang's government was now in Chongqing, on the upper Yangtze, well out of reach of the Japanese. So the Japanese focused on conquering everything of value in China: ports, industrial areas, arable land, population centers, transportation routes. It was 14 months into this 1-month war that the Imperial Japanese Army seized Canton and its valuable port. In support of this operation was an Imperial Japanese Navy force that included the light cruiser Jinsu, commanded by one Tanaka Raizo. Even so, 48 months into this 1-month war, the Japanese had indeed conquered everything of value in mainland China and expanded outward, seizing French Indochina as well. They had used their new wonder aircraft, the Zero, to literally chase the Chinese Air Force from the skies. Yet China had become a quagmire for Japan, with Chiang's government refusing to surrender. Worse, the barbaric conduct of the Imperial Japanese Army in China and the aggressive geostrategic moves by Japan had alienated most of the trading partners on whom Japan depended for raw materials. With British-held Malaya and Singapore clearly threatened, as well as the Netherlands, East Indies, and the American-held Philippines, unsurprisingly, the United States, quickly followed by Britain and the Dutch government in exile, implemented a trade embargo. This was a problem. The embargo would cripple Japan's war effort and force a withdrawal from China. This would mean a humiliating loss of face, that abstract Asian concept so imperfectly understood in the West. The embargo would throttle supplies of tin, rubber, and especially oil, all the crucial resources necessary to wage war. So, 52 months into this 1-month war, the Japanese sought to secure victory by starting a second war. Well, it made sense to them. And so began what has been called the Centrifugal Offensive. Vice Admiral Nagumo Chuichi and his Japanese carrier striking force, officially the 1st Air Fleet, unofficially Kido Butai, striking force, with the carriers Akagi, Kaga, Hiryu, Soryu, Shokaku, and Zuikaku, left for Pearl Harbor, and a date with infamy, on December 7th, 1941. The Pearl Harbor attack, the most powerful and spectacular of the Japanese offensive operations, the brainchild of Combined Fleet head Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, was well away from the center, the actual objectives of the centrifugal offensive, the southern resources area, consisting of the aforementioned British-held Malaya and Singapore, and, especially, the Netherlands East Indies. Seizure of the American-held Philippines was essential to secure the supply line from the southern resources area back to Japan, all in the hope of building up a self-sufficient co-prosperity sphere before the Americans had built up their navy. And Tanaka Raizo, now a rear admiral in his flagship, the familiar light cruiser Jinsu, commanding the 2nd Destroyer Flotilla, found himself at the center of the centrifugal offensive. While the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force's land-based 11th Air Fleet under Vice Admiral Shukahara Nishizo kneecapped Allied resistance efforts by destroying the U.S. Far East Air Force on the ground at Clark Field, destroying the U.S. Asiatic Fleet's main base at Cavite, both in the Philippines, and sinking the British battleship Prince of Wales and battlecruiser Repulse off Malaya, Admiral Tanaka was escorting and supporting transports in the capture of Legazpi in the Philippines. The 2nd Destroyer Flotilla quickly followed the capture of Legazpi by supporting the successful amphibious invasion of Davao and Jolo, also in the Philippines. The new year 1942 opened with Admiral Tanaka supporting the seizure of northern Celebes in the Netherlands East Indies, quickly followed by Ambon and Timor. All of which led up to the main event, the invasion of Java, the capital island of the Netherlands East Indies, and the last of the primary objectives of the centrifugal offensive. At the end of February, Tanaka and his 2nd Destroyer Flotilla were given the honor of escorting the very large convoy carrying Imperial Japanese Army troops to land near the eastern end of Java. Since combat was expected, Rear Admiral Takagi Takeo's 5th Cruise Division and the 4th Destroyer Flotilla under Rear Admiral Nishimura Shoji were assigned to escort the convoy as well. It was Admiral Takagi who at this time pioneered the unique Japanese tactic of escorting troopships by positioning warships well behind them. It made sense, in a way. If the enemy showed up, the thin-skinned, slow, defenseless transports would be sunk and thousands of troops lost along with their supplies, but the troops could die at least secure in the knowledge that the warships would be all right. Takagi had his cruisers approximately 200 miles behind the invasion convoy. Admiral Tanaka and his destroyers were left in the middle of the Java Sea, guarding the convoy by themselves. When informed that an Allied striking force was approaching the transports, Takagi angrily ordered the cruisers to speed up to catch up to the convoy. Tanaka spent a very uncomfortable period wondering if his light cruiser Jinsu and his destroyers would have to face the 5 cruisers and 9 destroyers of the Allied combined striking force by themselves. Takagi's cruisers appeared on the horizon behind him just as the Allied cruisers appeared on the horizon ahead of him. The Allies suffered a crushing defeat that effectively ended their already crippled defense of the Indies. It was another example of the bad luck that followed the Allies throughout the Java Sea campaign. So by the time the Japanese completed their conquest of the Netherlands East Indies, Admiral Tanaka was considered an expert on amphibious operations. Admiral Takagi, fresh off his victory in the Java Sea, was kicked upstairs and told to command an operation to land Japanese troops at Port Moresby in the hope of capturing Papua New Guinea and isolating Australia. Tanaka was not in on this, and it showed. It became the Battle of the Coral Sea. The Japanese managed to capture Tulagi, costing the Japanese the destroyer Kikuzuki, but the convoy to Port Moresby was turned back, with the effort costing the Japanese the light carrier Shoho and, temporarily, the services of the carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku. This would prove to be a disaster because Admiral Yamamoto was focused on a decisive battle, that holy grail of Japanese naval strategy since their victory over the Russians at Tsushima in 1905 against the Americans at Midway. It was a plan that was simple on paper. The Japanese would send almost every ship in the combined fleet, including Admiral Tanaka's 2nd Destroyer Flotilla and 4 carriers of Admiral Nagumo's Kido Butai, Akagi, Kaga, Hiryu, and Soryu, to attack and capture Midway Atoll, the furthest west of the Hawaiian Islands. That would compel the Pacific Fleet to come out and fight, at which point the Japanese would destroy them. What could go wrong? Neither Admiral Yamamoto nor Admiral Nagumo nor any of the other Japanese senior officers stopped to consider what they should do if the Americans showed up first. That is, before the Japanese had captured Midway. This is exactly what happened. To complicate matters, the Imperial Japanese Navy was not a maven for individual initiative, flexibility, and adaptability to changing situations. Their lack of adaptability ended up costing the Japanese the Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and, last but not least, the Hiryu, 2/3 of the Kido Butai that had attacked Pearl Harbor. The Japanese were compelled to retreat, during which they lost an additional heavy cruiser, the Mikuma. Midway was a disaster for the Japanese, but not, they felt, so much of a disaster that it stopped their offensive ambitions. They were still looking to cut off Australia. The Imperial Japanese Army thought the solution still involved capturing Port Moresby, this time by crossing Papua New Guinea's Owen Stanley Mountains. Their attempts to do so had failed so far because the Owen Stanleys could only be crossed by using the Kokoda Trail, which was the width of one man and was thus easily defended. To General Hayukatake Harokichi, commander of the Japanese 17th Army, the solution was simple: send more men. Meanwhile, the Imperial Japanese Navy was also considering how to cut off Australia, and also looking to strengthen their defenses against the inevitable Allied counterattack. This ended up having the same solution: building airfields in the Lower Solomons and beyond. When the Japanese found a suitable site for an airfield at Lunga Point on Guadalcanal, they started construction. Using only hand tools, they completed the airfield in a little more than a month. At which point the Americans swooped in and evicted the Japanese from their newly constructed airfield. The August 7th Allied landing on Guadalcanal caught the Japanese completely by surprise. Starting that same day, the 11th Air Fleet, an air force that flew from land bases and thus, under Japan's dual naming system, was given the creative title Base Air Force, launched 2 days of air attacks against the invasion fleet, mostly with twin-engine Mitsubishi G4M Type 1 attack bombers, the same aircraft that helped sink the Prince of Wales and Repulse. But the G4Ms were largely ineffective. Meanwhile, Japanese naval forces were also scrambling to respond to the invasion of Guadalcanal. Vice Admiral Mikawa Gunichi, head of the 8th Fleet, slapped together an attack force with his designated fleet flagship, the luxurious heavy cruiser Chokai. 4 old heavy cruisers of the 6th Cruiser Division, Ioba, Kako, Furutaka, and Kinugasa, under Rear Admiral Goto Aritomo, 2 old light cruisers of the 18th Cruiser Division, Tenryu and Yubari, under Rear Admiral Matsuyama Mitsuharu, and all of 1 destroyer, Unagi. His goal was to sail to Guadalcanal and destroy the invasion transports in a night attack. Through some incredible good luck on Admiral Mikawa's part, and some even more incredible incompetence on the Allies' part, the Japanese squadron was able to gain complete surprise, sinking 4 heavy cruisers and blowing the bow off a 5th, all without loss. Then, after accomplishing pretty much everything except his objective, he turned around and went home, leaving the defenseless invasion transports and cargo ships alone. He wanted to get away before sunrise allowed the American carriers, whose location he did not know, to attack him. Mikawa had no way of knowing the American carriers had been withdrawn, an action that helped create the environment that led to his victory. This First Battle of the Solomon Sea, as the Japanese called it, or the Battle of the Savo Island, as it was known to the Allies, was a missed opportunity, or at least an enraged Admiral Yamamoto thought so. As if to emphasize that missed opportunity, the 6th Cruiser Division was ambushed by a submarine off Cavayang, New Ireland, and lost the Kako to its torpedoes. This was where Admiral Tanaka came in. With his presumed amphibious command abilities, Admiral Tanaka was made Commander Reinforcement Group, and his 2nd destroyer flotilla was given the job of transporting reinforcements to Guadalcanal. His would be the centerpiece of what the Japanese called Operation Ka, after the first syllable of Guadalcanal, Kararukunaru, as pronounced in Japanese. But just because Tanaka Raizo was considered an expert on amphibious warfare did not mean that his superiors would seek his input with regard to the strategy or planning. It simply meant that virtually every time the Japanese needed something done amphibiously, they would order Tanaka to do it. If Tanaka succeeded, that's what he was supposed to do. If Tanaka failed, it was his fault. Back in August, Admiral Tanaka had read his orders from the Eighth Fleet with shock and extreme consternation. He would later write, "With no regard for my opinion, as commander of the reinforcement force, this order called for the most difficult operation in war, landing in the face of the enemy, to be carried out by mixed units that had no opportunity for rehearsal or even preliminary study. It must be clear to anyone with knowledge of military operations that such an undertaking could never succeed. In military strategy, expedience sometimes takes precedence over prudence, but this order was utterly unreasonable." But like a good samurai, Tanaka tried to follow his orders to the best of his ability. First order of business had been to transport the first echelon, 916 men, of the Imperial Japanese Army's 28th Regiment under Colonel Ichiki Kiyonao. His Ichiki detachment, as it was known, was dropped off by Tanaka's destroyers after midnight on August 19th, east of the American-held airfield. Tanaka held up his end of the bargain, but Ichiki did not. In the wee hours of August 20th, the cries of "Banzai" and "Tatsugeki" charge went up, and like an Asian version of the Greek phalanx, the Ichiki detachment, with bayonets and swords, charged the Americans, and were slaughtered by the Americans. While the attack of the Ichiki detachment was not entirely successful, as General Hayukutaki reported to Tokyo, the far worse news was that earlier that day, August 20th, the Americans had finally deployed combat aircraft to the Japanese-built airfield. Now, just as the Japanese had done to the British in Malaya and the Dutch in the East Indies, the Americans were turning Japan's own airfields against them. But Operation Ka would go forward. Admiral Yamamoto had the idea of throwing Kido Butai. The Shokaku and Zuikaku were all that was left of the original Kido Butai, and a bunch of ships into the South Pacific, while Admiral Tanaka transported the second echelon of the Ichiki detachment, renamed the Kuma Detachment, and members of the 5th Yokosuka Naval Landing Force, often called Japanese Marines, though a more accurate description would be Naval Infantry. While Tanaka's objective was to get the troops to Guadalcanal, Yamamoto had a different objective: enticing the American carriers to come out to play. This was not consistent with Admiral Tanaka's mission of getting the troops to Guadalcanal. The light carrier Ryujo was split off from Kido Butai and moved forward, but with no clear orders. Maybe she was somehow supposed to provide Tanaka with air cover, but she got herself sunk. This was a price worth paying for Yamamoto, as the Americans had indeed come out to play, in what became known to the Allies as the Battle of the Eastern Solomons, and to the Japanese as the Battle of the Stewart Islands, or the Second Battle of the Solomon Sea, in which, by Yamamoto's estimation, Kido Butai had sunk or heavily damaged 3 carriers, a battleship, 5 heavy cruisers, and 4 destroyers. Even so, Admiral Tanaka was still left trying to transport those troops to Guadalcanal, on slow troop ships and with no fighter protection, heading directly for an airfield that had just been reinforced with fighters and dive bombers. Tanaka knew it was a dangerous combination, but even he was not ready when a U.S. Marine dive bomber planted a 1,000-pound bomb between the No. 1 and 2 5.5-inch guns of his trusted flagship, Jinsu, killing 24 and knocking Tanaka unconscious. The large transport Kinryu Maru, carrying members of the 5th Yokosuka Special Naval Landing Force, was sunk. Destroyer Mutsuki stayed motionless to help rescue the troops and crew, in the process becoming the first Japanese warship sunk by B-17s bombing from high altitude. All of which convinced Admiral Tanaka that using slow transports to transport troops to Guadalcanal would not work. He would find another way. And he did. It was a method he had used before the ill-fated Colonel Ichiki run reinforcements to Guadalcanal on destroyers. Now Admiral Tanaka would basically systemize this idea. Fast destroyers would leave the Japanese anchorage in the Shortland Islands off the southeastern coast of Bougainville but remained outside the range of American air power until nightfall, at which time they would dash in and land their troops safely, maybe bombard the airfield if they had time, then quickly depart to be outside the range of American air power on Guadalcanal by dawn. And so he did. The Allies would dub these destroyer runs of troops and supplies, really any Japanese run of troops and supplies, the Tokyo Express. But at the start, the destroyers had a little trouble getting the timing right, and one early destroyer convoy was caught just before dusk by U.S. Marine dive bombers, who sank the Asagiri, disabled the Shirakumo, and blasted the bridge of the Yuguri, killing the destroyer division commander. Admiral Tanaka and his superiors were frustrated when other batches of destroyers were scared off by the presence of American dive bombers. Beginning the last week of August, Base Air Force began attacking the Guadalcanal airfield every day, weather permitting, and it frequently did not. A typical air attack would consist of a mixture of 18 or 27 Mitsubishi G4M Type 1 bombers, escorted by maybe 12 to 18 Zeros, flying all the way from Rabaul to Guadalcanal, 560 nautical miles, and back. The airstrikes became as predictable as clockwork. They would normally take off on or after sunrise and return no later than sunset. With a 4-hour flight to Guadalcanal, that left a window of only, at its widest, 4 hours around midday for them to be over the target. The Americans on Guadalcanal christened it Tojo Time. To add to the lack of surprise, the Australians had seeded the Solomon Islands with operatives, known as Coast Watchers, who would report on movements on Japanese ships and aircraft, including incoming Japanese airstrikes. The Coast Watchers defied any and all Japanese efforts to wipe them out. To top it off, in early September, an air warning radar came online at the Lunga airfield. Those were just the beginning of the issues facing Base Air Force as it tried to suppress the Lunga airfield. Rabaul may have had the top-rated anchorage in the South Pacific in Simpson Harbor, but it also had an annoying habit of getting itself buried in volcanic ash. It was home to numerous active volcanoes, 2 of which were particularly problematic. The primary airfield for bombers was Vunakanau, Rabaul Upper Airstrip, or Rabaul West, as the Japanese pilots would call it, 11 miles south-southwest of Rabaul, near Caravia Bay, and way too close to the active volcano, Vulcan. The primary airstrip for fighters was located at Lakunai, or Rabaul Lower Airstrip, or Rabaul East, 2 miles southeast of Rabaul, between Simpson Harbor and Matupit Harbor, and yet closer to Taverver and other vociferous volcanoes on what was called the Crater Peninsula. The ash and noxious gases spewing from Vulcan and, especially Taverver, created maintenance problems for aircraft and runways, and left Rabaul at constant risk for becoming a Pacific Pompeii. Some of these problems were unavoidable, but more than a few were self-inflicted. The Japanese could not reduce the 560-mile distance between Rabaul and Guadalcanal, but they could have built some air bases on the many Solomon Islands in between. They didn't. Base Air Force was an air force without a base between Rabaul and Guadalcanal. After the Americans had taken the Lunga airfield, the Japanese readied an old Australian airfield on Buka, just northwest of Bougainville, for use in emergencies. They began construction on another airfield at Buin, at the southeast tip of Bougainville, near the critical Japanese base in the Shortland Islands, just off Bougainville and some 300 miles from Guadalcanal. Until Buin was operational, that 560-mile distance created numerous headaches, quite literally if the pilots did not have their own oxygen supply. Base Air Force had 2 types of Zero fighters, the A6M2 Model 21 and the A6M3 Model 32. From Lakunai, Guadalcanal was at the very end of the A6M2's range. Though the A6M3 was the newer model with squared wings and a heavier engine, its range was much shorter than that of the A6M2, about 600 miles less. Thus, the A6M3 could not make the trip and was relegated to defending Rabaul for the time being, while the A6M2 could only stay on site for maybe 15 minutes or so before being compelled to head back. Guadalcanal was easily within range of the G4M bombers, which had a relatively puny payload, but that range was a double-edged sword. thanks to another conscious decision by the Japanese Naval Air Force. That decision was to emphasize speed, maneuverability, and range in its aircraft designs over an armored cockpit, shatterproof glass, or self-sealing fuel tanks, all of which added weight to the aircraft. It was an expression of confidence in the pilot, but it also meant that the pilot had to be near perfect or he would soon be dead. Both the Zero and the G-4M bomber had a tendency to catch fire and explode when hit by gunfire, or even when you just looked at them the wrong way. That was where the 560-mile distance came up again. At Guadalcanal, the Americans had home field advantage, so to speak. Allied pilots that were shot down in the area could be recovered and returned to duty, while damaged Allied aircraft had a decent chance to land at the Lunga airfield. Damaged Japanese aircraft had to travel that 560 miles back to Rabaul, or maybe that 400-mile distance to the emergency facility at Buka. All that time hoping the aircraft could hold on for that distance, and that any wounds would not overcome the pilot during that time. More often than not, it could not. A Japanese pilot shot down was likely to never return to duty. In their quest to emphasize speed, maneuverability, and range at the expense of everything else, the Japanese Naval Air Force made another conscious sacrifice. They took the radios out of all but a few of their fighters. The Japanese believed the radios were too short-ranged and too unreliable to be effective, and removing the radios saved almost 40 pounds in weight. Presumably, the pilots would simply have to communicate with each other by hand signals or waggling wings. Admiral Mikawa had a different solution to the problem of that 560-mile distance. Mikawa reorganized all of 8th Fleet's seaplanes and their parent tenders into something cryptically titled the R-Area Air Force under the command of Rear Admiral Jojima Takatsugu. Jojima operated his air force from his seaplane carrier Chitose at anchor in Shortland Harbor, while rotating his other tenders through Santa Isabel's Ricotta Bay, only 135 miles north of the Lunga airfield. From there, they would harass the Americans, especially with the annoying float plane Louis the Louse. For its part, at night, Base Air Force liked to send a washing machine Charlie bomber or two. None of which made Admiral Tanaka feel any more confident in reinforcement operations. Still, he did manage to get most of the Imperial Army's 35th Brigade under Major General Kawaguchi Kiyotake to Guadalcanal. Once ashore, the general put his carefully crafted plan for taking the airfield, based on just one hydrographic map of the north coast of Guadalcanal, into motion. Kawaguchi would hack his way into the jungle until he was south of the airfield. Then he, like Colonel Ichiki had done, would launch a banzai charge. General Kawaguchi and his troops started battling their way inland through the jungle, which proved to be much more difficult and time-consuming than the general had anticipated. The Japanese troops shed supplies, weapons, weight, and clothes as they zigzagged through the thick underbrush, tangling vines, stinking mud, tripping roots, rotted trees, slicing kunai, putrid water, and malarial mosquitoes of the island. Eventually, they arrived at their attack position south of the airfield, where they found a ridge between them and said airfield that did not appear on his hydrographic map of the north coast of Guadalcanal. Nor did his attack position. An incensed Kawaguchi attacked anyway. After a false start on the night of September 12th, he launched his major attack the night of September 13th on what would become known as Edson's Ridge, in honor of the U.S. Marine commander, not, tellingly, Kawaguchi's Ridge. The Marines were backed up almost to the airfield, and one small Japanese unit did break through to a satellite airfield. But the cost in personnel had been horrific. Far too great. Kawaguchi had to order a retreat. Like Colonel Ichiki's attack, Kawaguchi's attack had been a disaster. Back in Rabaul, at 17th Army Headquarters, General Hayukatake determined that he would need to travel to Guadalcanal himself and lead a renewed Operation Ka. But this led to a major disagreement at Imperial General Headquarters, that organization whose title made it sound much more formal than it actually was, whose job it was more to coordinate the activities of the Imperial Army and Navy than to command them. The Army complained that the Navy had delivered too many troops and not enough supplies, which was true. Army troops on Guadalcanal had even taken to calling it Starvation Island, which is a pun derived from the first phoneme in the Japanese name for the island, ga, which means, in one inflection, hunger. The Army also complained that the Navy had not adequately supported the Army. The Navy countered that it had deployed almost all its land-based aircraft and most of its seagoing warships to support the Army, which was true, and that the Army simply took too long to make its attacks. It was left to one Colonel Tsuji Masunobu, Army Operations Officer at Imperial General Headquarters, to negotiate a resolution to the dispute. The highly intelligent Tsuji was a brilliant tactician who was known as the God of Operations and had developed the plan for the conquest of Malaya and Singapore. In the words of Pacific War historian H.P. Wilmot, there was no disputing Tsuji's industriousness, and equally there was no denying the fact that he achieved results. However, Tsuji's unendearing traits combined extreme rudeness with irritability, Wilmot also states. He possessed unmeasurable arrogance with extreme racism and misogyny. In an army with more than its fair share of sadists, rapists, and thugs, Tsuji was in a class all by himself. He had ties to the massacre of some 50,000 Malayan Chinese after the fall of Singapore, the brutal abuse and murder of American prisoners in the Bataan Death March, and the execution of captured Philippine government officials. Tsuji was a master of political intrigue and was seen as a stooge of the Prime Minister, General Tojo Hideki. In the words of Wilmot again, Tsuji enjoyed an extremely unsavory reputation, even in an army hardly noted for its exacting standards of personal behavior. Colonel Tsuji was arrogant enough to go to the Combined Fleet flagship Yamato, then sitting comfortably in Truk Harbor, where he found the architect of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto, sitting on the floor of his stateroom engrossed in writing haiku. Tsuji used his considerable rhetorical skills to convince the admiral to give complete support to the renewed Operation Ka, even promising to bring the Yamato, the biggest battleship ever built with the biggest guns, 18.1 inch, ever deployed on a warship, alongside Guadalcanal, if necessary. But it wasn't necessary. Not yet, anyway. This was a new, improved Operation Ka that would involve sending a lot more troops to Guadalcanal, with heavy artillery and armor support. First came increased efforts to build up the troops and supplies on Guadalcanal, mainly using Admiral Tanaka's system of destroying reinforcement, though during this time he wasn't in charge of it. There were larger reinforcements. Many centered on the seaplane carrier Nishin, which could carry heavier weapons such as tanks and 150mm howitzers. These bigger convoys needed air cover, but Admiral Sukahara's base air force was hard-pressed to provide that air cover, in part because Sukahara was hard-pressed to provide much of anything. With Rabal's climate not much different from Guadalcanal's, and its health effects not much better, Sukahara had managed to contract dengue fever, malaria, and dysentery at the same time. So in early October, he was sent home to be replaced as Base Air Force and Area Commander by Vice Admiral Kusaka Jinichi, cousin to Admiral Nagumo's infamously cautious Chief of Staff. Kusaka was promptly stricken with chronic diarrhea. Welcome to Rabal. At about the same time, the Japanese finally completed their new airbase at Buin. The Allies would call it Kahili. Vice Admiral Kusaka staged the A-6 M30s into Buin and began a program of attacking the Lunga airfield twice a day. He also sent Lieutenant Commander Mitsui Kenji, former air officer of the 4th Air Group, and 10 communications personnel to Mount Austin on Guadalcanal to enjoy its view of the Lunga airfield and the Lunga roadstead beyond, and to report on anything of interest, such as air operations at the airfield, the coming, going, and presence of ships in the roadstead, and the weather. To carry out the plan, the 17th Army got serious reinforcements, including the 2nd Sendai Division under Lieutenant General Maruyama Masao, the 38th Kanoya Division under Major General Ito Takeo, with a proud history of conquering Hong Kong, Sumatra, and Timor, and an equally sad history of war crimes. And the 8th Tank Regiment. General Hyukatake, though, wanted to save most of the Kanoya Division for that all-important New Guinea offensive that he had to mothball for Ka. Hyukatake also took receipt of the Nishin and Chitose on October 11th. The Chitose was the flagship of Admiral Jojima, who commanded both the 11th Seaplane Tender Division and that cryptically named Our Area Air Force. So Jojima was placed in charge of the more obviously named Reinforcement Group. It was said that Jojima could navigate a warship even on dry land, a skill that might very well be needed before this campaign was over. Admiral Jojima led his reinforcement group down the slot, in that considerable, peculiar Japanese way of escorting transports. Speeding well behind the reinforcement group was Admiral Goto and his 6th Cruiser Division, last seen off Savo Island shooting up Allied warships, but not invasion transports. His remaining heavy cruisers Aoba, Furutaka, and Kinugasa were screened by the destroyers Fubuki and Hatsuyuki. The Americans had never contested by sea a transport mission at night. There was no consideration that they would do so this night. So it was a surprise when a storm of shells battered Admiral Goto's flagship Aoba. At least one cut through Cruiser's bridge without exploding, but it created enough shrapnel to cut down most of the bridge crew and mortally wound Admiral Goto. As he was carried below decks for treatment and comfort, Goto Aritomo growled at the Japanese who he thought had ended his life. Bakayaro, which might be most politely translated as stupid bastards. But Admiral Goto was wrong. He never understood that he was not the victim of a friendly fire incident, but was instead the victim of an imperfectly executed ambush by the U.S. Navy. Unlike the Admiral, his flagship Aoba survived, but was so heavily damaged she had to return to Japan for repairs for an extended period. Cruiser Furutaka and destroyer Fubuki were not so lucky, as they were sunk. So were the destroyers Murakumo and Natsugumo, sunk as they tried to cover the Japanese withdrawal and rescue survivors from the Furutaka and the Fubuki. So ended what the Japanese would call the Sea Battle of Savo Island, and what the Allies would call the Battle of Cape Esperance. Admiral Tanaka later called it a crushing defeat for the Japanese Navy. In terms of ego, it was. They took a lot of pride in their night-fighting ability. They could not believe the U.S. Navy had bested them. Throughout the night battle off Savo Island, Providence abandoned us, and our losses mounted, especially since the enemy used radar which enabled them to fire effectively from the first round without the use of searchlights. The future looked black for our surface forces, whose forte was night warfare. Even so, Admiral Jojima had completed his reinforcement mission unscathed. So while it was a tactical defeat and a loss of face for Japan, it was a strategic victory, the bitter fruits of which the Americans would reap in short order. Enough troops and supplies had been built up on Guadalcanal to now try to retake the Lunga airfield in a combined arms operation. It started with the Combined Fleet's 3rd Battleship Division, under the command of Rear Admiral Kurita Takeo, with 2 battleships, the Kongo and her sister ship Haruna. Screening the battleships were Rear Admiral Tanaka, back on the front line with his 2nd destroyer flotilla. Converted from battle cruisers, the Kongo class were lightly armored for battleships, but were fast, rated for 30 knots. The battleship's magazines carried a new munition, designated the Type 3 shell. This shell had a casing that would burst and spread 470 individual incendiary submunitions over a wide area. It was originally designed for an anti-aircraft role, but the Japanese decided it could work well for bombardment of aircraft on the ground, fuel and ammunition dumps, and other land targets. They would try this new shell on the Lunga airfield. With 4 seaplanes for illumination and a gunnery officer from the Yamato, Lieutenant Funashi Masutome, on Mount Austin for spotting, the flagship Kongo opened fire at 1:33 a.m. on October 14th, followed at 1:35 by the Haruna. The result, from the Japanese literal view, was a lake of fire, where the airfield was supposed to be. U.S. Navy motor torpedo boats attempted to attack the battleships, but were driven off by Admiral Tanaka's ships without too much effort. Admiral Kurita saw the gun flashes from the destroyers brushing off the PTs and concluded the destroyers were engaging a submarine. Kurita wanted none of that. Since the shelling was almost complete anyway, the Admiral decided to end it 5 minutes early. At 2:56 a.m., after firing 973 shells, Kurita handled the withdrawal of the Kongo and Haruna. What the battleships left behind was a scene of devastation around the Lunga airfield. At 5 a.m., Admiral Yamamoto issued an order stating American air power on Guadalcanal was suppressed, and thus the 2nd and 3rd Fleets, the battleships under Vice Admiral Kondo Nobutake and Kido Butai under Admiral Nagumo, respectively, were to head south and destroy the U.S. fleet. So it was quite an unpleasant surprise to Lieutenant Commander Mitsui Kenji and his comrades on Mount Austin when at 5:40 a.m. 2 SBD Dauntlesses took off from Henderson Field for the dawn search, and 2 Marine Wildcats took off for the dawn patrol. Even if the Lunga airfield was suppressed, Base Air Force's Admiral Kusaka wanted to keep it that way by continuing his air attacks. They would cover a so-called high-speed convoy of 6 transports carrying some 4,500 troops, escorted by Rear Admiral Takama Tamatsu's 4th Destroyer Flotilla, with the big new anti-aircraft destroyer Akizuki serving as his flagship destroyers, Yudachi, Harusami, Samedare, Murasame, Shigure, Shiratsuyu, and Ariake. The high-speed convoy highlighted one of the drawbacks of the use of destroyers as pioneered by Admiral Tanaka to run troops and supplies to Guadalcanal at night to avoid air attacks. While the Allies called it the Tokyo Express, the Japanese gave it the less flattering nickname Rat Transportation. Destroyers simply cannot carry a whole lot of troops and supplies, meaning Japanese forces on Guadalcanal could only be reinforced in driblets, never really enough to develop a critical mass of forces to overwhelm the Marine defenders of Henderson Field. The Japanese army had to overwhelm the defenders of Henderson Field because their generals were simply not good enough to be able to succeed at anything else. That was why the Nishin and the Chitose had been called in to deliver heavy weapons and tanks that the destroyers could not. But the Nishin and Chitose were just 2 ships. Warships that were fast, or at least faster than transports. They could not deliver all the necessary weapons and supplies by themselves. Moreover, while they were the smallest of the men at war, destroyers were the biggest fuel hogs in any navy. With small fuel tanks, destroyers were always thirsty for fuel, a commodity in short supply for the Japanese, and moreover, running at high speed had an unfortunate side effect of reducing their estimated miles per gallon. The destroyer runs were taking a toll. The Murakumo and the Natsugumo had just been sunk, while the Mutsuki and Asagiri had been sunk early in the campaign. That's not even counting all the destroyers damaged in American attacks, and all the time they had to spend getting repairs afterwards. The costs were adding up. In short, in running not quite enough troops and supplies to Guadalcanal to retake the Lunga airfield, the Japanese were not only suffering combat losses, but were seriously chugging up their fuel supplies, which defeated the purpose of the war. The Rat transportation was barely enough to maintain the status quo. To hope to win, the Japanese needed those slow, fat transports, and they needed those slow, fat transports like the ones Admiral Takama was guarding to run the gauntlet of American air power in the Solomons. And to protect those slow, fat transports, the Japanese needed to suppress American air power at the Lunga airfield. But still, the Rat transportation ran. That night, light cruisers Yura and Sendai, seaplane carrier Nishin, again, and destroyers Asugumo, Akatsuki, Shirayuki, and Ikazuchi landed 1,129 troops, 4 field guns, 4 rapid-fire guns, ammunitions, and provisions on Cape Esperance. Guarding them was Admiral Mikawa himself, with his flagship heavy cruiser Jokai, heavy cruiser Kinogasa, and destroyers Amagiri and Mochizuki. When that was done, and while the destroyers stood guard, the cruisers spent a half hour lobbing 752 8-inch shells into the Lunga perimeter. Between the failed American air attack and the series of bombardments of the airstrip, Admiral Takama felt comfortable anchoring the transports off Tasafaranga on October 15th to offload troops, guns, and supplies in full view of the Lunga base. But just in case, Takama had 6 Type 0 observation seaplanes from the R Area Air Force, 12 Zeros from Base Air Force, and 11 Zeros from the carrier Junyo to protect them. It was a wise precaution. Even though the airfield had been suppressed, the Americans still managed several attacks on his transports. Wondering just how suppressed the airfield really was, Admiral Takama aborted the operation after all 4,500 troops had been landed, but maybe 2/3 of the supplies. At a cost of 3 transports, 6 Zeros, and 1 Type 0 observation seaplane. Now it was the turn of the Imperial Army. General Hyukataki's plan to finally take the Lunga airfield was overly complicated, as Japanese plans tended to be. Colonel Matsumoto Hiroshi, the operations officer for the 2nd Sendai Division, wanted to attack near the coast. The politically powerful Lieutenant Colonel Tsuji of the 17th Army wanted to attack from heights several miles inland to the south of the American perimeter. Hyukataki decided on both. So began the most recent Imperial Japanese Army operation to capture the airfield. The plan was to have 1 regiment of the Sendai, supported by tanks and artillery, attack Marine positions along the Matanakau River near the coast to the west, complete with a flanking move. Meanwhile, 2 more regiments of the Sendai and 1 regiment of the 38th Nagoya Division would have worked their way through the jungle around the American perimeter to perform the real attack, a 2-pronged assault from the south. In other words, very similar to General Kawaguchi's attack in September. Imperial General Headquarters set the night of October 21st for the attack. The tricky part of this plan was the through the jungle part. Not surprisingly, the march took longer than anticipated. On October 20th, General Maruyama radioed the attack would have to be delayed by 1 day to October 22nd. When October 22nd came, however, Maruyama radioed again, delaying the time of the decisive battle between Japan and the United States to October 23rd. October 23rd saw the decisive battle pushed back yet again to October 24th. During that time, the perfidious Lieutenant Colonel Tsuji connived to get the veteran General Kawaguchi, the most experienced senior Imperial Army officer on Guadalcanal, leading the right flank of the attack, removed and replaced with Colonel Shoji Toshinaro, who let it be known he did not actually want the job on the eve of the battle. But though the attack had been postponed, again, no one had bothered to tell the units attacking along the coast of the latest postponement. They attacked on schedule at around 6 p.m. on October 23rd and were easily repulsed. The 1st Marine Division lost 25 killed and 14 wounded. The Japanese had lost some 600 troops and gained no ground whatsoever. It was, finally, the night of October 24th that the great pincer attack on the south side of the marine perimeter took place, except that Colonel Shoji's pincer got lost in the rain and the jungle and missed the battle entirely. That can happen when you change commanders on the eve of battle, which is exactly why Shoji had not wanted the job. Nevertheless, after midnight, a phone call came in to General Maruyama's headquarters. It was Colonel Matsumoto, his operations officer, acting as a liaison with Colonel Shoji's troops. "The right flank attacked the airfield," Colonel Matsumoto shouted. "The night attack is a success." "Banzai!" replied General Maruyama. And so, 50 minutes after midnight on October 25th, 17th Army sent the victory message. 2,300 Banzai, and a little before 2,300 right wing captured the airfield. Finally, the long national nightmare was over. North of the Solomons, the ships of the Imperial Japanese Navy had been waiting impatiently. Admiral Yamamoto had committed a lot of ships to this operation, and a lot of ships at sea meant using a lot of fuel. The 17th Army had been told its naval support could remain at sea for only 2 weeks or so because of fuel limitations. Whether the 17th actually appreciated this is unclear. As General Maruyama's march to attack position had dragged on, fuel issues started to manifest themselves. Oilers had to be sent back to Truk to siphon fuel from the Yamato, and battleship Mutsu to keep the fleet operating. Some ships had already been forced to withdraw once to refuel. Just before they did so, the carriers Junyo and Hio, under Rear Admiral Kakuta Kukuji, had attempted an air raid on Guadalcanal on October 17th, with disastrous results. 4 days later, the Hio suffered a fire in her starboard generator room that disabled her starboard engines. Taking 2 destroyers with her as escorts, the Hio limped back to Truk. She left her aircraft behind, split between the Junyo and Base Air Force. The price for the Army's delay in launching its attack now included the services of an aircraft carrier. 2, actually, because by this time Combined Fleet was aware the U.S. carrier Enterprise had left Pearl Harbor, heading for the South Pacific. With the Lunga airfield now in Japanese hands, Admiral Yamamoto ordered the various elements of his fleet to head south to meet the Pacific Fleet, who were expected to come up and challenge the Japanese. Already the area around Guadalcanal was crawling with Japanese naval units, mostly from Admiral Mikawa's 8th Fleet. But doubts started to rise when an Imperial Army Air Force Mitsubishi Ki-46 twin-engine Type 100 command reconnaissance plane, called Dina by the Allies, from the 76th Independent Air Squadron, flew over the airfield to confirm that it was held by the Japanese and was promptly shot down. Finally, some 6 hours after announcing the airfield had been captured, Colonel Matsumoto called again. "I was mistaken about the success of the right flank. They crossed a large open field and thought it was the airfield. It was a mistake." The reaction of the Imperial Navy officers who were privy to this revelation is not recorded, but the Imperial Navy ships off Guadalcanal were the first to pay the price. An air attack damaged the destroyer Ikazuchi, and Marine shore batteries damaged the destroyer Akatsuki. Other air attacks damaged the Akizuki and the light cruiser Yura, the latter mortally. Nevertheless, Admiral Yamamoto went ahead with his offensive. The objective in his mind all along had been destruction of the American carriers, hopefully bringing about that Imperial Japanese Navy holy grail of the decisive battle that would decide the war in the Pacific in Japan's favor. He saw no reason to call off that offensive because the Imperial Army could not tell an open field from an airfield, at least not without some 6 hours of consideration. Exercising direct control of the fleet from the Yamato sitting comfortably in Truk, Admiral Yamamoto arranged the fleet according to the Japanese principle of divide and conquer, once again preferring not to divide the enemy's forces, but to divide their own into bite-sized pieces. It had not worked at Coral Sea. It had not worked at Midway. It had not worked at Eastern Solomons. But Yamamoto was confident it had to work eventually. So confident, in fact, that he even divided Kido Butai. In an arrangement that had been tried earlier at Eastern Solomons, the fleet was arranged in 3 major groups to form a triangle. They were collectively called the Support Force and were nominally commanded by Vice Admiral Kando Nobutake, commander of the 2nd Fleet, operationally called the Advance Force, which was positioned to the west with the carrier Junyo under Admiral Kakuta. The 3rd Battleship Division with Kongo and Haruna under Admiral Kurita, heavy cruisers Miyoko and Maya under Admiral Takagi, 2 more heavy cruisers, the flagship Atago and her sister ship Takao, under the direct command of Kondo, and the 2nd Destroyer Flotilla under Admiral Tanaka, back in action with flagship light cruisers Isuzu and 12 destroyers. About 100 miles east of the advance force was the main body, consisting of reconstituted Japanese carrier striking force Kido Butai, with Admiral Nagumo leading fleet carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku, now with new light carriers Zuiho, and a minimal escort of heavy cruisers Kumano and 8 destroyers. The carrier's escort was so small because most of it was about 100 miles to the south. Again, using an organizational breakdown similar to that used at Eastern Solomons, this group under Rear Admiral Abe Hiroyake was called the Vanguard Force, which should not be confused with the Advance Force. It featured the 11th Battleship Division with the Hiei and Karishima under Abe's direct command. 1 member of the 7th Cruiser Division, Suzuya, under Rear Admiral Nishimura Shoji, the traditional escorts of Kido Butai of the 8th Cruiser Division, the heavy cruiser seaplane carrier hybrids Tone and Chikuma under Rear Admiral Hara Chuichi, and the 10th Destroyer Flotilla under Rear Admiral Kimura Susumu, with flagship light cruiser Nagara and 7 destroyers. With memories of Midway still fresh in his mind, Admiral Nagomo was hesitant to advance with his carriers. Admiral Yamamoto and Yamamoto's Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Ugake Matome, had to repeatedly prod him, including a deliberately insulting dispatch from Yamamoto urging Nagomo to attack with vigor. Midway came to mind with quite a few officers when, early on October 26th, a Japanese scout plane found a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier to the southeast, not where the Japanese had expected one to be, in a position to ambush Kidobutai, as had happened at Midway. That would not happen now. Admiral Nagomo needed no prodding to immediately launch the airstrike he had already prepared, and to immediately prepare a second strike for launch. But as he did so, he was surprised by a pair of U.S. Navy dive bombers who planted 2 bombs into the Zuiho, wrecking her arresting gear so she could not land aircraft. But the Admiral's spirits brightened when he received a message sent by an unidentified Japanese radioman. "One Saratoga-class carrier is on fire." Then American dive bombers showed up. The combat air patrol of Zeros could not turn them away, and the Hell divers planted potentially 6 bombs into the midship's flight deck of Admiral Nagomo's flagship, Shokaku. The 1,000-pound bombs left the flight deck an inferno. So shattered it looked like an earthquake fault zone. The center elevator was trashed. Beneath the flight deck, the hangar deck was devastated. Memories of Midway flashed through the minds of every witness, including, and especially, Nagomo. But this was not Midway. The Shokaku's devastated hangar deck was almost empty. Neither the hangar nor the flight deck was full of fully armed and fueled aircraft. The fueling system was not active. The watertight integrity and the engines were not affected. The damage was severe, but the Shokaku could be repaired. She headed for home with the Zuiho and destroyers Arashi, Maikaze, and Hatsukaze, who had been detached from the Zuikaku's group. By that time, this battle of the Santa Cruz Islands was over. To the Zuikaku initially fell the job of recovering the returning strike craft and fighters from the Shokaku and Zuiho, as well as her own. Both the Zuikaku and the Junyo launched follow-up attacks with a mixture of aircraft from the 4 carriers, whichever aircraft happened to be available and usable. It wasn't a lot. But it was enough. Late that night, they had the pleasure of coming across a burning listing derelict with a number 8 on her hull. The number identified her as the aircraft carrier USS Hornet. Japanese float planes had watched with amusement as 2 U.S. destroyers tried to scuttle the carrier, obviously without success. The destroyers had fled just ahead of the Japanese. Admiral Kondo considered the carrier's salvage hopeless and ordered Admiral Abe to sink her. With that, the destroyers Akigumo and Makigumo each launched 2 Type 93 torpedoes, the famous long lance torpedo, at the wreck, ending the Hornet's misery once and for all. The Japanese eventually concluded that at Santa Cruz they had faced 3 U.S. Navy carriers, 1 battleship, 8 cruisers, and 18 to 20 destroyers, of which all 3 carriers, the battleship, 2 heavy cruisers, and 1 destroyer, went down. 2 of the enemy carriers were definitely the Hornet and the Enterprise, but the third remained unidentified. That meant the U.S. Navy had no aircraft carriers in the Pacific. The Japanese had lost no ships, only heavy damage to the carriers Shokaku and Zuiho, and the heavy cruiser seaplane carrier hybrid vessel Chikoma, who had absorbed a nasty bombing attack from the U.S. Navy pilots who could not find the Japanese carriers. In response to this Battle of the South Pacific, as the Japanese would call the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands, Emperor Hirohito issued an imperial rescript. The combined fleet is at present striking heavy blows at the enemy fleet in the South Pacific Ocean. We are deeply gratified. I charge each of you to exert yourselves to the utmost in all things toward this critical turning point in the war. But just because a carrier force is operational does not mean it is effective. The effectiveness of a carrier force depends on its aircraft and especially its aviators. Toward the end of the Santa Cruz action, the Junio sent 6 Type 97 torpedo planes against the Hornet. Of those 6 torpedoes, 2 hit, but only 1 exploded. Then came 2 Type 99s from the Zuikaku, 6 Zuikaku Type 97s armed with bombs, and lastly, 4 Type 99s from the Junio. Together, they got a total of 2 hits and 1 near miss, all against a carrier that was disabled and stationary, with no air cover and reduced anti-aircraft protection. Such a performance does not speak well of their effectiveness. It was the result of Japanese carrier aircraft losses in the Santa Cruz action that might be best described as devastating to Japanese naval aviation. In the face of a poorly coordinated American air defense, the Sea Eagles had been sitting ducks. On the morning of October 26th, the 4 Japanese carriers had 203 carrier aircraft available, 82 fighters, 63 bombers, 57 attack planes, and 1 reconnaissance plane. By the evening of October 26th, they were down to 104, 55 fighters, 22 bombers, and 27 attack planes. 1 day of action had cost them almost half their carrier planes. 67 shot down, 28 more ditched, usually the result of battle damage, and 4 were destroyed on the carriers. The Japanese had not lost just quantity, but quality as well. 3 carrier attack plane squadron leaders, 2 of 3 carrier bomber squadron leaders, and 18 section leaders. The consequence of these losses could be seen in the sloppy and undisciplined, albeit still fatal, late attacks on the Hornet. It was a problem that had now caught up to the Imperial Japanese Navy, and especially Kido Butai. Of the 765 elite carrier aviators from the Kido Butai who had attacked Pearl Harbor, 409 were now dead. At the beginning of the war, the Japanese Naval Air Force had 3,500 Sea Eagles. They had anticipated needing as many as 15,000 new pilots for the war, but they only trained several hundred per year. Nagumo would later call Santa Cruz a tactical win, but a shattering strategic loss for Japan. But to Admiral Yamamoto, with no American carriers to oppose them, it was an unqualified victory. Guadalcanal now lay at Japan's feet. Though the Japanese had thought Guadalcanal was theirs for the taking since the August 7th invasion, and had completely failed to take it. In almost 3 months, nothing had changed. The only real change was a lot of people that had been alive at the beginning were now dead. The key to the conundrum was, of course, the Lunga airfield. Whoever controlled the field controlled the air over Guadalcanal. The combined fleet had superiority over the Pacific Fleet, but as long as the Americans controlled the airfield, the Americans had local air superiority over the Japanese, and Japanese ships could not operate with any guarantee of safety during daylight hours within range of the airfield. It was a classic catch-22. The Japanese needed to capture the airfield to gain air superiority, but unless they gained air superiority, they could not capture the airfield, because the necessity of using fast destroyers to run troops and supplies in at night meant the Imperial Army could never develop the critical mass of force to capture the airstrip. From a practical standpoint, Guadalcanal had become a vortex, sucking in men and material from which the Japanese, and for that matter the Allies, could not extricate themselves without a final denouement. It was a dilemma without an obvious solution. So the Imperial Japanese Navy, the Imperial Japanese Army, and the Imperial General Headquarters simply did what any self-respecting bureaucratic organization would do when faced with such a quandary. They kept doing what they were doing, hoping the next time would be successful. Now, with seemingly no American carriers to worry about, all they had to worry about in terms of American air power was the Lunga airfield. Could they neutralize it? They thought they could. The Japanese had a plan, in this case one developed by Vice Admiral Kondo Nobutake, commander of the Second Fleet. In preparation, part of the 38th Nagoya Division, including its commander Lieutenant General Sano Tarayoshi, was landed in a piecemeal fashion on Guadalcanal via nighttime destroyer runs made on November 2nd, 7th, 8th, and 10th, bringing the total number of Japanese troops on Guadalcanal to about 30,000. But these rat runs had demonstrated the dangers of this method of transportation. On the November 7th run, aircraft from the Lunga airfield damaged the destroyers Takanami and Naganami, while on November 8th, PT boats from Tulagi had plunked a torpedo into the destroyer Mochizuki, a torpedo that did not explode but did leave a large, unsightly dent, a visual reminder of the threat the U.S. forces still posed. But it was still safer than relying on slow transports, which were far, far easier for American pilots to target. Yet this is exactly what the Japanese now turned to for the rest of the reinforcements, some 12,000 men and some 10,000 tons of supplies, in a convoy of 11 transports and cargo ships. This was where Admiral Tanaka, the amphibious expert, again in command of the 2nd Destroyer Flotilla, would come in. To offer some means of protection, the convoy was to be escorted by 11 destroyers of a reinforced 2nd Destroyer Flotilla. Tanaka was not happy with this new assignment. He had invented rat transportation, after all. He invented it specifically to avoid the issue of American air power. He had been knocked to the floor by that air power, literally, on August 26th during the end of the Battle of the Eastern Solomons, when U.S. aviators had attacked a convoy similar to, if smaller than, the one he was asked to command now. How then to deal with the threat of American air power? Admiral Kondo had two methods. First, some limited air cover could be provided over the transports by the Junyo, commanded by the fiery Rear Admiral Kakuta Kakuji, who had watched with satisfaction the glow of the fires from the stricken Hornet just a few short weeks earlier. The Junyo class of carriers were, in fact, too slow to be classed as fleet carriers and too large to be classed as light carriers. But still, the Junyo itself was a carrier, and that was one carrier more than the U.S. Pacific Fleet had at its disposal, or so the Japanese Navy believed. The Junyo was part of Admiral Kondo's Advance Force, the operational name for the Second Fleet, which consisted of the 4 Kongo-class battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 1 heavy cruiser seaplane carrier hybrid, 2 light cruisers, and some 20 destroyers. In theory, Kondo could simply have had this armada advance on Henderson Field, and the Americans would be hard-pressed to stop them, but that was just not the Japanese way. As already noted, the Japanese way was to divide their forces into bite-sized pieces. It had not worked at Coral Sea. It had not worked at Midway. It had not worked at Eastern Solomons or Santa Cruz. But the Japanese figured it had to work eventually. So the advance force was once again divided up. The Junyo was the centerpiece of the air-striking unit. With an escort of the battleship Kongo and Haruna and an additional 4 to 8 destroyers, Kondo also had an eastern reconnaissance unit with the heavy cruiser seaplane hybrid Tone, light cruiser Sendai, and destroyer Ayanami. Kondo chose to define the main body of this advance force as exactly 2 heavy cruisers, the Admiral's flagship Atago and her sister ship Takao. In addition, Admiral Kondo planned to deal with U.S. air power by suppressing Henderson Field with shore bombardments. In October, the aforementioned Kongo and Haruna had performed the bombardment of Henderson Field that single-handedly almost destroyed American aspirations for Guadalcanal. Unfortunately for the Japanese, the 17th Army on Guadalcanal could not follow up on that success quickly enough, and the damage and losses were largely rectified. The Japanese now needed a repeat performance. Curiously, though, despite the clear determination to retake Henderson Field and turn the tide of the war, it was not deemed quite significant enough to get the head of the combined fleet, Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, to fulfill his alleged promise to bring his massive flagship battleship Yamato and her 18.1-inch guns alongside Guadalcanal if necessary. So, while the largest, most powerful battleship ever built sat in Truk Harbor, where the head of the combined fleet sat on the floor of his stateroom writing haiku, Admiral Kondo planned to use the other 2 battleships of the Kongo class, Hiei and Karishima, as part of a vanguard force to deliver the bombardment on the night of November 12th, 13th. The vanguard force would also have light cruiser Nagara and 14 destroyers. This main bombardment was to be followed up by a smaller bombardment by Admiral Mikawa's cruisers of the 8th Fleet, technically not part of Admiral Kondo's fleet, on the night of November 13th, 14th. Mikawa would have his main force of the heavy cruisers Chokai and Kinugasa and destroyers Arashio and Asashio escort a support force under veteran Rear Admiral Nishimura Shoji of heavy cruisers Suzuya and Maya, light cruiser Tenryu, and 4 destroyers that would perform the actual bombardment. If the bombardments were successful, the transports of the Nagoya Division would not have to face American air power at all, and would even be able to follow up on the bombardment's success. That was the plan to land the troops. But, as usual, Admiral Yamamoto also had another agenda. He believed that the large troop convoy would draw the Americans out to battle. With no aircraft carriers in the Pacific, as far as the Japanese knew, the Americans would have to commit surface units, hopefully even their battleships. This was exactly what Yamamoto wanted. Admiral Kondo's massive surface force could engage the Americans in night combat, for which the Japanese had planned and trained for decades, giving them a decided advantage throughout the war so far. They fully expected to win a night engagement, which had the potential to cost the U.S. Navy so many ships as to drive it from active operations in the Pacific for a year or more. More careful than others about what he wished for, Admiral Tanaka actually started out hopefully about this assignment. Unlike some previous assignments, this mission would be successful, I believed, Admiral Tanaka later wrote, because the force was adequate and my subordinates were all experienced. That opinion quickly changed after those nighttime destroyer runs of November 2nd, 7th, 8th, and 10th that had landed part of the Nagoya Division, but left the destroyers Takanami, Naganami, and Mochizuki damaged. There were also 2 Allied air attacks on the Shortland anchorage where Tanaka's transports were loading on November 11th and 12th. Tanaka's optimism vanished. It was evident that the enemy was aware of our plan and was making an all-out effort to disrupt it by concentrating his sea and air forces around Guadalcanal. Consequently, we had good reason to expect that the landing of the 38th Division main body at Guadalcanal would be extremely difficult. As Admiral Tanaka led his ships out of the Shortland's anchorage at 6 p.m. on November 12th, he had a sense of foreboding. In the flagship Hayashio, I led the formation, Tanaka would later write, and wondered how many of our ships would survive this operation. Back in October, Admiral Halsey had told General Vandegrift, "I'll promise you everything I've got." Now it was time for Halsey to pay up. And pay up Admiral Halsey would. In fact, he had already started. On October 30th, the light anti-aircraft cruiser Atlanta and destroyers Aaron Ward, Benham, Fletcher, and Lardner escorted transports carrying 155mm artillery to Guadalcanal. The escorts went on to shell Japanese positions near Point Cruz in support of a marine offensive. On November 2nd, destroyers Shaw and Conyngham also provided artillery support to this offensive. That night, 1,500 Japanese army troops and some artillery managed to land near Coley Point, east of Henderson Field. This new Japanese position was blasted by the heavy cruiser San Francisco, light cruiser Helena, and destroyer Sterett. The Marines followed up, and, within a week, the Japanese at Coley Point were largely wiped out. Meanwhile, on November 7th, while the destroyer Lansdowne was offloading supplies to the Marines in Lunga Roads, the anchored Navy cargo ship Majaba took a single torpedo hit from a Japanese submarine at 9:29 a.m. The Lansdowne and fellow destroyer Lardner launched depth-charge attacks, but could not locate the perpetrator, which was the Ha-11, a Japanese midget submarine, yet another example of the puzzling Japanese fixation with weapons that were marginally useful and borderline suicidal. In this case, though, it paid off, to a degree. The Ha-11 had been launched from submarine I-20 earlier that morning off Lunga Point. Her mission completed, the Ha-11 was scuttled, and her crew escaped ashore on Guadalcanal to join the Imperial Army troops already on starvation rations. The I-20 herself escaped a truck and reported a sinking, but the Majaba was not sunk. It was beached and eventually salvaged. Yet these were simply the preliminaries. Admiral Halsey and General Vandegrift were well aware of the Japanese reinforcements brought in by destroyers in the first 10 days of November, and they knew a lot more were coming. The Japanese had switched to new codebooks on November 1st, which temporarily flummoxed magic, but there were clues. By November 4th, Pacific Fleet intelligence was noting renewed indications of an upcoming Japanese offensive, far larger than the numerous Tokyo Express runs of late. On November 6th, the Fleet Intelligence Summary commented, "All indications point to continued preparations for offensive action." 3 days later, Admiral Nimitz's summary said, "Predict an enemy all-out attempt upon Guadalcanal soon." That wasn't exactly specific, but word came on November 11th that the attack would begin the next day, or the day after. At Pearl Harbor, the cryptographers managed to again break the new codes. Admiral Yamamoto's operations order for the new offensive ended up at Pearl Harbor. Admiral Halsey had been on a visit to Henderson Field, where, concerned for General Geiger's health after 2 months on Guadalcanal, he replaced him with the former Chief of Staff, Lewis Woods, now a brigadier general. When Halsey returned to Noumea on November 9th, Chief of Staff Miles Browning was waiting for me, with news that another enemy offensive was brewing, one that would employ a vast number of ships and planes. Intelligence estimated the Japanese would launch heavy aircraft attacks on November 11th, a naval bombardment the night of November 12th, and carrier air raids on November 13th, to be followed by the landing of troops. Thanks to the intelligence reports, Halsey understood what they were up against. First reports credited this combined assault and invasion fleet with 2 carriers, 4 battleships, 5 heavy cruisers, about 30 destroyers, and possibly 20 transports and cargo vessels. To intercept it, I had a fleet that would have been inferior even if 2 of its heaviest units were not crippled. Moreover, not only was it dispersed, but it was already committed, in part, to delivering the support I had promised Archie Vandegrift. But Admiral Halsey could make it work. Mostly. He scheduled Admiral Turner's transports to make supply runs from Espiritu Santo to Guadalcanal on November 12th. They would go in 2 separate groups. A force designated Task Group 62.4, with the light anti-aircraft cruiser Atlanta and 3 destroyers under Admiral Scott, would escort 3 attack cargo ships, a euphemism only the military could concoct, carrying the 1st Marine Aviation Engineer Regiment and supplies from Espiritu Santo to Guadalcanal. A second force designated Task Group 67.4, with the heavy cruisers Pensacola, Portland, and San Francisco, light cruiser Helena, light anti-aircraft cruiser Juno, and 9 destroyers would escort 4 transports carrying the U.S. Army Americal Division's 182nd Infantry Regiment of the Massachusetts National Guard, and even more supplies from Noumea. Admiral Turner would command this force personally, but the escorts would be commanded by Rear Admiral Daniel J. Callahan. Also at Noumea was the carrier Enterprise, still being repaired from her close call at Santa Cruz. When her repairs would be complete was not known. With her as part of Task Force 16 under Admiral Kincaid were the battleships Washington and South Dakota, whose number 1 turret was damaged and offline, heavy cruiser Northampton, light anti-aircraft cruiser San Diego, and 8 destroyers. They would set sail for Guadalcanal. If the Enterprise group could not get there in time, the battleships and 4 destroyers would be detached into their own task force, Task Force 64, under Rear Admiral Willis Augustus Lee, and sent on ahead. Supporting these efforts were Admiral Fitch's air assets, designated Task Force 63 at Espiritu Santo, the Cactus Air Force at Henderson Field, and 24 submarines in the Solomons, though, for reasons known only to the U.S. Navy, not necessarily in the slot, the most obvious and probable route of advance for the Japanese. This, then, represented the commitment of practically all the operational surface assets of the U.S. Pacific Fleet to the reinforcement of Guadalcanal and the defense thereof. Nevertheless, the U.S. Pacific Fleet in the last, most important operation was still badly outnumbered by the Imperial Japanese Navy. The U.S. did have 3 important advantages, however. The first, and inarguably most important, was the aforementioned ability to read Japanese communications through the magic of magic, which had given Admiral Nimitz and Admiral Halsey the warning they needed. The second was Henderson Field itself, which effectively lengthened the distance the Japanese had to travel to attack it, while protecting American efforts to reinforce it. The third was the relative simplicity of the U.S. operation. Just send transports to Guadalcanal and defend them. The operation was divided into 3 forces, but the idea was to merge them as much as possible before engaging the enemy. For the Pacific Fleet, the operation got off to a less than ideal start. The southern sinking of the Japanese submarine worried Admiral Turner. The submarine had been on a direct route to Guadalcanal from Espiritu Santo, but it was also very close to the alternate route Turner had chosen for his transport units, which was around the east and north coasts of San Cristobal, for the very purpose of avoiding Japanese submarines. Admiral Scott's task group was using this route and was too far along to change course, but if Japanese submarines were scoping the alternate route anyway, what was the point of using it? In light of the submarine threat, it made more sense to use the shorter, more direct route, which is what Turner proceeded to do. As it was, Scott's group was indeed spotted by a Japanese floatplane launched from a submarine. In the early morning of November 11th, Admiral Turner sent out a warning from his flagship at sea. It is expected that Task Force 67, while unloading, will be subjected to heavy air attack from both carrier-based and land-based aircraft. In view of expected air attacks on November 12th, and since a heavy landing attack will probably be made by enemy on November 13th, it becomes highly essential to get troops, organizational weapons, ammunition, and food ashore at the earliest possible moment. Admiral Scott's Task Group 62.4 successfully reached Lunga Roadstead and immediately began offloading as fast as possible. They knew as well as Admiral Turner that a Japanese air attack would come soon. But not this soon. Normally the Japanese arrived around noon in the form of Mitsubishi G4M medium bombers, the infamous Bettys. However, at 9:05, coast watchers reported that a dozen, actually 18, Zeros and 9 Aichi D-3A Val dive bombers were approaching, which not only posed an immediate threat, but raised a worrying concern regarding where they had come from. Japanese aircraft carriers were known to be operating north of the Solomons. Had these aircraft come from them? The aircraft were mostly from the carrier Hio, with the fighters led by Lieutenant Commander Kaneko Tadashi, and the bombers by Lieutenant Abe Zenji, both of the Hio, but had staged into Buin so they could be used while the Hio was tending to her blown engine at Truk. Unloading was immediately suspended, and the ships got underway. The Atlanta formed a column with the 3 attack cargo ships Betelgeuse, Libra, and Xylan behind her. The destroyers Aaron Ward, McCullough, Fletcher, and Lardner paired up to screen each side of the column. 8 Marine Wildcats were scrambled from Henderson Field's satellite fighter airstrip, Fighter 1. They were joined by 13 others, taking positions at 18,000 feet over the ships now moving at 14 knots. The Wildcats were under strict orders to only go after the Vals, but the escorting Zeros had a vote in whether that order could be followed. The Japanese strike first appeared over Cape Esperance at 9:36. The Wildcats were hampered by cloud cover, which allowed the Zeros to ambush them, shooting down 6 and killing 4 pilots at a cost of 2 Zeros. At 9:40, the Vals reached their pushover point at 8,000 feet for a glide bombing attack. It is worth noting that a glide bombing attack requires less skill than the more difficult dive bombing attack. Whether this was a direct result of losses sustained by the Imperial Japanese Naval Air Force at Midway, Eastern Solomons, and Santa Cruz is not known. In their glide dives, the Japanese pilots had to deal with the Atlanta, which had 16 5-inch twin-mount dual-purpose rapid-fire guns. The combination was brutal for the Vals. 4 were shot down, and a 5th forced to land. They only achieved 3 near misses on the Xylan, which suffered from flooding and temporarily lost rudder control as a result, nearly colliding with the Betelgeuse. The attack cargo ships went back to work unloading, only to receive at 11 a.m. the helpful warning that an indeterminate number of unidentified warplanes was in the area. Once again, unloading was halted and the ships got underway into an anti-aircraft formation. This time, the intruders were 25 Betty bombers led by Lieutenant Watanabe Kazuo of the 703 Air Group, escorted by 26 Zeros led by Lieutenant Ito Toshitaka of the 253 Air Group. Fortunately for the ships, the bombers operated at high altitude and were targeting Henderson Field, though the ships did send up a few anti-aircraft bursts to discourage the Bettys further. The 6 Marine Wildcats on combat air patrol over the field were joined by 11 more that were scrambled. The Japanese bombers managed to miss Henderson Field completely, cratering Fighter 1 instead, but the aerial combat showed just how vicious the Pacific War had become. Fighter pilot First Lieutenant Roger Uncle Hagerman, wounded by gunfire from the waist gun of a damaged Betty and with his guns jammed, tried to shear off the Betty's right aileron with his left wing, after which he hoped to be able to parachute to safety. The bomber dodged the maneuver, and the wounded Hagerman gave up and headed back to safely land at Fighter 1. As he left, Hagerman saw the Betty's gunners looking back at him with huge, frightened eyes. 4 Bettys were destroyed at the cost of 2 Wildcats, and 1 pilot lost in a collision. Offloading was resumed at around noon and continued until mid-afternoon. The damaged Xylon was given 4 captured Japanese pilots to transport back to the rear areas. At 4 p.m., she departed Lunga, escorted by the destroyer Lardner. Later that night, Atlanta, Aaron Ward, McCullough, and Fletcher escorted the Betelgeuse and Libra eastward through Sealark Channel, where the transports would mark time for the night. The warships then returned to Lunga Roads to patrol and await Admiral Callahan's forces. The first of Callahan's forces arrived around 11 p.m., 4 cruisers and 4 destroyers. They joined Admiral Scott's group in patrolling for Japanese surface forces. None were expected, but it paid to be cautious. At 1:15 a.m. on November 12th, the destroyer O'Bannon thought she had spotted a surfaced midget submarine off her starboard beam and fired off a few shots, while destroyer Shaw tried a depth charge. There was no surfaced submarine. In the hot, humid atmosphere of the Solomons, tensions were simply running high. At 5:31 a.m., Admiral Turner's 4 transports, Macaulay, President Adams, President Jackson, and Crescent City, arrived off Kukum and anchored to begin unloading the 182nd Infantry Regiment and supplies. The Betelgeuse and Libra returned from Sealark Channel to enjoy the protection of Turner's surface forces. However, although Japanese surface forces were expected off Guadalcanal that night, the 8-inch armed heavy cruiser Pensacola and destroyers Gwyn and Preston would be sent away from this scene of imminent surface action to, eventually, escort the carrier Enterprise. But that was later. The Japanese had a response now. Lieutenant Commander Emura Kasao, the Japanese lookout on Mount Austin, reported to Rabaul 3 battleships, 3 cruisers, 11 destroyers, and 5 transports off Lunga. At 6:42, Pistol Pete, near Kokombona, began firing on Admiral Turner's flagship Macaulay, although not very accurately. A Marine artillery battery began counter-battery fire and was soon joined by the Helena and destroyers Monson and Shaw. Destroyers Cushing and Buchanan were then sent to bombard Japanese positions west of Kokombona. After apparently destroying a Japanese ammunition dump, they were later joined by Helena, Monson, and Shaw in destroying some 30 landing boats the Japanese had pulled onto the beach. Imperial Japanese Army troops would now not be able to outflank Henderson Field by sea. The artillery duel at least gave an outlet to the inescapable tension. The U.S. Navy was still convinced that a Japanese submarine was lurking off Lunga, but no one could find it. The Southard and Hovey had been called over from Tulagi to begin anti-submarine patrols. Unidentified aircraft were spotted approaching the transport at 10:05 a.m. Every 5-inch gun that could bear was opened up on the interlopers, who were found to be a Marine transport plane and 5 fighters coming up from Espiritu Santo. Anti-aircraft fire was stopped before any hits were scored. Soon, however, new interlopers would not be as friendly. Lieutenant Commander Emura's report had gotten a response in Rabaul. At 1:17 p.m., Henderson Field passed a report from Australian Coast Watcher Paul Mason, hiding near Buin, of a Japanese airstrike inbound, expected to arrive at 1:30. Unloading was suspended, and the ships got underway, the transports forming 2 columns of 4 each, heading roughly north-northwest. The escorts, now including 2 anti-aircraft cruisers in the Atlanta and the Juno, formed a protective circle around the transports in the middle of Sea Lark Channel. 8 Wildcats under Marine Major Paul Fontana were scrambled to join a combat air patrol of 8 Wildcats and 8 Army Airacobras, which were at 29,000 feet, ready for action. But the Japanese did not come at 1:30 as predicted, nor at 2:15, a revised prediction, but at 2:10. Then, the 16 Betty bombers, a 17th had aborted, under Lieutenant Commander Nakamura Tumu of the 705 Air Group, escorted by 30 Zeros under Lieutenant Suganami Masaji of the 252 Air Group, swung around the north side of Florida Island, out of view. When they reappeared, they were descending past 500 feet. Suganami's fighters on the right wing of Nakamura's bombers, with the bombers carrying aerial torpedoes. Marine Captain Joe Foss, leader of the Combat Air Patrol, saw that they had been fooled into defending against a high-level bombing attack and were now too high to engage the Bettys. Shouting, "They're coming in low! Let's get 'em, boys!" he put his fighters into a dive straight down, diving so fast from the freezing upper atmosphere into the hot and humid Solomon's air that many of their windshields frosted over, forcing the pilots to scratch the ice off. One, Army Air Officer 2nd Lieutenant Frank Clark, piloting a P-39 Airacobra, apparently could not clear the ice in time and ended his dive by plunging at full speed straight into the water. With the Japanese attackers coming in 2 groups low to the water, one coming from the north, one swinging to the east, Admiral Turner understandably assumed they were attempting an anvil attack, attacking the transports from 2 different vectors so that whichever way the ships turned, they would be exposing their broadside to the torpedoes. This is what the Japanese had done to the battleship Prince of Wales and battlecruiser Repulse off Malaya in the first days of the Pacific War. The Mitsubishis came line abreast, blazing fast, so close to the water that their propellers kicked up spray. Admiral Turner ordered an emergency turn to port to offer his transport's broadsides to the nearer attacking Japanese, which were Lieutenant Suganami's fighters. In doing so, he presented the narrow stern profile of his ships to the torpedo-carrying Bettys, who now had little chance of getting a hit. The Bettys flew directly into lines of 20mm tracers, the almost continuous thunder of 5-inch shell bursts, especially from the Atlanta and Juno, and even shell splashes from the 8-inch guns of the Portland and San Francisco, used in an attempt to literally splash the attackers. It didn't work. It never did. And above and behind the blazing Bettys were the Wildcats and Airacobras of Captain Foss, as well as the Wildcats of Major Fontana, pouncing on the bombers at altitudes of 50 feet or even less. This was no repeat of the Java Sea campaign's Prince of Wales and Repulse ambush. This was a slaughter. Of Lieutenant Commander Nakamura's 16 Mitsubishi G4Ms, 11 were shot down or crash-landed. The 5 that managed to return to a Japanese base of some sort were so badly damaged as to be considered total losses. Only a few of the Bettys were able to drop their torpedoes, and some of those were not dropped cleanly, but simply tumbled into the water. Though the San Francisco had to maneuver adroitly to avoid a torpedo meant for her, none hit. The damage inflicted by the Japanese was not even remotely commensurate with the losses they suffered. 3 Wildcats were shot down, but their pilots survived. The only American pilot lost was Lieutenant Clark. The destroyer Buchanan was hit by friendly fire, a 5-inch anti-aircraft round in the afterstack, killing 5 men, wounding 7 others, destroying a 20mm anti-aircraft mount, and disabling her torpedo tubes. One Betty, set afire by the guns of the Macaulay, flew in the wake of the San Francisco and crashed into her after control station, bounced off the superstructure, and landed in the water. Flaming gasoline from the Betty's ruptured fuel tanks was splashed over the secondary command post Battle 2, the after 5-inch director, and the after fire control radar. The crews of 3 20mm anti-aircraft mounts around the director were incinerated. Although 23 men were killed and 45 were wounded, including the badly burned Commander Mark Crowder, who refused medical treatment until everyone else had been treated. When 28 injured were later transferred to the President Jackson for treatment and evacuation to Noumea, Crowder again refused. The viciousness that had taken hold in the Pacific War, due largely to Japanese atrocities, was again evident. The destroyer Cushing came upon the wreck of a Betty floating in the water and a Japanese pilot standing on a wing. As the destroyer slowed to rescue him, the pilot pulled out a pistol and fired at the destroyer. A 20-millimeter gunner high on the deckhouse received permission to return fire. He had to depress the gun almost vertically to target the pilot. The gun then misfired, shrapnel from the 20-millimeter round badly cutting the arm of loader seaman Ed Shively. A cook manning the 20-millimeter mount near the Cushing's bow had watched the entire proceeding and immediately fired a burst of his own, cutting the pilot in half. There was a mood of celebration at Henderson Field. The head of Cactus Fighter Command, Lieutenant Colonel Bauer, exclaimed, "We did fine. Had one of the best days we've had." And it was going to get better. Admiral Turner's transports anchored at the Lunga roadstead once again, and by 6:30 p.m. had landed approximately 90% of the personnel and much of the cargo. And more reinforcements were coming. Air reinforcements. The escort carrier USS Nassau had put in at Espiritu Santo on November 11th, and some of her gifts were being ferried to Henderson Field. 10 Marine SBD Dauntless dive bombers, 6 Marine TBF Avenger torpedo bombers, and 6 Marine F-4F Wildcat fighters. Even better were 8 of the new long-range, twin-engine P-38F Lightning fighters from the Army Air Force's 339th Fighter Squadron. Total air strength at the Henderson Field complex was now 20 Wildcats, 8 Lightnings, 18 Airacobras, 23 Dauntlesses, and 8 Avengers. Espiritu Santo now had the 69th and 70th Bomber Squadrons of the Army Air Force, armed with B-26 Marauders, the only American land-based bombers equipped to carry torpedoes. But this newly expanded Air Force was threatened almost immediately. At 10:35 that morning, a B-17 had reported through General MacArthur's headquarters in New Guinea 2 battleships or heavy cruisers, 1 cruiser, and 6 destroyers 270 miles north of Santa Isabel, or about 335 miles north of Guadalcanal, heading 180 degrees true, due south, at, later reported, 25 knots. 10 minutes later, another B-17 reported 5 destroyers 110 miles north of Santa Isabel. At 2:50 p.m., Admiral Turner received a report that 2 Japanese aircraft carriers and 2 destroyers were sighted in heavy weather 265 miles west of Henderson Field, in other words, south of New Georgia. Separating the wheat from the chaff in intelligence analysis can be frustrating, akin to trying to piece together a puzzle when you don't know what it is supposed to look like, a puzzle that is likely missing pieces and even has extra pieces that don't belong. Admiral Turner had been burned at Savo Island. He would not be burned again. Turner knew from wire intercepts and magic the broad outline of the Japanese plan. A major offensive to retake Henderson Field was evidently in motion. Turner was already aware that a large surface battle group had left the Japanese fortress at Truk headed for the Solomons, while simultaneously a large surface force was to clear the way for the transports carrying infantry and supplies for Guadalcanal. How did the sighting reports fit into that? The report of the carriers clearly did not, so Turner dismissed it. He estimated enemy strength as 2 battleships, 2 to 4 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 10 to 12 destroyers. And they were coming for him. What Turner didn't know was whether they intended to focus their attacks on the transports, Henderson Field, or both. It didn't actually matter. His transports had to be gone before they arrived, and the Japanese attack on the airfield had to be stopped. But who would stop them? Who could stop them? Admiral Tanaka entered this latest incarnation of Operation Ka with a glum foreboding. Even worse was the opinion of Admiral Abe, who was to command the battleships. Admiral Abe must not be confused with the other Japanese admiral of the same name in the same war, who ordered U.S. Marine prisoners taken at Macon to be executed, nor with the other 2 Admiral Abes. According to Morrison, Struggle 258, N 33, there were at least 4 admirals named Abe in the Imperial Japanese Navy in World War II. Promoted to vice admiral less than 2 weeks earlier, in the words of destroyer skipper Commander Hara Tamaichi, Admiral Abe was known for his extreme caution, which his critics claim often amounted to timidity. His already foul mood was made worse by the death of his longtime friend Goto Aritomo off Cape Esperance on October 11th. Abe was well aware of the bombardment by the Kongo and Haruna in October. He didn't think the Americans would be so stupid as to fall for that again. As a result, he fully expected to face U.S. Navy surface opposition to his mission, a prospect he did not relish. Regardless of the trepidation felt by some of the senior commanders, on November 9th, the light cruiser Nagara led the 6 destroyers Akatsuki, Ikazuchi, Inazuma, Terazuki, Yukikaze, and Hara Tamaichi's Amatsukaze of the 10th Destroyer Flotilla under the command of Rear Admiral Kimura Susumu, out of Truk Harbor. In the early morning hours of November 12th, near the Shortlands, they linked up with Admiral Abe's flagship Hiei, her sister Karishima, and the 5 destroyers Asagumo, Harusame, Murasame, Samidare, and Yudachi of the 4th Destroyer Flotilla under the command of Rear Admiral Takama Tomatsu. Together, the vanguard force of the advance force then started toward Guadalcanal in a column formation. At 6 p.m. that same day, Admiral Tanaka's transports left the Shortland anchorage. 3 destroyers, technically part of Abe's forces, were sent out from Shortland to act as pickets between Guadalcanal and the Russell Islands. Early that same morning, the new Japanese naval observer on Mount Austin, Lieutenant Commander Imura, reported the Americans had 3 battleships, 11 destroyers, and 5 transports off Lunga. The report was noticed by Admiral Ugaki at Combined Fleet Headquarters. Believing the U.S. Navy ships would try to disrupt the Japanese reinforcement, Ugaki considered ordering Admiral Mikawa to join Admiral Abe's force and ordering Admiral Kondo to follow up with the rest of the advance force. But when he suggested it to the staff, the senior staff officer predicted the Americans would go away as usual, while others predicted Mikawa's 8th Fleet would galvanize itself. So Ugaki dropped the idea. But the report had also reached Admiral Abe. It was at about 10:30 a.m. that day when a B-17 out of New Guinea flew over Admiral Abe's force. It was chased off by some Zeros from the Junyo, the carrier herself hiding north of the Solomons, but Abe was certain the bomber had reported its approach. The report and the incident did nothing to lighten his dark mood. If anything, it made him more cautious. At approximately 3:30 p.m., Admiral Abe acted on that caution. He ordered a drastic change in formation that left his skippers baffled and more than a little nervous. Commander Hara would call it a double half-ring formation. The 5 destroyers of the 4th Destroyer Flotilla were arrayed in a half-circle 8,000 yards ahead of the Nagara. The 6 destroyers of the 10th Destroyer Flotilla were arrayed in a half-arc inside that of the 4th around the Nagara. The Hiei was 2,000 meters behind the Nagara, the Karishima 2,000 meters behind the Hiei. I thought the aim of this formation was to prevent surprise attacks by submarines or aircraft during our approach to the target area, Hara would later say. It was a complicated formation, drawn in tight to complicate it still further, but Abe thought they could handle it because Admiral Kimura, in the Nagara, was a well-respected navigator. The change in formation was completed by 4 p.m., and the force continued its journey to the southeast at 18 knots. Shortly thereafter, the Hiei catapulted her Mitsubishi F-1M Type 0 observation seaplane to check out the Allied dispositions near Lunga. The Type 0 observation seaplane must not be confused with the Type 0 reconnaissance seaplane. About an hour later, a storm boiled up and enveloped Admiral Abe's ships. Commander Hara described it as a tremendous driving downpour which covered everything in darkness. It became difficult to see the nearest vessel. In peacetime, a force commander would never take his ships through a blinding storm at such speed and in such a complex formation. Anything could happen, related Hara. But despite pleas from his staff that he cut the force's speed, Admiral Abe was resolute. "We must maintain this speed to reach the target area in good time," he responded. The situation frayed the nerves of the destroyed skippers. Tens of thousands of tons of steel, carrying thousands of explosive munitions and thousands of gallons of fuel, speeding in a close, complicated formation with other ships that can't be seen through the blinding rainstorm buffeting them. What could go wrong? But surprisingly, the storm seemed to buoy the Admiral's spirits. "This blessed squall is moving at the same speed and on the same course as we are," Abe said. The Hiei's floatplane sent in its first and last report. "More than a dozen enemy warships seen off Lunga," Admiral Abe laughed. "If heaven continues to side with us like this, we may not even have to do business with them." To the skippers and helmsmen of the vanguard force, if this was heaven siding with them, they'd hate to see when it didn't. Trying to maintain station in these conditions was draining, especially as the storm dragged on. As Hara recalled, the squadron pressed on. Hours passed, but the rain squall did not abate. If anything, it got stronger. "In all the years of my career, I have never experienced such a rain. It was completely enervating." My officers were bored and expressed their boredom. Ensign Shoji said, "Phew, this rain is killing me. Let us fight the Americans, not this rain." At midnight, as the vanguard closed on Savo Island, the Imperial Japanese Army's observation post on Guadalcanal reported, "Weather now very bad here." So bad that the Hiei's floatplane broke off its mission and headed to Bougainville rather than attempt to find the battleship in the storm. It occurred to Admiral Abe that if he could not see the ships around him because of the storm, he could probably not see the targets of his planned bombardment on Guadalcanal either. Nor could any forward observers on the shore. The storm was now threatening his mission. Hoping to clear the storm, the Hiei radioed, "All ships stand by for a simultaneous 180-degree turn." But he could not complete the maneuver, because the Yudachi and Harusame on the right flank of the 4th Destroyer Flotilla, sweeping ahead, had not acknowledged the order. They were too busy swerving to avoid running aground. To Hara Tamaichi's horror, the Hiei switched to a medium-wave frequency, one that could be picked up by the enemy, to reach the two wayward destroyers. Eventually, they reached the destroyers and executed the immediate course reversal at 12:05 a.m., November 13th, without it resulting in any major problems. Admiral Abe ordered speed slowed to 12 knots, in theory to give his now disorganized force a chance to reform. Some 30 minutes later, the squall had finally passed, and at 12:38 a.m., Abe ordered another reversal of course, 225 degrees true, or southwest, to clear Savo Island and, by 1 a.m., had his force on a course due south headed back toward Guadalcanal. But to the horror of Commander Hara on the Amatsukaze, the admiral kept the complicated, tight double half-ring formation. "I was sure he would now form the force into a single column. Our complex formation was good for opposing attacks by small torpedo boats, but we would be stymied if an enemy stormed us in strength. For the first time, I began to doubt his wisdom. In battle, it is bad to doubt one's leader." As Admiral Abe's large flagship was steaming into danger, with enemy contact imminent in one form or another, the admiral's mood darkened once again. He buried himself in reports. The Japanese observers on Guadalcanal radioed that the rain had stopped and there were no enemy ships in sight off Lunga. Good, but somehow not good enough. Abe was still nervous. At 1:25, the lookouts spotted navigation lights placed by the Japanese on Cape Esperance, and Abe ordered a course change to 140 degrees true, southeast, to make the final run toward Lunga. By 1:30 a.m., the force was just 12 miles from shore and closing. This was perhaps not the best time for the admiral's staff to start arguing about whether they were so far behind schedule that they should scrub the mission. Admiral Abe's chief of staff, Commander Suzuki Masakane, wanted to abort, to which Admiral Abe's operations officer, Commander Chihaya Masataka, responded with words to the effect of, "Our bombardment was the start of a general offensive of the combined fleet, which would last about 3 days. If we did not make the bombardment, all the offensive plan would be ruined. Admiral Abe settled it. "Tell Hiei and Kirishima to ready main batteries for Type 3 shelling," came the order. The Type 3 was a new kind of incendiary shell, first tried during the bombardment with great success, and the gun crews were eager to use them again. The crews worked quickly, readying the magazines to send the new Type 3 shells to the guns as quickly as possible. It is worth noting that because this was supposed to be only a bombardment mission, they had hardly any armor-piercing shells, and furthermore, the 14-inch guns were trained upward for the long-range bombardment. They were ready. One more minute and Commander Chihaya would give the order. The signal came at 1:42 a.m. from the destroyer Yudachi. Enemy sighted. Admiral Abe's U.S. Navy counterpart was staring at the flag plot, a large map of the battle area on which staff members marked the locations of reported contacts. Also marked in some cases were the times of the reported contacts and, if available, the course, speed, and composition of those contacts. In theory, it should not be much different from looking at the planned position indicator of a radar. The problem was that the markings on the flag plot could give you all the available information, but it could not provide you with a definitive vision of the actual situation. For example, say you have 6 contacts marked on the plot, all from different times. Are they 6 groups of ships? Or are they one group of ships detected 6 times? Or 2 groups of ships detected 3 times? How that question is answered would largely determine how the battle would be conducted. But, with the enemy clearly nearby, the admiral was struggling to answer that question. More precisely, he did not know in what formation were the enemy ships he was facing. He did know, however, what the enemy was. Admiral Turner had already done the calculations and briefed him thoroughly. A large enemy surface force was en route to clear the way for the transports carrying infantry and supplies for Guadalcanal. He estimated enemy strength as 2 battleships, 2 to 4 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 10 to 12 destroyers. The only thing standing between the approaching Japanese on one end and Henderson Field and Turner's transports on the other end were the warships of Admiral Callahan and Admiral Scott, cruisers and destroyers attempting to stop battleships, or, more accurately, cruisers and destroyers whose guns could not normally penetrate the hull armor of battleships, attempting to stop battleships. Not a hopeful prospect, nor something for which they trained at the Naval Academy. But Turner saw no alternative. In one of the personally boldest decisions of the war, Admiral Turner chose to strip his transports of almost all of their escorting warships. His transports would leave at sunset and be escorted only as far as Sea Lark Channel, and, except for the minesweepers Southard and Hovey, the damaged destroyers Buchanan, and the destroyers Shaw and McCullough, who were low on fuel, all of the warships would return to protect Henderson Field. 5 cruisers and 8 destroyers, San Francisco, Portland, Helena, Atlanta, Juneau, Cushing, Laffey, Sterrett, O'Bannon, Aaron Ward, Barton, Monson, and Fletcher, would, as darkness fell, return to Cactus tonight and strike enemy ships present. The final question for Admiral Turner was, who was to command this collection of warships? Turner was tempted to take charge himself, but he had a responsibility to the overall situation, to protect the transports and get them out of harm's way. Rear Admiral Norman Scott, the victor of the Battle of Cape Esperance, was an obvious candidate. He by no means had fought a perfect battle, but he had conducted it well enough to gain a U.S. victory, a rare feat in surface actions since the beginning of the war. Furthermore, he had subsequently studied the battle, and especially the performance of SG surface search radar, and was willing to learn from his mistakes. He had resolutely drilled his crews in night combat and was comfortable fighting at night. In short, Admiral Scott was the perfect officer to command this force. Naturally, Turner did not choose him. Instead, in another one of Admiral Turner's vague decisions, he chose Rear Admiral Callahan. Daniel Judson Callahan had been Admiral Gormley's chief of staff, a task in which he had escaped distinction, to borrow Guadalcanal historian Richard Frank's description. When Admiral Halsey had taken over from Gormley, he had sacked Gormley's entire staff and brought his own, so Admiral Turner scooped up Callahan. But Callahan had not been at sea in months. His only combat experience had been the air attack that very afternoon. Seemingly, what made Admiral Callahan better suited than Admiral Scott to command this force was the fact that he had been promoted to Rear Admiral 2 weeks before Scott, and thus, in the Navy's rigid system, had seniority. Callahan's seniority was selected over Scott's experience and training. Turner had a history of going by seniority more than anything else, including at the aforementioned Battle of Savo Island. In fact, there is little evidence that Turner even considered going outside Navy seniority in designating the officer in tactical command. A naval aide to President Roosevelt for 3 years, the president had released Callahan for wartime duty as captain of the cruiser San Francisco, though he spent most of his time as skipper in dry dock, with the San Francisco being overhauled. Nonetheless, he was hard-working, conscientious, devoutly Roman Catholic, and well respected by his colleagues and men under his command. Callahan was the first wartime skipper of the San Francisco, to whose crew he had become so loved that he was called Uncle Dan, though not to his face. He had left the ship when he was promoted to Rear Admiral in August, when he became Gormley's chief of staff. He had almost no combat experience, and he knew it, but he was not at liberty to turn down an order from a superior officer to take charge, especially when Admiral Turner was said to have believed Admiral Halsey had practically hand-picked Callahan for this command. Unsurprisingly, Admiral Callahan chose the San Francisco as his flagship for this engagement. The 8-inch armed heavy cruiser was the largest and most powerful of the ships then available. It was also within then Navy rules pertaining to the ship of senior officer afloat. Atlanta and Juneau were considered too light, though not too light for Admiral Scott. With combat on the immediate horizon, Callahan felt he needed to be among friends, like the crew of the San Francisco, which was also the namesake of his home city. He knew the capabilities of the cruiser and her crew, and, in any case, he had very little time to choose. But the crew was struck by the change in his demeanor from his days as skipper. On the San Francisco's flag brigade, radioman 3rd Class Bill Potwin saw Admiral Callahan endlessly pacing, muttering that he was reluctant to carry out his orders, expressing his desire to talk things over directly with Admiral Halsey, admitting there was no time to do so, and telling the rattled officers and men around him that they were in for a rough night. His old boss, Admiral Gormley, had clearly not had a good effect on him. Admiral Callahan's cook, Eugene Tarrant, asked the Admiral if he really thought the mission was hopeless. Callahan responded, "Yes, it may be that, but we are going in." Lieutenant Jack Bennett, who had duty on the bridge, overheard Admiral Callahan discussing the situation on the starboard wing with Captain Casson Young, the San Francisco's new skipper of all of 3 days. They were discussing the unannounced fact that there were battleships in the Tokyo Express, Bennett would later write. Young, who had won the Congressional Medal of Honor for bravery at Pearl Harbor in the repair ship Vestal, was in an understandably agitated state, sometimes waving his arms as he remarked, "But this is suicide." Admiral Dan Callahan replied, "Yes, I know, but we have to do it." He was calm, unemotional, resolute, and perhaps resigned to his fate. The rumors that they were going to fight battleships, and, Uncle Dan believed, lose, rapidly spread through the cruiser. "We were all prepared to die," recalled Joseph Witt, a seaman first class whose battle station was in Turret 1. "We could not survive against those battleships. Not with guns, they could with torpedoes, but the U.S. Navy had stupidly stripped the torpedo tubes off almost all its cruisers." At around 10 p.m., the transports were safely away in Sealark Channel. An hour later, Admiral Callahan hailed Admiral Turner one last time in what seemed to have been the former's moment in the Garden of Gethsemane. He asked if Turner was aware that 3 separate Japanese forces were coming down. In other words, "Do you really want us to do this?" Turner answered that yes, he was aware, and it simply had to be done, since the Japanese still had to be stopped. Admiral Callahan's ships turned around and, unseen by the Japanese lookouts on Mount Austin, headed back toward Lunga. Callahan was now on his own, essentially his first combat command, outgunned and outnumbered. He set about arranging his ships for battle. Most of these ships had not worked together before, and now they were facing a nighttime battle. Admiral Callahan sought to keep things simple. He seems to have studied Admiral Scott's performance at Cape Esperance and sought to copy it as much as he could. So, like Admiral Scott, Admiral Callahan placed his ships in a column, or line ahead, formation, called Baker 1. In the lead, or van, were 4 destroyers at 500-yard intervals, Cushing, Laffey, Sterrett, and O'Bannon. Then, after an 800-yard gap, would come the cruisers at 700-yard intervals. Admiral Scott's flagship light anti-aircraft cruiser Atlanta, Admiral Callahan's flagship heavy cruiser San Francisco, heavy cruiser Portland, light cruiser Helena, and light anti-aircraft cruiser Juno. Finally, after another 800-yard gap would come the rear destroyers, also at 500-yard intervals, Aaron Ward, Barton, Monson, and Fletcher. About the best that could be said for this formation is that it had a certain symmetry to it. It started with 4 destroyers and a light anti-aircraft cruiser, and it ended with a mirror image. But as military analysts and historians have pointed out ad infinitum, there is much to criticize about this formation. Admiral Callahan seems to have studied Admiral Scott's performance at Cape Esperance and learned the wrong lessons. The column formation is simple, and, because these ships had not worked together before, it was arguably necessary, but it made massed destroyer attacks with torpedoes problematic, especially with the destroyers in the rear. In fairness to Callahan, it should be noted that he was concerned about the treacherous waters of the narrow Lengo Channel, through which his force would have to pass. A column formation reduced the chances of running aground. Additionally, Callahan was rightfully concerned about misidentification and friendly fire, and a simple column formation reduced that danger, although it had clearly not worked at Cape Esperance. And while the positioning of his destroyers front and back made a fully coordinated torpedo attack practically impossible, Callahan believed this formation meant at least some of his destroyers could launch torpedoes, no matter from which direction the Japanese came. But American torpedoes had issues. For some time, U.S. Navy submarines had strongly suspected there were serious mechanical problems with their torpedo, the Mark 14. The Bureau of Ordnance denied any such problems. Then Admiral King got involved. Shortly thereafter, in late August, a notice was sent that tests had proven the torpedoes were running some 10 feet deeper than set. Because the Navy had been too cash-strapped to test the torpedoes with actual warheads and instead used dummy warheads, which were lighter than real warheads, the torpedo's depth setting had been calibrated incorrectly. Once the depth issue was identified, this particular problem was relatively easy to fix. Unfortunately, the problems did not end there. The Mark 14 would be detonated by the Mark 6 exploder, which included a contact exploder and a magnetic influence feature. This feature was intended to cause the torpedo to detonate when it entered a ship's magnetic field. So, if the torpedo went under the ship, it would enter the magnetic field beneath the ship and detonate, fracturing the unarmored bottom of the ship, snapping the keel, and causing the ship to break in half. This was the theory, at least, except the size of the magnetic field varied depending on where one was on the Earth, so the magnetic field of a ship off, say, Newport, Rhode Island, home of the U.S. Navy's Newport Torpedo Station, was of a different size and shape than the magnetic field of a ship off, for instance, Guadalcanal. Since the beginning of the war, the submarines had reported a never-ending stream of premature explosions and non-explosions from their torpedoes. They were suspicious something was wrong with the Mark 6, especially that magnetic influence exploder, but the Navy Bureau of Ordnance and the Newport Torpedo Station refused to even consider the matter and blamed the malfunctions entirely on user error. The Navy's destroyers did not usually launch their torpedoes under the slow and carefully documented conditions that submarines did, so they could not know for sure. But they had achieved little success with their torpedo, the Mark 15, which also used the Mark 6. And in those rare cases when destroyers could launch torpedoes slowly and in the perfect conditions, problems still appeared. In one instance, the skipper of the destroyer Lansdowne, Lieutenant Commander Smedberg, had to deactivate the magnetic influence feature in order to get his Mark 15 torpedoes to actually sink the blazing carrier Wasp. The crown jewel of U.S. Navy torpedo performance, if you could call it that, was the attempted scuttling of the disabled carrier Hornet by the destroyers Mustin and Anderson after the Santa Cruz battle. The Mustin had fired 8 Mark 15 Model 1 torpedoes, each with the Mark 6 Model 1 exploder, at the Hornet's port side. Commander Arnold E. True, who commanded the carrier's screening destroyers, and his crew, as well as survivors of the Hornet, watched the torpedo wakes, running hot, straight, and normal, disappear in the encroaching dark. They waited for the expected explosions. What they got was the second Mark 15 torpedo reappearing, leaping into the air like a dolphin about 300 yards off the Mustin's starboard quarter, at which point it exploded, showering the ship with fragments. The third Mark 15 also reappeared, astern of the carrier, running on a course about right angles to the angle at which it was fired. The fourth apparently exploded, though no one could tell where. What happened to the first and eighth torpedoes is anybody's guess. The fifth, sixth, and seventh torpedoes did actually hit the Hornet and exploded like they were supposed to, but the badly listing carrier still did not sink and showed no signs she would do so any time soon. After these most discouraging results, according to Commander True, the Mustin was now out of torpedoes. So the Anderson came over and launched 8 Mark 15 torpedoes at a range of less than 2,000 yards. Soon after launch, one of the torpedoes turned about 3 degrees to the right and disappeared. A second torpedo detonated prematurely. 6 of the torpedoes hit the carrier and exploded, but the effect was described as negligible. Now the Anderson was out of torpedoes. The destroyers resorted to gunfire, which still did not sink the carrier, but instead left the hulk burning fiercely from end to end. Eventually, Japanese destroyers sank the derelict with one of the crown jewels of the Imperial Japanese Navy, the deadly oxygen-powered Type 93 torpedo, whose effectiveness earned it, from Navy historian Samuel Eliot Morrison, the immortal nickname, Long Lance. The Mark 6 was supposed to be a wonder weapon. So far, its users were only left wondering, an unhealthy activity on the eve of battle. Wondering about your weapons is bad enough. Wondering about your leader is even worse. But questions about Admiral Callahan started appearing. Exactly how Admiral Callahan planned to use this Baker 1 column formation remains somewhat ambiguous. It is generally believed that he wanted to have the formation perform a column turn to starboard to attempt to cross the T of the approaching enemy force. That is, have his column ahead of and perpendicular to the approaching enemy, thus allowing Callahan's ships to use their forward and after guns while limiting the Japanese ships, at best, to using only their forward guns, and quite possibly limiting the Japanese to using only the forward guns of their leading ship. Nevertheless, there is also some belief that Callahan intended the column to run straight through the Japanese formation and hit them with everything he had at close range. The column would then continue on the other side, seaward, of the Japanese, going northwest of Savo to gain maneuvering room to fight a more traditional battle, while the Japanese were pinned against the Guadalcanal coast, and thus limited in their maneuvering ability. Callahan would have hoped to accomplish all this before the Japanese realized what exactly was going on. Another issue with Admiral Callahan's chosen formation was radar, still a new apparatus at the time, especially the SG Surface Search Radar, which had the Plan Position Indicator, PPI, display that gave an overhead view of the area and radar contacts positioned therein. 4 ships in Admiral Callahan's force had the new SG radar: Helena, Juno, O'Bannon, and Fletcher. The Helena, with a battle-tested skipper in Captain Hoover, and 15 rapid-fire 6-inch guns, would have made an ideal flagship, except Navy regulations considered her too light when 8-inch armed cruisers were available. Callahan did not choose her for his flagship, nor did Admiral Scott. Callahan was in the San Francisco, Scott in the Atlanta, neither of which had SG radar. Moreover, of all the SG-equipped ships, only the O'Bannon was placed anywhere near the front of the formation, and she was 4th. The Helena was 8th, Juno 9th, and Fletcher 13th. Because they were so far back in the formation, their radar ranges, especially that of the Helena, which was positioned higher on the mast than the other sets, could not extend as far in front of the force as they could have, and thus they could not provide as much warning, had they been positioned properly. Callahan seems to have not even considered the SG radar in the arrangement of his ships. He had not had good experiences with previous iterations of radar, such as the SC type, a user-unfriendly model made infamous by its poor performance in the Savo Island debacle the previous August. As naval aide and staff officer, Callahan was simply unaware of advances in radar since that time, including the effectiveness of the SG radar. There were more issues to the positioning of the warships, especially regarding the light anti-aircraft cruiser Atlanta. There was no reason why the 5-inch armed Atlanta should have been in the force instead of the 8-inch armed Pensacola. That is not the fault of Admiral Callahan, but of Admiral Halsey and Admiral Turner for sending the Pensacola back to escort the Enterprise. Yet Admiral Callahan was responsible for the positioning of the Atlanta and her sister ship Juno within the formation. The Atlanta-class anti-aircraft cruisers were little more than floating magazines, lightly armored, and thus could not take a lot of punishment in combat. The Atlantas had 16 dual-purpose 5-inch guns in 8 dual mounts, but likely had very little ammunition for piercing the armor of warships. Unlike most U.S. carriers, they did carry torpedoes, a holdover from the earlier intent for these ships to serve as destroyer squadron leaders, as Japanese light cruisers frequently did. In fairness, the Atlanta was positioned to make a massed torpedo attack with the destroyers in the lead, and the Juno with those in the rear. But there is no indication that their participation in massed torpedo attacks was a consideration for Callahan. Moreover, since the Atlanta had Admiral Scott on board, positioning her just ahead of the San Francisco in the column formation had the effect of making Scott not so much a second in command to Admiral Callahan as superfluous, while exposing him to at least as much, if not more, enemy fire as Callahan. On a warship in combat, the skipper and executive officer always separate themselves so both will not be killed at once. The same consideration applied here. At the very least, Callahan should have had the Atlanta and Juno switch places, so the Juno could have better used her SG surface search radar. But switch them Admiral Callahan did not. Exhausted, discouraged, believing the mission was suicide, he evidently had no real plan for facing the enemy, or even for controlling his own ships in what was sure to be a chaotic night action. By no means was Admiral Callahan alone in his belief that this mission was suicide. On the cruiser Portland, at around 10:30 p.m., Executive Officer Commander Turk Worth came to the bridge to receive an update from skipper Captain Lawrence Dubose. Dubose handed Worth a report formalizing a conference call Callahan had had earlier with Admiral Turner. The report indicated the Japanese were sending in big fellows, battleships. It probably did not say big fellows, but instead big F***, ERS, a word that many would consider inappropriate for family viewing. "This is suicide, you know," the skipper said. "Oh, I don't know," replied Worth. "You are an incorrigible optimist," retorted the captain. Elsewhere, the feeling was not quite that dark. Captain Lyman Swenson of the Juno did what all good captains do, gave a rousing speech to his crew to bolster their morale and confidence. "We'll see action tonight, but we'll get through it. We can either run or stay and fight," Swenson said to the men assembled on the deck. "If we run, we lose Guadalcanal, so we're going to stay and fight." The crew cheered. As he returned to the bridge, however, Swenson revealed that he was not nearly as confident in their prospects as his speech would suggest. The column continued in a westerly direction, 280 degrees true, at a speed of 15 knots. The night was unusually dark, with no moon, low cloud cover, and a few squalls. The result was a darkness that seemed to suck in all light, revealing nothing. The lookouts were essentially staring into a black hole. Seaman First Class Walt Brandt, a lookout on the Helena's bridge, amused himself by holding one hand in front of his face and trying to find it with the other hand. Brant could see nothing, not even the wake of the ship ahead. Gunner's mate Second Class Jim Tooker on the Cushing's No. 1 mount, essentially the most forward lookout in the entire force, the point man on its point ship, stared and strained into the blackness all evening and saw absolutely nothing. Gunnery Officer Lieutenant C. Raymond Cal Calhoun didn't have it quite that bad in the gun director of the Sterret. He could at least see the dim silhouettes of the Cushing and Laffey ahead of him, and the almost indiscernible forms of the long column astern. With Calhoun in the director was Lieutenant J.G. Joseph D. J.D. Jeffrey, who marveled at how difficult it was to keep station in this formation. The air was humid and warm, although not quite as warm as it had been in recent weeks. A slight breeze from the southeast brought in the smell of tropical flowers, a smell that started out as sweet, but soon became sickening. It at least gave the crews something to think about aside from the horror they knew was coming. We were mindful of the fact that the Tokyo Express had comprised a battleship or two during recent bombardments, but we had not been told what kind of enemy force we might expect on this run. Although our adrenaline was flowing, there was no particular apprehension about what lay ahead, said Calhoun. But with others, there certainly was. On the whole, the sailors were bored, fearful, and tired. Some sailors tried to pass the time by doing mundane duties or other tasks, cleaning weapons, yet again, laying out medical supplies, sorting signal flags. Some of the sailors, a superstitious lot from time immemorial, became obsessed with the number 13. On the Monson, a sailor in the gun director pointed out that there were 13 ships in this task force. Tomorrow was Friday the 13th, and the destroyer's hull number, 436, added up to 13. Seaman First Class Gene Oliver in the Monson's No. 3 mount thought he was a dumb bastard for mentioning it, but there was a lot of dumb bastards talking about the number 13 this night. Captain Dubose of the Portland had graduated from the Naval Academy in 1913 and considered it a lucky number. "If we can get across midnight into tomorrow, we might make it," he told Commander Worth. They did get into tomorrow, as midnight passed uneventfully. It was now Friday, November 13th, 1942. At approximately 1 a.m., the destroyer O'Bannon spotted a bright light on the port bow in the Japanese sector on Guadalcanal itself. The San Francisco spotted 2 white lights, with the eastern one sending long flashes, navigation signals to aid the approaching enemy. Concerned about his formation, Admiral Callahan sent out some navigation signals of his own. "Keep well closed up. Report any contacts immediately. Do not answer." As historian C.W. Kilpatrick acidly points out, the Admiral, whose job is to lead, expects that other ships will make radar contact first, and he wants to be kept informed. As the enemy got closer, or at least was perceived as closer, the tension rose. "We had that feeling that we were being watched," wrote Seaman Second Class Joseph Hartney of the Juno, "that out there in the mantled sea, eyes peered at us, full of malevolence and hatred, waiting to pounce on us. Little pinpricks ran across our scalps." Guadalcanal sent out an air warning. Lookouts thought they saw an unidentified aircraft overhead with its running lights on. Was this Savo Island all over again? No, there was no relaxation. They expected the enemy to come, and come hard. "Radar contact bearing 312 true, distance 27,100 yards. The report came at 1:24 a.m. over the voice radio from Captain Hoover of the Helena, using her SG surface search radar from astern of the flagship to spot the enemy ahead of the flagship. The Americans were just past Lunga Point. The first real contact with the enemy seemed to cause everything to freeze, including Admiral Callahan. Silence enveloped all the ships. "Rear contact bearing 310 true, distance 31,900 yards. This second report from the Helena came a minute after the first. There were 2 groups of ships. This second group was behind the first. Admiral Callahan was having issues taking these reports of radar contacts and visualizing what they meant. The communications officer, Lieutenant Commander Bruce McCandless, said that when these reports came in, This and subsequent information was sent via TBS, Talk Between Ships, voice radio, to Admiral Callahan in the San Francisco, which was not equipped with SG radar. Additional reports followed. The staff tried to reproduce on a chart what officers in SG-equipped ships could see on their radar scopes, but had to convert into terms of bearing and distance for transmission to the flagship. And the Admiral had to use this same TBS circuit, over which information was coming in, to give orders to his group. At 1:28 a.m., a full 4 minutes after the first contact, Admiral Callahan ordered a column turn to 310 degrees true, that is, northwest. As a column turn, more properly a column movement, it required each ship to turn as it passed the same spot one at a time. This caused some consternation among the other skippers in the force, who were perhaps visualizing the rapidly developing situation better than the Admiral was. Admiral Callahan should be trying to cross the enemy's T. Instead, he was heading straight for the enemy, straight for the first radar contact. In fairness, it must be pointed out that neither of these first reports gave Callahan information on the course or speed of the contacts, though perhaps the course could have been deduced from the positioning of the two contacts relative to each other. At 1:31, the Helena reported, "Now 3 targets, bearing 312, distance 26,000. She rapidly followed it with, "Their course 107, speed possibly 23. This was the first real course and speed information Admiral Callahan received. The Admiral reacted by ordering the Cushing to turn to starboard to lead the column on a new heading of 0 degrees true, due north. He raised the speed to 18 knots. The new heading placed one of the 3 Japanese groups directly ahead of the Cushing, the other 2 to port. The skippers were baffled. What was the Admiral doing? They couldn't ask him. The voice radio circuit called Talk Between Ships, or TBS, was limited to one frequency, one to which the Japanese were not listening, fortunately. So all the ship-to-ship communication, sightings, confirmation, positioning, clarifications, repeats, all legitimately necessary communications, had to be handled on this one frequency. To request or receive information, Admiral Callahan had to compete with all this other chatter on the voice radio. His rank did not necessarily afford him priority, and it made his control of his ships and of this action slip further and further out of his grasp. Certainly, Callahan seems to have been conflicted as to what to do. Evidently not happy heading due north, he reversed his earlier order and had the force turn back to port and course 310 degrees true, back to the northwest. But at 1:37, he reversed his reversal and ordered it back to due north. At 1:39, the Helena reported 4 ships in line, in fan-like cruising formation, off her port bow, but did not give a bearing or range. Admiral Callahan asked for the distance, and the Helena sent it, 3,400 yards, but he likely did not receive it. Events were starting to take over from the Admiral, and his control of his force slipped a few notches further. At 1:40 a.m., the O'Bannon crowded Admiral Callahan off the voice radio by reporting 3 contacts with her SG radar. One group bearing 287 degrees true, distance 11,000 yards, and containing 3 or more units. A second group bearing 318 degrees true, distance 8,500 yards, and composed of 2 or 3 units. And a third group bearing 42 degrees true, distance 6,000 yards, and containing 3 units. This was the clearest picture yet of the positioning of the Japanese ships, but the Admiral was still struggling to visualize it. For Lieutenant Commander Edward Nelson Butch Parker, skipper of the Cushing, visualizing the Japanese ships was not a problem. He could actually see the Japanese ships. "There is a ship crossing bow from port to starboard, range 4,000 yards maximum," he reported, a near collision in nautical terms, as it happened at 1:41. The ship was the Udachi. The lookouts on the Cushing saw a second ship, the Harusami. Then a third, larger ship crossed their bow, apparently the Nagara. On the Laffey, Torpedo Officer Lieutenant J.G. Tom Evans saw the wakes of the 2 destroyers crossing in front of the Cushing. Even from his spot some 500 yards behind the Cushing, he thought the Japanese ships were right on top of us. Butch Parker, a winner of 2 Navy Crosses as the aggressive, energetic skipper of the 4-Piper destroyer Parrot in the Java Sea campaign, was used to long odds. As the range closed to 2,000 yards, he threw the Cushing into a hard port turn to 330 degrees true, both to avoid colliding with the Udachi and to unmask his torpedo batteries to launch at the Japanese. While Parker was at work, Commander Murray Stokes, the commander of 10th Destroyer Division, who was also in the Cushing, radioed Admiral Callahan. "Shall I let them have a couple of fish?" "Stop using the TBS," snarled Admiral Callahan, angrily adding that Commander Stokes would be told when to open fire. Both were having problems getting through on the TBS voice radio. It was now swamped with requests for information, for clarification, for permission to fire at the now visible Japanese. Captain Hoover on the Helena radioed, "We have a total of about 10 targets, appear to be in cruising disposition." 2 minutes after the report, Admiral Callahan finally, and rather more politely, gave permission for the Cushing to launch torpedoes. But he was too late. The Udachi and Harusami had passed the Cushing and were speeding away, ruining the firing solution. Back aboard the Cushing, Yeoman Second Class Tom Foreman was on duty in the gun director, watching the fire control radar. He was astonished when the radar scope lit up, showing targets everywhere. This can't be right, he thought. Radar must be malfunctioning, reflecting off the land nearby. He duly reported it to his gunnery officer. Then, to make absolutely sure it was a malfunction, Foreman decided to stick his head out of the open-top director to see for himself. He did. The radar was not malfunctioning. Right behind the Cushing, aboard the Laffey, the 2 Japanese destroyers had just sped away when Lieutenant Evans spotted a larger target. He turned to his director operator. "Have you got the 3rd ship? The one with the big silhouette? She looks like a cruiser." This would have been the Nagara. Evans turned to his skipper, Lieutenant Commander Bill Hank, and proudly said, "I have an enemy cruiser to starboard. I request permission to fire torpedoes." "Permission not granted," Hank responded. Admiral Callahan had not yet given permission to open fire. Aboard the Sterret, 3rd in the column, Jack Shelton, manning the rangefinder, had a great view of the Japanese as they appeared out of the dark. For the crews who had not been told what they were facing, Shelton made a chilling discovery. 2 large targets in that formation," he reported to his shipmates. "They look like battleships." "Battleships?" Lieutenant Calhoun thought. "And we had 2 heavy cruisers to match them. Fortunately, there was no time for that sort of thinking." No, there was not, as the skippers and gunners and lookouts and radar operators of the force had mostly another thought in mind. "We can see the Japanese, all around us, right on top of us. Shouldn't we be shooting at them?" Admiral Abe's worst fears were being realized. "What is the range and bearing?" he thundered at his flag signal officer. "And where is Udachi?" Immediately, frantic shouts came from a lookout on the top of Hiei's towering pagoda foremast. "4 black objects ahead, look like warships, 5 degrees to starboard, 8,000 meters, unsure yet, visibility bad." Abe did not know where the Udachi was. Unfortunately, neither did the Udachi. Her skipper, Commander Kikawa Kiyoshi, a veteran of the Java Sea campaign, was shaken by his near collision with an enemy ship that had unexpectedly appeared out of the black. "I was flabbergasted to see an enemy destroyer suddenly emerging from the darkness and bearing down to strike us amidship. We frantically turned around, radioing our discovery to Hiei, but we could not give positions because we did not know where we were relative to our own forces," Kikawa would later say. Commander Kikawa knew that Udachi was out of position, having gone astray during the first course reversal during the storm, and was headed roughly east somewhere, ahead of the Harusame. But Kikawa had no idea exactly where he was, or, for that matter, where Abe was. The admiral was furious, but he was just as shaken as Kikawa. It was left to Admiral Abe's chief of staff, Commander Suzuki, to debrief the lookout. He shouted, "Is 8,000 meters correct? Confirm." "It may be 9,000, sir." "Closer to the flagship than the Udachi?" The Hiei flashed to the other ships of the vanguard force. Probable enemy ships in sight, bearing 136 degrees. Admiral Abe had never liked this mission, never supported it. Now his worst fears were realized. Far from a simple bombardment mission, he was facing enemy ships, and doing so with the wrong kind of ammunition. Ammunition designed to destroy land targets, not armored enemy warships. The Hiei's skipper, Captain Nishida Masao, and his gunnery officer started arguing over whether they had time to replace the incendiaries with Type 1 armor-piercing shells, an argument cut short by Commander Chihaya. "The 11th Battleship Division changed the firing target," Chihaya boomed, without waiting for orders from Admiral Abe. "New target is enemy ships starboard ahead. Start firing with searchlights on." At exactly this point, Admiral Abe weighed in. "Tell Hiei and Karishima to replace all those incendiaries with armor-piercing and set turrets for firing forward," the admiral commanding 2 battleships, a light cruiser, and 11 destroyers said in a weak, faltering voice. The replacement would come after 5 salvos, so the turrets would be able to fire while the ammunition was being rearranged to allow access to the Type 1 armor-piercing shells. Should they turn around while they rearmed? No, the admiral decided. Abe was in shock. Strange for someone who had originally expected to face enemy ships during this mission, and it showed. He staggered back to his command chair. According to Hara, the admiral was in agony. It could not have had a good effect on the crews. Admiral Abe's order threw both the Hiei and Karishima into chaos. The few armor-piercing shells the battleships currently carried were buried in the very depths of the magazines. They had to get the Type 3s out of the way just to get at the Type 1s. Hara Tamaichi recalled the scene. On the decks of the 2 battleships, there was pandemonium. Almost every hand had left his battle station to help cart away the Type 3 shells. There was a stampede in the magazines, men pushing and kicking to reach the armor-piercing shells stored deep inside. At a range of 9,000 meters, capital ships can fire with deadly accuracy. Just one shell landing on the deck of either of those battleships, stacked high with mountains of incendiary shells, could ignite it like a mammoth matchbox. All it would take would be one enemy shell. Not even a big hit, or even a lucky hit, simply if it landed on the deck. Then both battleships would become virtual firestorms. The big question was, could they get all those incendiary shells off the decks before the one shell hit? At 1:43 a.m., Admiral Callahan finally gave the order. Sort of. "Enemy to port and on starboard bow. Stand by to open fire." It was not quite what the exasperated skippers and gunners were hoping for. They knew that the side that opened fire first could usually count on getting the first hit, and the side that got the first hit had a major tactical advantage. Savo Island was one such example of that. But until the admiral authorized them to open fire, they could do nothing except maintain the target locks from their gunnery radars and aim the torpedo tubes and guns. And worry. How much longer would the Japanese let them wait? Meanwhile, Admiral Callahan seems to have been less focused on opening fire as maintaining his column, control of which was slipping further and further out of his grasp. A frustrated seaman first class, Lester Zook, on the Juno, like Hara Tamaichi, reached the dangerous conclusion that his admiral didn't know what the hell he was doing. When the Cushing had swerved to avoid the Udachi and bring her torpedo tubes to bear on the Japanese destroyer, she had turned to course 330 degrees true, toward the north-northwest. The Laffey had apparently followed the Cushing in this course change. Then the Sterret made the same turn. Admiral Callahan ordered the ships to return to course 000 degrees true, due north, at 1:47. The multiple course changes caused the destroyers at the head of the column to bunch up, throwing the entire column into confusion with a sort of domino effect. After the Sterret, third in the column, turned to port, the destroyer O'Bannon, fourth in the column, had to turn to port inside the Sterret to avoid hitting her, which placed the O'Bannon square in the path of the Atlanta behind her. The Atlanta's skipper, Captain Samuel P. Jenkins, was forced to order an even more radical turn to port inside the O'Bannon, and a temporary cut in speed to avoid plowing into the destroyer's port quarter. At the helm of the flagship San Francisco, just astern of the Atlanta, Lieutenant Commander McCandless called to the flag bridge. "The Atlanta's turning left. Shall I follow her?" The response was immediate and firm. "No, hold your course," as was the countermand a few seconds later. "Follow the Atlanta." With enemy ships all around him at close range, and a clock of unknown duration ticking away, instead of giving the very belated order to open fire, Admiral Callahan called out Captain Jenkins on the voice radio. "What are you doing, Sam?" "Avoiding our own destroyers," came the calm, matter-of-fact reply from Captain Jenkins. The Admiral turned to Commander Parker on the Cushing. "What have you got now? Have you come back on course?" "Coming back," replied Parker. Callahan turned back to Captain Jenkins on the Atlanta. "Come back to your course as soon as you can. You are throwing the whole column into disorder." As the minutes, the seconds ticked away, the Cushing's Lieutenant Commander Parker, however, had more pressing matters on his mind than the Admiral's formation. As he was trying to bring the destroyer back to the all-important course of 000 degrees true, the Cushing's lookouts shouted, "Ships to port!" Parker turned his head left. Against the dark, he saw several black shapes, of which one very much stood out. One huge shape, headed straight for him, only 20 degrees off the port bow. The American sailors, most of whom had not been told what they would be facing, were now coming face to face with it, and were momentarily stunned. In the Cushing's No. 1 5-inch mount, the talk was that a huge warship was bearing down from the port bow and looked like it planned to run them down. The shell loader, Seaman Second Class Felton Mallet, was preparing ready shells when he heard someone shout, "Dead ahead!" Mallet looked up. For a few seconds, he could see only blackness. Then his eyes adjusted, and he realized that the blackness was actually the bows of the largest warship he had ever seen, towering directly over them. Mallet looked down at his ready shells and went back to work. The 5-inch mounts were trained on the large target, for all the good those guns could do against something so large and so well armored. On the Sterret, Lieutenant Calhoun popped his head out of the director to see if he could make out the enemy. When the range closed to 4,000 yards, Calhoun was finally able to see the Japanese warships, and the giant among them. As the range closed to 3,000 yards, I recognized the gigantic superstructure of a Conga-class battleship. She looked like the Empire State Building to me. We had chosen this ship, Hiei, as our target right from the start, and had a perfect solution on her. The tension in the gun director grew as we waited for orders. And waited. She was now clearly visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that at any moment she could blow us right out of the water. On the Atlanta, Boatswain's Mate First Class Leighton Spadden was captain of a 1.1-inch mount on the cruiser's starboard side, but he had experience with 5-inch guns. On the battle-phone, he listened to his division officer, Lieutenant J.G. David Hall, describe the approach of the massive ship out to port. "I can see them now," Hall said. "Range 3000. Spadden thought to himself, "Boy, that's close." But it got closer. Hall gave the warning, "Stand by, action to port," followed by "Range 2300. In Spadden's experience, it would be impossible for the 5-inch guns on the Atlanta to miss a target only 2,000 yards away. An exasperated plotting room officer in the Helena spoke for everyone when he shouted, "For Christ's sakes, what are we going to do? Throw potatoes at them? We're so close." Just astern of the Atlanta, and 2 ships ahead of the Helena, Lieutenant Commander McCandless had to swing the San Francisco slightly right to clear the Atlanta, then hard to port. The flagship ended up paralleling the Atlanta on a northwesterly course, with the cruiser slightly on the flagship's port bow. On the San Francisco's well deck, Seaman First Class Willie Boyce, after coming off watch at midnight, had staked out a spot to sleep. He quickly awakened, certain something big was about to happen. As the San Francisco settled in astern of the Atlanta once again, from somewhere to the west, a bright, blinding light stabbed out of the darkness. Searchlights. Crewmen on the Juno were frozen with shock. Some crewmen cried, or vomited, or just hit the deck. One colorfully described it as feeling like I was naked on the stage at Radio City Music Hall with a giant spotlight on me, and everyone in the audience had a gun. Ensign Deal Binion Bin Cochran of the Helena failed to suppress a chuckle when he saw every senior officer on the bridge duck behind cover or hide in a shadow, but he spoke for pretty much every American sailor who was topside. There was a shocking moment when, staring into that light, all seemed completely silent. Everything in the night was quiet and black, and here we were, standing out for all to see. There was a feeling, one that you knew was without logic, that there was protection in getting out of the direct glare of that light. Everybody I could see crouched into a shadow. The bright white beam slowly swept the column and then settled with an ominous finality on the ship with the tallest superstructure, the Atlanta. With the port wing of the bridge illuminated by an icy light as bright as a sunny winter day, the Atlanta's bridge crew was stunned. The light was so close, so intense, that Admiral Scott's operations officer, Lieutenant Stu Mordock, thought he could almost feel the heat coming from it. Everyone crouched. On the cruiser's starboard side, Leighton Spadone heard the call to take cover. It was 1:50 a.m. Time had run out. Chapter 2. Bar Fight in the Dark. 8 minutes. That's how long it took the crews of the Hiei and the Karishima to switch from the Type 3 incendiary ammunition to the Type 1 armor-piercing ammunition, and get the incendiaries safely stowed away in the protective magazines. During those 8 minutes, the American ships had not fired a shot, a shell, a bullet, or even a potato at the Japanese. Not one shot that could have turned both battleships into firestorms. Hara Tamaichi on the Amatsukaze was flabbergasted at the inaction of the enemy. But Admiral Abe was not about to question the divine providence he and his ships had been given. With the period of most extreme danger over, he could now turn to the battle at hand. The first order of business was training the searchlights. One Japanese report of the engagement stated, "Visibility allowed shelling without the use of searchlights, but Abe ordered Hiei to use her searchlights so the whole fleet would know enemy targets and to screen the Japanese fleet." The idea of the use of searchlights actually came from Commander Chihaya, who had lobbied hard with Admiral Abe for their use ever since leaving Truk. The Hiei followed Commander Chihaya's order, but Admiral Abe could not have been happy with what the light from his flagship revealed. Aboard the Nagara, apparently Admiral Kimura's vaunted navigation could not overcome Admiral Abe's complicated formation, sailing through a blinding storm and 2 reversals of course. The Nagara was supposed to be some 2,000 meters ahead of the battleship, but she was more than twice that, and was now shifting to port to lead the destroyers Yukikaze, Amatsukaze, and Terazuki in column to port of the flagship. 5 destroyers of the 4th Destroyer Flotilla, Asagumo, Harusame, Murasame, Samedare, and Yudachi, were supposed to be in an arc more than 4 miles ahead. They were not, to put it mildly. The 4th had split off during the first reversal of course and was never able to correct it. The Yudachi and Harusame were not even 2 miles ahead, and instead of being off the port bow, they were off the starboard bow. But at least they were still ahead of the battleships. The other 3 destroyers of the 4th, Asagumo, Samedare, and Murasame, nowhere to be seen, were actually behind the Karishima, off her starboard quarter. Admiral Abe had had no idea until now that the arc that was supposed to be sweeping 4 miles ahead of him had entirely disintegrated, that almost all of his screen had disintegrated. The Nagara was too far ahead to screen his battleships. The destroyers of the 4th had no idea where they were or where everyone else was. In short, the Hiei was dangerously exposed. To starboard of the Japanese flagships, the destroyers Akatsuki, Ikazuchi, and Inazuma were not in a column, but in a sort of blob. The Akatsuki quickly snapped on her searchlights, followed a few moments later by the Nagara. Commander Chihaya's impeccable logic in ordering the use of searchlights was that if you use searchlights in the dark, you can see things. The problem with that, of course, is that things can see you too. The searchlights were the last straw for some of Admiral Callahan's skippers. Commander Stokes on the Cushing decided it was now too dangerous to wait any longer. He calmly ordered Lieutenant Commander Parker to open fire. Crouching on the Helena's open bridge, Gunnery Officer Commander Rodman Smith, an expert gunner, went over to his captain and asked, "Permission to open fire, Captain?" Ducking out of the light, Captain Hoover nodded emphatically and shouted back, "Open fire!" Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Atlanta, now in the spotlights of a show in which she wanted no part, Captain Jenkins barked a word seldom used in the English language. "Counter-illuminate!" His gunnery officer, Lieutenant Commander William R.D. Nicholson, was more direct. "Fuck that! Open fire!" Nicholson's assistant, Lieutenant Lloyd Muston, called out the official order to the gun captains. "Action port! Illuminating ship is target!" The Atlanta's 4 36-inch searchlights snapped on. Muston took control of the aft guns, the 4 dual 5-inch mounts which swiveled, targeting the source of the menacing searchlights to port, the flagship Hiei. The first shots of Friday the 13th flashed in the night. Disappointingly, and rather anticlimactically, they missed, splashing short of their target. After a quick correction to a range of some 2,000 yards, the 5-inch shells started hitting the Hiei. The shells could do little against the battleship's hull armor, but they could wreak havoc topside. And they did. Seaman Boyce on the San Francisco, struggling to stay on his feet from the ship's violent maneuvers, watched the bright white light turn to dull red, then disappear. The Atlanta also used her 1.1-inch anti-aircraft guns against the Hiei. They seemed to have mostly missed, going over the battleship to splash on the other side, in the neighborhood of the destroyer Amatsukaze. Commander Hara was dazzled by the falling shells for a few minutes, then shouted, "Gain speed! Let's get the hell out of here to starboard!" The Amatsukaze sped forward and, with the Yukikaze on her tail, raced past the starboard side of the Nagara. A group of destroyers had been seen crossing the Hiei's searchlight beam. The Atlanta tried her hand at multitasking, keeping her aft guns on the battleship, but redirecting her forward guns to one of these new targets, which turned out to be the Akatsuki, still using searchlights of her own. On the San Francisco's bridge, Admiral Callahan was losing the last threads of control over his ships. He shouted over the voice radio an order that would become famous, or infamous. "Odd ships commence fire to starboard, even ships to port." Callahan's intent was to avoid needless concentration of fire on one target, but in adding that condition to the long overdue order to fire, he created confusion that was ultimately counterproductive. The San Francisco's gunnery officer, Lieutenant Commander William Wilborn, had ordered the main guns to train on the nearest target, which was the Akatsuki. Because of the cruiser's violent maneuvering behind the Atlanta, the Akatsuki was actually to starboard. Sixth in the column, the flagship should have been firing to port under Admiral Callahan's order. But Captain Young ignored it, and the flagship fired the first of 9 full 8-inch salvos at the Japanese destroyer. Destroyers Laffey and O'Bannon, second and fourth in the American column respectively, looked for targets to port to comply with the Admiral's order. Both settled on the Akatsuki. Astern of the flagship, the Helena, 8th in the column, her guns almost horizontal, also joined in on the Japanese destroyer. So much for avoiding an overconcentration of fire on one target. Callahan's order had, in this case, actually caused it. On the Japanese destroyer's bridge, Lieutenant Shinya Michiharu attempted to line up a target through his torpedo director when one of her searchlights picked out what looked like a destroyer, the Atlanta. In using her searchlight to illuminate the Atlanta, the Akatsuki turned herself into the target. Shinya's world exploded as an avalanche of explosives from no fewer than 7 ships, including 7 of the 9 salvos fired by the San Francisco and half of the approximately 40 shells fired by the Atlanta, smacked the hapless destroyer. You couldn't help but see our projectiles were just tearing into it, the Atlanta's Lieutenant Mustin later said, "Shooting into a destroyer-sized hull from 600 yards, you just don't miss. You just don't miss." The Laffey watched the searchlights go out, come back on, then go out again. In addition to the searchlights, the first hits also smashed the Akatsuki's bridge. Lieutenant Shinya was flattened with a head wound and shrapnel in his cheek. His hat and shoes blown off, he struggled to his feet on a bridge deck slippery with the blood of almost all the bridge crew, whom he saw lying dead. In this emergency, Captain Yamada Yusuke, commanding 6th Destroyer Division, ordered a port turn away from the American column, but when Shinya grabbed the wheel, it did not respond. The skipper, Commander Takasuka Osamu, called out to the gunnery officer with no reply. Lieutenant Shinya left the bridge to go to manual steering aft, but he never made it. Another hit had disabled the starboard engine. Shinya got to the wardroom, found that power was out, and saw that the fire room itself was on fire. The port engine room was hit and wrecked, depriving the Akatsuki of her last source of propulsion. Disabled, burning from the bridge aft, listing to port, settling by the stern, the Akatsuki was finished. Exploding, she sank a few minutes later, having not fired a shot, her deadly Type 93 torpedoes still in their tubes. The Akatsuki's 2 destroyer mates in the former starboard column, the Inazuma and the Ikazuchi, understandably wanted no part of her fate, so they did not use their searchlights and tried to stay out of the glare of her fires. Commander Terauchi Masamichi, skipper of the Inazuma, had no orders from Admiral Abe. The only message he had received from the flagship was a request for information. So Terauchi and Commander Maeda Saneo of the Ikazuchi fell back on that ancient Japanese credo. When in doubt, launch torpedoes. Each destroyer fired 6 of the deadly long lances at the American column. The Inazuma added 54 5-inch rounds to the munitions she hurled at the Americans. The trailing Ikazuchi also gunned for the U.S. ships, but she was smacked by at least 3 8-inch shells from the Portland, behind the bridge, at the base of the superstructure, and on the number 1 5-inch mount. The mount was disabled, and a dangerous fire was burning in its handling room. She turned away to tend her wounds, hoping to avoid joining the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki had been the first blood drawn by the Atlanta, but the anti-aircraft cruiser had no time to celebrate. She had been pinned in the Japanese searchlights long enough for them to get a visual fix on her position, and now she paid the price. At least 3 Japanese ships opened fire on the Atlanta, the Hiei, Nagara, and either or both of the destroyers Inazuma and Ikazuchi. Captain Jenkins had ordered the torpedoes on the port side to be launched. One of the first hits from the Hiei was on the bridge splinter shield of the port torpedo director. The director was damaged and rendered unusable. The torpedo officer Lieutenant J.G. Henry P. Jenks, the entire director crew, and a number of signalmen were killed. Without the director, the port torpedo tubes could only be trained manually, too slow for use against the fast-moving enemy ships. Jenkins was moving to check on the director when another blast from the Hiei, probably a 14-inch incendiary shell, exploded just below the bridge. The hit was devastating. Fragments ignited 20mm ammunition near Turret 2 and in the forward 20mm handling room. It started a fire that exploding ammunition turned into an inferno, spreading to the wardroom 2 decks below. Fragments also smashed against the bridge. Captain Jenkins looked back toward the starboard wing of the bridge to see no starboard wing of the bridge. Lieutenant Mordock, watching the action from the port wing of the bridge, was struck in the arm by shrapnel. He didn't know he was wounded until he tried to move his arm, when intense pain convinced him it was not a good idea. It turned out his right hand was broken. He looked over toward Admiral Scott on the opposite wing of the bridge. The Admiral was in the process of taking a step forward when he collapsed to the deck, never to rise again. Scott's entire staff, except for Mordock, died with him. Jenkins determined that the Admiral was dead, then stepped over him in returning to the bridge to resume fighting. The hits just kept coming, non-stop, straight to the top. A 5-inch shell from the Inazuma or Ikazuchi struck the foremast, toppling it to port. Another 5-inch shell struck the mainmast. Still, another hit turret 1, partially exploding, killing 4 men and disabling the turret. As the crew exited the turret, another 5-inch shell exploded in the upper handling room of the already battered turret 2, spreading debris and shrapnel, killing 3 and jamming the turret against the manual train. A shell from either the Hiei or Nagara started a major fire in the forward director, killing the lookouts and forcing the crew to jump into the water 40 feet below. They later reboarded the ship. Another hit wiped out a fire director and crew for the 1.1-inch guns and started yet another ammunition fire. Altogether, the Atlanta suffered some 30 hits during this 1 or 2 minutes of hell. And then, in the words of one historian, things deteriorated. On the bridge, Signal Officer Robert Graff felt a tremendous ping. The ship lurched like when you hit a heavy pothole. It was a large underwater explosion. A monstrous column of water and oil rose on our port side and cascaded down all over the ship, drenching all of the topside. People were thrown to their knees, including me, by the shock of the explosion, recalled Lloyd Muston. 1,100 pounds of explosives, the warhead of a Type 93 torpedo believed to have been launched by the Ikazuchi, had just detonated in the forward engine room. The plotting officer, Lieutenant James C. Shaw, was thrown against a bulkhead, smashing his right hand. When Shaw saw the deck flooding, he called the gunnery officer, Commander Nicholson, to inform him of the situation and ask for direction. Nicholson's solution? Stick a pillow in it. Then the line went dead. But Lieutenant Shaw would need a very big pillow. The Atlanta was literally blown out of the water, lifted up to come crashing back down with another large splash. Everyone in the forward engine room was killed, along with almost everyone manning a damaged control station a deck above in the mess hall. The forward engine room was flooded, and, worse, the bulkheads to both fire rooms were cracked, causing both to flood. All at once, the Atlanta was without power. Reduced to using only emergency diesel generators, she was unable to fight or even move. Powerless, helpless, adrift. On the cruiser's starboard side, Bosun Leighton Spadden had felt the concussions and the severe jolt from the torpedo, but was not overly concerned. Then he noticed the Atlanta's guns were no longer firing, but the enemy's were. Spadden softly muttered a prayer. Please, God, stop them from firing, stop them from firing, stop them from firing. It is at this point that the battle, with American and Japanese ships mingled like minnows in a bucket, to use Samuel Eliot Morrison's phrase, descended into general chaos. A no-holds-barred barroom brawl in which someone turned out the lights and everyone started swinging in every direction. Only this was 10,000 times worse, in the famous words of Cal Calhoun. The battle has challenged historians trying to explain it ever since, like trying to describe the path of each noodle in a plate of spaghetti and its relation to all other noodles. But the chaos of the action can be more easily understood, at least in the narrative sense, if it is accepted that the focus of the combat was the battleship Hiei. The various, almost simultaneous ship-to-ship actions that comprise the first naval battle of Guadalcanal can then be broken down into 2 categories, the combat involving the Hiei and everything else. Because she was the lead battleship, literally towering over the U.S. Navy ships, with most of the Japanese ships behind her, and using her searchlights, the Hiei was bound to gain attention. Like the Akatsuki, she attracted the enemy's fire, although much more able than the destroyer to take it. But Admiral Abe's complicated formation and the 2 turnabouts had, far from protecting the flagship, actually left it exposed and vulnerable. And Abe was about to find out just how exposed and vulnerable his powerful flagship was. For just after the Hiei had finished blasting the Atlanta, she found herself besieged and caught in something of a crossfire between the San Francisco and, much to Admiral Abe's surprise, the destroyers leading the American column. Admiral Callahan's "odd ships fire to starboard, even to port" order had thrown the entire American column into confusion, but especially the forward destroyers, two of whom had this massive black monstrosity bearing down on them from port, but under Callahan's order had to switch targets to starboard. Due to the Admiral's delay, Commander Parker on the lead destroyer Cushing had lost his targets in the Udachi and the Harusami, but he caught a target speeding past in the opposite direction, the Amatsukaze. He got off a few shots, which missed, but the concussions knocked out the Cushing's voice radio. On the Sterret, third in the column, Lieutenant Calhoun was frustrated by Admiral Callahan's order. "Oh, Christ," he muttered as he abandoned a perfect firing solution they had worked out on the battleship to search for a target to starboard. The gunners found one, the light cruiser Nagara. The plan had been for the Sterret to illuminate targets with star shells while the other ships did the actual damage to the targets. But Calhoun fired the guns all the same at a range of 4,000 yards. The shells landed on the cruiser's forecastle and around her forward 5.5-inch mount, where they ignited, giving a nice light show that looked like a fire, but in reality did little damage. The next 12 salvos from the Sterret were almost all armor-piercing, tracking the Nagara as she passed on the opposite course, but all missed. In the middle of this exchange, the Sterret took a hit from off the port quarter that disabled her steering, but Skipper-Commander Jesse B. Coward switched to steering with the engines, and the destroyer barely missed a beat. Just astern of the Sterret, the O'Bannon had been among the first to open fire. When the Akatsuki's searchlights snapped on, Skipper-Commander Edwin Wilkinson roared, "Action port! Get that searchlight!" And her guns roared as well, just as a star shell burst behind the Japanese column, revealing a behemoth closing in on them. With the Sterret now being steered by engine, she lost speed. The O'Bannon quickly came onto her stern, and only by a hard right, then a hard left, was she able to avoid the Sterret, by 30 feet. In passing the Sterret to starboard, the O'Bannon had fouled the Sterret's range to the Nagara. The Sterret was actually about to switch fire from the Nagara to the O'Bannon, until, at the last second, she recognized the O'Bannon as an American destroyer, albeit, oddly, the Aaron Ward. In turn, the Sterret had fouled the O'Bannon's range to the Akatsuki. The chaos in the American column from Admiral Callahan's orders was having serious combat consequences. But on this night, the star of one of the most extraordinary encounters of the war was second in the U.S. column, the destroyer Laffey. Interestingly, the Laffey had her attention directed to starboard, particularly the Nagara, when Admiral Callahan's order came in. Amidst more grumbling, the guns were trained to port, where they locked onto a searchlight from a light cruiser, actually the Akatsuki, which was then subjected to a few more American shells. Curiously, though, no one had noticed that the 3 white vertical battle recognition lights were on, which could serve as much of a point of aim as a searchlight. Even more curiously, up to this point, no one on the Laffey had noticed the massive black object on the port side, headed straight for them. Until now, Torpedo Officer Lieutenant J.G. Tom Evans saw the eyes of his talker, an officer's assistant who stands nearby repeating the officer's orders or reports over the phone, and also repeating the responses. Get very large. The talker then shouted, "Fire torpedoes to port!" Evans turned his head and saw it for the first time. There, bearing down on us on a collision course from the port side, was what seemed to be the biggest man-made object ever created. The forward destroyers Cushing, Laffey, Sterret, and O'Bannon all saw it, the object of their dread, towering over the destroyers and the sea like an ancient colossus, topped with what looked like a pagoda, and about to barrel through the American formation like a bull running through Pamplona, smashing, trampling all in its path. It was Admiral Abe's flagship, the battleship Hiei. The Cushing had been headed straight north looking for targets, when lookouts had reported a battleship. Commander Parker, one of the best in the business, calmly examined it and decided he was indeed looking at a battleship. With that pressing question settled, the torpedo crews, not so calmly, now trained their tubes to port, as did the gunners for the 20mm battery. In turn, the Hiei's lookouts shouted out the presence of the Cushing. The battleship's 14-inch main guns were occupied with the San Francisco to starboard, so Captain Nishida decided to try multitasking by having the 6-inch secondary battery target the destroyer. The Cushing was quickly surrounded by shell splashes, and a few began scoring. Hits near the port side torpedo mount and on 5-inch Mount 3, which killed the mount's crew, disrupted the destroyer's efforts to fire torpedoes. Only one was launched from the port tubes at a range of 1,000 yards before the tubes had to be abandoned due to the fire in Mount 3. That one torpedo vanished in the water, never to be heard from again. The topside crew watched in awe and disbelief as the Hiei passed within 500 feet of the Cushing's port side. Nishida's guns had done their job, like swatting at flies. But Cushing wasn't the only fly. There were 3 others. On the Laffey, Lieutenant Evans and his crew were frantically trying to aim torpedoes at the approaching behemoth. She was only about 1,000 yards away, and there clearly was not a second to lose, he said. The tubes had to be trained, rotated, from starboard all the way to port. It seemed like an eternity before I was able to launch our single spread of 5 gas-operated fish. Meanwhile, the great battleship came relentlessly on, as if to crush us. Those seconds added up to 1 minute. 1 crucial minute. With no time to change the depth or speed settings, they let the first torpedo loose, only to have Commander Hank order Evans to cease fire. Then, perhaps realizing that this was not a time to hold back, Hank ordered Evans to resume. The remaining 4 torpedoes were launched at 3-degree intervals. As Lieutenant Evans let loose with his torpedoes, with the battleship now a mere 1,000 yards away, Gunnery Officer Lieutenant Ratliff unloaded with everything the Laffey had: the 5-inch main armament, the 20mm battery, and the port-side 1.1-inch mount. Behind Laffey, the O'Bannon had just passed the hobbling Sterret and was training her 5-inch mounts on the Hiei at a range of 1,800 yards. Limping but full of fight, the Sterret trained her guns on the Hiei as well, at a range of 2,000 yards. On the battleship, the range to the Laffey was so close that her main battery, already committed to the San Francisco, could not depress enough to hit her, nor could the Hiei's second battery. Only some of the 25mm guns could target the destroyer. Watching the Laffey through binoculars on the starboard wing of the bridge, Commander Chihaya thought, "We missed the antiquated rams very badly." Lookouts warned Captain Nishida of the Laffey's approaching torpedoes. They had been launched from a bad angle for the Laffey, the battleship in a bow profile, almost a down-the-throat shot. Nishida swerved slightly to cause one to miss. 2 more bounced off the side of the battleship. They had not traveled far enough to arm themselves, but they did leave unsightly dents. The last 2 missed astern. They weren't particularly concerned about the destroyers on the Hiei, though, as a destroyer's guns could not penetrate the hull armor of a battleship. But Japanese battleships were peculiar creatures, with the tripod foremast modified by so many gunnery directors, rangefinders, lookout posts, searchlights, and the bridge, that it now resembled a pagoda. The Kongo class of battleships, of which the Hiei and Kirishima were members, were in fact ancient ships, built before World War I as battlecruisers. The general rule of warships is firepower, speed, armor. Pick any 2. As battlecruisers, the Kongos had speed and firepower. In their conversion to battleships, they were heavily modernized, but they were still lacking in armor, and were still quirky, perhaps none more so than the Hiei. Her 6-inch secondary armament was still in casemates, like an artillery bunker at sea. Unlike her sister ships, she didn't have the traditional pagoda foremast, but instead had a prototype bridge tower that nevertheless looked virtually identical to the other pagodas. And like the other pagodas, it presented a very, very big and relatively unarmored target. Sterret's Lieutenant Calhoun shouted to his gunners, "Get on that goddamn pagoda!" And so, as Commander Chihaya watched, the Laffey let loose with all her 5-inch guns, then, moments later, was joined by all the 20mm guns that could bear and the 1.1-inch portside mount, all aiming for the Hiei's pagoda. From a range of 1,000 yards that was rapidly getting shorter and shorter, the gunners shot frantically, angrily, defiantly at the nerve center of the Japanese flagship. "It was so close we could throw hand grenades and hit it," said Richard Hale, a pointer in the Laffey's 5-inch mount too. "The flight of our shells to the target was instantaneous," he added. "We saw them penetrate their bulkheads and explode inside." The Laffey was soon joined by 5-inch gunfire from the O'Bannon and Sterrett astern, and later 20mm gunfire from the Cushing, whose gunners opened fire without orders, firing so close their shots couldn't miss. They couldn't sink the Hiei with gunfire, but they could certainly hurt her. On the bridge of the battleship, Admiral Abe was stunned at the defiance of the destroyers directly in front of him, shooting at him with their little guns. This was certainly not in the rule book. A battleship was not designed for close combat like this, he thought, as a typhoon of tracers, steel, and shrapnel all came directly at the bridge, directly at him. The little tin cans were relentless, chipping away at the pagoda. Shells smashed the superstructure, sending debris and people plunging to the main deck below and starting fires on several levels. Lieutenant Evans was amazed by the flare of bursting shells behind the battleship's portholes. No one on the pagoda was safe. No one on deck was safe. Lieutenant Calhoun saw Japanese sailors dive overboard with their clothes on fire. But the battleship kept coming, responding rather feebly with her own 25mm guns, her bow still knifing through the water, and about to slice the Laffey in two. On the destroyer, the collision alarm sounded. Her sailors thought the Hiei was trying to ram her. Skipper Lieutenant Commander Hank was known as one of the worst ship handlers in the Navy. As one historian put it, he had a marked propensity for running Laffey into solid objects, particularly when trying to dock her. With yet another collision imminent, Machine Gun Officer Ensign David Sterrett thought their much larger, more powerful foe couldn't possibly know more about collisions than Hank. Still, they kept lashing away at the Hiei's pagoda. Seaman John Jenkins heard his 20mm gun go silent. He looked up and saw the gunner was dead, his body hanging by the straps binding him to the gun's shoulder harness. Jenkins jumped behind the gunner's body and, using it as a shield, fired the remainder of the 20mm gun's magazine into one of the Hiei's portholes. As he finished, a large section of burning debris cascaded down the pagoda, landing on and around Main Turret 2. Jenkins thought the pagoda had collapsed. Another 20mm gunner, Bill Davis, took a 25mm shell in his gun shield. Yet another 20mm gunner, Bill Sims, took a fatal 25mm hit. The Japanese cannons were taking a toll. The battleship continued her relentless advance, straight at the Laffey, seemingly uninterested in the damage being done to her nerve center. With her size, the Hiei didn't need Commander Chihaya's ram. She could run over little Laffey like a speed bump. Officers and crew topside and on the bridge of the Laffey could only watch in horror as now the battleship's bow towered over them. Perhaps because of his extensive experience with collisions, Lieutenant Commander Hank remained remarkably cool under pressure. "Emergency back," he ordered the helmsman, followed a few seconds later by "emergency full ahead." The former was a sort of wind-up, or a spring contracting. The latter was the release of the force in the wind-up. Indeed, the Laffey seemed to leap forward, just enough to clear the bow of the Hiei. The battleship passed astern of the destroyer, missing her, Ensign Sterrett thought, by barely 20 feet. The Hiei had missed the Laffey, but the Laffey was not going to miss the Hiei. The maelstrom of white-hot steel directed at the pagoda continued. 3 shells from the Laffey smashed the Hiei's combat bridge from the port side, shattering glass and spreading shrapnel and debris that cut down most of the bridge crew. One killed Commander Suzuki instantly, his lifeless body falling on Operations Commander Chihaya behind him. Another blast sent shrapnel bouncing off Chihaya's binoculars into his hands, breaking both thumbs. That same blast sent splinters into Admiral Abe's face. Captain Nishida called for a corpsman for the Admiral and went to help him, only to be floored by another blast that caused shrapnel to lacerate his calf. Nishida refused aid, and bound his wound with a sailor's neckerchief. The dead included the assistant gunnery officer, searchlight control officer, and paymaster. The wounded included Executive Officer Commander Tamura Raizo, who had to go to sickbay. So did Abe, who seems to have suffered a concussion. He would be described as dazed and would mostly disappear from the surface engagement at this point, remembering nothing of the battle following his wound. Not that Admiral Abe had done much worth remembering. Since the moment the Japanese snapped their searchlights on, he had issued almost no orders, leaving his ships to fend for themselves. Destroyers Udachi and Harusame, which had started the domino effect on the American column, had largely split up. Having lost sight of Udachi among the shell splashes at 1:51 a.m., Harusame was trying to follow the Nagara, flagship of Admiral Kimura, who also issued no orders because Abe had not given him that authority. Meanwhile, the encounter with the Cushing left Skipper Commander Kikawa in a panic, his ship racing east away from the American column. We ran for a few minutes and I saw gunfire. I was covered with confusion and shame, Kikawa later admitted. I ordered Udachi about to head back toward the American column. By that time, every man in my ship was boiling mad at our failure to hit the enemy. The Amatsukaze's Commander Hara was proving to be far more aggressive. Racing away from the shells directed at the Hiei, Hara had crossed in front of the American column and was looking for targets. The Nagara, obliged by firing flares that backlit 5 or 6 American ships. Hara picked the closest one, 5,000 meters away, 30 degrees off the starboard bow, approaching on a roughly parallel course. He ordered the Amatsukaze to turn to starboard, approach the target, and follow a hyperbola, a combat maneuver all of Hara's own making. When the range was down to 3,000 meters and an adjusted firing angle of 15 degrees, the Amatsukaze launched 8 torpedoes and turned away on the hyperbolic course. Meanwhile, the San Francisco had by this point fired maybe 9 salvos at the Akatsuki. Seeing other ships take the hapless destroyer under fire, she switched to another target, a small cruiser or large destroyer. After firing 2 salvos at this target, Lieutenant Commander Wilburn spotted the Hiei 20 degrees off the starboard bow at a range of 2,200 yards. The American flagship now trained her forward turrets on the Japanese flagship while turning 90 degrees to port, due west, to unmask her aft turret. The Portland followed, passing the upturned hull of the Akatsuki as she did so. Behind Portland, the Helena tried to follow as well. In the San Francisco's turret 2, bosun's mate second class Vance Carter, superfluous for the time being since the forward turrets were trained by the main battery director, kept peeking through the sight port to see what was going on. That is, until he saw, for the first time ever, a huge Japanese battleship with a towering pagoda. It was the Hiei, at what looked like point-blank range. It stopped the veteran Carter cold. He thought there was no way a cruiser could beat a battleship. He pulled himself from the sight port and vowed to look no more. But the San Francisco would fight nonetheless. Lieutenant Commander Wilborn gave the order, and all 9 8-inch guns of the American flagship let loose at the Japanese flagship. Naturally, all but one of them missed, falling short, the shell splashes colored green by dye the gunners had added to mark her shots. The Hiei held up her end in one of the few flagship-to-flagship confrontations of the war. Her 2 aft turrets masked by her superstructure, she fired a 4-gun 14-inch salvo from her 2 forward turrets. They all fell short. On impact, the shells burst with a greenish flash. Not from dye, though. The flash identified these shells as incendiary. Lieutenant Commander Wilborn adjusted his aim and ordered the forward 2 turrets to go to automatic fire. The aft turret had to stay in local control because the aft fire director was still disabled from the afternoon air attack. The second salvo struck the battleship's hull at the waterline, as did the third, knocking off hull plates, chipping away at the hull armor. The Hiei fired another 4-shot salvo, which again fell short. Wilbourn noticed her pagoda was burning brightly, taking a pounding from the forward American destroyers. It was apparently one of these 2 8-inch salvos from which 2 shells struck the Hiei on the starboard side near the stern. One shell was a dud, but the other exploded in the steering room, blowing a 2-meter hole in the hull below the waterline and rupturing a ventilation duct. Water gushed into the room, shorting out the generators for the steering gear. Captain Nishida realized what had happened and quickly switched to steering by engine, which required the crew in the flooded steering room to physically keep the rudder centered. Nothing the big battleship couldn't handle. It was around this time, 2 a.m., that Admiral Abe issued his last order, a course change to the north, running east of Savo Island. Exactly why he did so is unclear. It has been assumed that he wanted to reassess the situation. The Hiei was seriously damaged. Her pagoda had suffered no fewer than 25 shell hits. Internal communications were almost gone. The only operable line left from the pagoda was to the engine room. The main battery director and searchlight control had been destroyed. The wiring rooms had been hit, which cut power to, among other things, the secondary battery directors. The radio rooms, the anti-aircraft control positions, and the compass bridge. The battleship had 1 bridge for navigation and a second bridge for the conduct of battle, had been heavily hit. Moreover, the battle bridge was mostly destroyed by the Laffey's shells and was now burning brightly. The passageways for escape were cut off by flames and smoke. The men had to climb out the smashed bridge windows by use of knotted ropes to the main deck almost 100 feet below, except for Commander Chihaya, his hands rendered useless from his wounds, and 2 others who pushed Chihaya out the window to half fall, half slide to the weather deck below before they themselves climbed down. Theoretically, the battleships could still have carried out the bombardment. The Karishima was basically undamaged, and the Hiei's engineering spaces, magazines, and turrets were all protected with armor and were operational, though the turrets had to go to local control since the fire directors were offline. But with his bridge destroyed, with enemy ships intermixed with his own, and suffering a probable concussion, Admiral Abe could not get a good sense of what he was facing, and seems to have believed he was facing superior enemy forces. Yet even if he had wanted to disengage only to reassess the situation, his order effectively ended all chances of bombarding Henderson Field that night. Moreover, just after Abe issued the order, the Hiei's external communications went dead. Meanwhile, American communications were far from dead, which may not have been entirely a good thing. The voice radios, most of them anyway, barked, "Cease firing! Our ships!" The voice was Admiral Callahan's. The order went out to all U.S. ships, though many either didn't receive it or didn't hear it over the roar of gunfire. Those who did get the order were left baffled and frustrated. Captain DuBose of the Portland was one of those skippers. "What's the dope?" he asked over the voice radio. "Did you want us to cease fire? Authenticate that." "Affirmative," came the reply from Admiral Callahan. Captain DuBose and the other skippers were left confused, but they couldn't have known. Watching from the bridge of the San Francisco, Admiral Callahan and Captain Young had seen the 2 salvos Lieutenant Commander Wilbourn had earlier directed at the small cruiser or large destroyer smash through a ship's superstructure and set it afire. The results were so devastating they might have been the most effective gun salvos of the battle. Then an explosion, apparently from the Akatsuki as she sank, backlit the burning ship. To the horror of everyone on the flagship's bridge, it revealed the silhouette of an American ship, the USS Atlanta. How this incident occurred remains disputed. There is some belief that the ship identified as the small cruiser or large destroyer in the first place actually was the Atlanta, which would fit the description. A more likely theory, one supported by Lieutenant Commander McCandless, is that Lieutenant Commander Wilbourn was aiming for a target beyond the Atlanta, the destroyer Harusame, and the disabled light cruiser just drifted into the line of direct, almost perfectly horizontal fire. Wilbourn, high in the director, would not necessarily have seen the Atlanta enter the line of fire because of the director's high and narrow view. The crippled cruiser could have drifted in below that view as the Atlanta's foremast, which could have been tall enough for the director to catch it, had toppled over. However it happened, the results on the Atlanta were indeed devastating and deadly. 4 8-inch armor-piercing shells passed through the bridge area, 3 through the flag plot and nearby passageways just above deck level, 1 through the aft starboard corner of the pilot house. None of these shells actually detonated, but flying debris cut down almost all of the bridge crew and set another fire in the bridge area. Some believed it was actually this hit from the San Francisco that killed Admiral Scott. Another 8-inch shell passed through the radio room and the coding room, killing several with flying splinters. 2 more destroyed Turret 4, killing all but one of its crew. 2 more passed through the superstructure and exploded in Turret 5 on the starboard side, again killing all but one. The barrage was so devastating that Captain Jenkins, who survived the attack, thought these were radar-directed shells. By the estimates of Jenkins and his crew, 19 8-inch shells struck the Atlanta. When the San Francisco was done with her, the Atlanta's superstructure was an inferno. Even as it was happening, the crew of the Atlanta knew they were being hit by friendly fire. Captain Jenkins stated it in his after-action report. Not just the silhouette of the San Francisco, but the size of the shells, 8 inches. You could measure them, the holes, with a ruler, Mustin would later say. And the green dye all over the superstructure were the big giveaways. Indeed, the 8-inch holes were all over the bridge area, which was almost completely destroyed and now useless as a command center. Captain Jenkins told Lieutenant Moordock, now the only surviving officer of Admiral Scott, "Let's get below. There's nothing we can do up here." They separated to look for an intact ladder to climb down. Failing to find one, Moordock decided to climb over the railing and lower himself to the deck below. With his right hand broken, he had to do so using only his left hand. But in the awkward position of trying to lower himself, his left wrist, unable to support all of his weight, snapped. Moordock plummeted some 20 feet to the deck below, near the ruins of Turret 3, with a landing far softer than it should have been. "I hit, I'm pretty certain, a bunch of dead bodies on that gun emplacement," Moordock later recalled. "I heard the noise of their, lungs. It was a shattering kind of feeling." Afraid to look, the lieutenant just lay there among the corpses, trying to compose himself. Undoubtedly, it must have been shocking for Admiral Callahan and Captain Young to witness the near destruction of the Atlanta, and know they were at least partially responsible. But it does not justify the Admiral's order to cease firing our ships, however reflexive it was under the circumstances. For a starter, it was completely unnecessary, since by the time of the order, Lieutenant Commander Wilborn had already switched targets. It has been suggested that Callahan yelled, "Cease firing our ships," into the open voice radio microphone by mistake, but his response of affirmative to Captain DuBose's query as to whether he meant to cease fire belies that theory. Even if it was an accident, it was a reckless one that threw most of the U.S. ships into confusion at a critical moment. For while San Francisco and several other U.S. ships had stopped shooting, the Japanese had not. Leading the rear group of destroyers in the American column, the Erin Ward had received the Admiral's ceasefire order and had stopped shooting. She had gotten some salvos off against the Hiei, with indeterminate results. But the Ward was having issues. She was using her main battery director for navigation instead of gunnery. Now, in light of a fresh and very bright Japanese star shell from the Nagara, her lookout saw a dark silhouette coming from off the starboard bow, very, very fast, on a collision course. When the fire control radar had the mysterious ship's range down to 1,200 yards, Skipper Commander Orville Gregor ordered full stop, then backed with both engines at full emergency power. He was desperate to avoid a collision with the ship, which turned out to be the destroyer Udachi. Commander Kikawa was continuing his efforts to make up for his earlier panic by sailing directly into the American column with his guns blazing like a kamikaze. The Imperial Japanese Navy did have a destroyer named the Kamikaze. Ironically, she survived the war. However, Gregor did succeed in avoiding a collision with the destroyer, which passed directly across the Ward's bow. Once again, the Udachi had thrown the American formation into confusion, and Kamikaze Kikawa wasn't done yet. He spied a U.S. cruiser that was distracted by the Hiei and let loose with a brace of long lances. Meanwhile, the new destroyer Barton, just astern of the Aaron Ward, had launched 5 torpedoes at the Hiei. Naturally, being American Mark 15 torpedoes, none of them hit. Now the Barton was coming up very quickly on the Aaron Ward, who was starting to move again after her stop. To avoid a collision, the Barton's skipper, Lieutenant Commander Douglas Fox, ordered all engines stopped. Stopping your ship in the middle of a shooting battle is generally not recommended, for reasons that were now brutally demonstrated. As the Barton slowed to a stop, she simply exploded into a towering pillar of fire, courtesy of 2 torpedoes from the Amatsukaze, one that struck the forward fire room, the second that struck the forward engine room. Some 10 seconds later, the Barton was gone. Commander Hara had feared if the Barton turned to avoid the Aaron Ward, his torpedoes would miss. But she didn't. She stopped. Her combat career had lasted exactly 7 minutes. The torpedoes that hit the Barton had passed beneath and in front of the destroyer Monson behind her. Hara let loose with another brace of torpedoes at a cruiser, then took his hyperbola and scurried back toward the Hiei. The water was still boiling from where the Barton went down when the Monson spotted the Hiei 4,000 yards off her starboard bow. Skipper Lieutenant Commander Charles E. McCombs had told his torpedo officer Ensign Robert Lassen to fire at his discretion. So 5 were released from the aft mount, depth set at 10 feet with a 2.5-degree spread. Lassen thought he had gotten 2 hits on the battleship. Others thought 3. The Hiei thought 0. The remaining 5 torpedoes were loosed from the forward mount at a cruiser or destroyer, probably the Nagara, 2 or 3 miles off the starboard beam, with probably no hits. If the target was indeed the Nagara, the cruiser would use her new lease on life to cancel that lease for the destroyer Cushing. With her voice radio out, the Cushing had not gotten Admiral Callahan's "cease fire, our ship's" order. After the Hiei had passed astern of the Laffey, Lieutenant Commander Parker ordered a hard turn to starboard to unmask the Cushing's torpedo tubes for a strike at the battleship. "Torpedo action, starboard!" Parker shouted, and the torpedo officer launched 6 torpedoes at the Hiei. Naturally, being American Mark 15 torpedoes, none of them hit. Then the Cushing started taking heavy fire. The Hiei's second battery continued hammering away at the American destroyer. Additionally, a sort of battle group of the destroyers Yukikaze and Terazuki had started to form around the Nagara, now off the Cushing's port bow. They started taking the destroyer under fire, heavier and more accurate fire than the Hiei was doing. Lieutenant Commander Parker ordered a hard port turn to bring the Cushing's aftermounts to bear on this new threat. They were being trained out when a shell struck the face of the gun director, disabling it, killing 2 instantly, and blowing the gunnery officer over the top of the director to land on the bridge at Butch Parker's feet. He died on the way to surgery. A Japanese shell, apparently from the Nagara group, detonated in the upper handling room of Mount 1, killing its entire crew and starting a serious fire. Efforts to fight the fire were hamstrung by additional hits, most likely from the Hiei's second battery, knocking out the machinery. One round started a fire in, curiously enough, the forward fire room. A hit to the base of the afterstack caused the after fire room to fill with soot, forcing the engineers to don gas masks. Lieutenant Commander Parker ordered the room abandoned when he was incorrectly told the room was flooding. The men tried to reoccupy it, but by that time the feed water to one of the boilers had failed, causing the boiler to melt down into slag. So there was no power and, soon thereafter, no engines when the engine room tank providing lubricating oil was hit. The Cushing drifted to a stop, unable to move, with her few remaining guns reduced to firing off their ready ammunition. The Japanese were starting to make their firepower advantage felt, in part because of the arrival of 3 relatively fresh destroyers, Asugumo, Murasame, and Samedare, the advanced destroyers who had actually been trailing the Karishima, but had looped around to port and were now entering the battle on the northern side of the Japanese formation. Among the first to notice was the light anti-aircraft cruiser Juno. The stars may not have been out, but the Juno had been having a star-crossed night nonetheless. Originally at the back of the cruiser section of the American column, the mess of entangled ships in front of her had been such that the Juno ended up to port of San Francisco, who ordered her to move so the flagship could fire at the Hiei. So the Juno sped across the San Francisco's bow and got back toward her starboard side. Anxious to make herself useful, she opened fire on the first target she saw, Udachi, which had just crossed the American column behind her and ahead of the Aaron Ward. Commander Kikawa saw the Juno on a parallel course to starboard and launched 8 torpedoes. All missed. As Kikawa later explained to Commander Hara, the cruiser answered with a powerful salvo to which I could only respond with guns. That was bad. I felt I was pinned at last. A destroyer cannot outgun a cruiser. Then, all of a sudden, a burst of flames rose from the cruiser. It stopped firing. The source of the torpedo that caused the burst of flames on the Juno's port side has never been conclusively determined. Both Commanders Hara and Kikawa thought it was from the Amatsukaze, but much more likely it was from the Murasame. The Murasame, along with the Samedare, were being led by the Asagumo, flying the flag of Rear Admiral Takama Tamatsu, since his old flagship light cruiser Yura had been sunk, when all 3 destroyers spotted a large target. The Asagumo turned to port and, unbeknownst to her followers, launched torpedoes at the Helena. The destroyer saw a great fire on the target that resulted in a sinking, which was news to the Helena. But seeing the Helena appear to sink convinced the Murasame to fire 8 torpedoes, not at the Helena, but instead at the Juno, while firing her guns at the cruiser as well. In return, she took a hit in the forward fire room that limited her speed to 27.5 knots. The torpedo officer Senior Lieutenant Ishizuka Sake claimed 3 torpedo hits and believed the Juno had sunk. She had not, but it might have been better if she had. The torpedo struck the Juno below the armor belt in the forward fire room, killing 17. Like her sister ship Atlanta, the Juno was lifted from the water, twisting and shaking, and then settled deeper with a slight list to port. She lost fire control for her turrets and much of her electrical power for the forward part of the ship. Initially, it didn't seem too bad, but there were a few ominous signs. The propellers jammed, causing the bridge to lose helm control, and she lost almost all of her speed. Most disconcerting of all, her deck was buckled, which can be the sign of a catastrophic injury. Sure enough, the chief engineer, Lieutenant Commander Thomas Oberender, reported that, in his opinion, her keel had been broken. A keel is generally the bottom of a ship, but specifically it is the bottom longitudinal girder on which the entire weight of the ship rests. A broken keel is often called a broken back, as if it is like a human spine, but the analogy is imperfect. The keel helps keep the ship together. There is no redundant structural system to the keel. If the keel is broken, then the ship is held together only by its hull and its internal bulkheads, which are not designed to take all the weight or resist the stresses that can normally be handled with the keel. Once skipper Captain Lyman Swenson received this news, he knew the Juno was in grave danger of simply falling apart, breaking in 2 in the middle of the battle. The point was hammered home by several Japanese shells from the Murasame that hit the bridge area. Swenson had no choice but to immediately steer the Juno out of the battle after only some 25 rounds from her main guns. He hoped to find a cove where they could hole up and make emergency repairs before gingerly heading to Espiritu Santo. As a parting gesture, Swenson ordered a few torpedoes loosed at the Hiei. Naturally, being American Mark 15s, none hit. Meanwhile, Admiral Takama's 3 newcomers continued with their errand of mayhem. Next to face their wrath was the destroyer Laffy. After her all-too-close encounter with the Hiei, she had sped away toward Savo Island, trying to clear the fracas and camouflage herself in the blackness of the island behind her. She spotted the Karishima approximately 10,000 yards off her port beam, with an entourage of some destroyers. But Lieutenant Commander Hank concluded that, with no more torpedoes, she had pushed her luck enough with battleships for one night. He moved on. Hank was shocked to see 2 shadows materialize out of the dark, crossing from port to starboard maybe 3,000 yards. The 5-inch gun director trained on the lead one, then the second, without firing. The torpedo officer Lieutenant J.G. Tom Evans was heading back to the bridge from the main deck when the night all of a sudden turned into day. The two shadows had passed the Laffey's bow, but the destroyer's lookouts had missed a third shadow behind them, the Samudari, which now snapped its searchlights on and pinned the Laffey before shooting some star shells over the American destroyer. Evans heard a voice nearby say, "Uh-oh." The voice was right. The Samudari and the other two shadows, the Yasugumo and the Murasame, unloaded on the Laffey, 16 5-inch guns all at once. 3 against 1. It was no contest. It seemed at least a dozen of the 5-inch shells were on target. The Laffey was smothered in gunfire. One 5-inch round detonated on the bridge, killing the communications officer and wounding others. Another one wrecked 5-inch Mount 3. Yet another detonated a ready powder charge in 5-inch Mount 2, killing all but 2 of the Mount's crew. A fatal explosion was averted only when gunner's mate 3rd Class Roy Myers flooded the upper handling room. Still, another shell disabled the gun director, forcing the remaining guns to lose control. The Laffey tried to respond. She sped up. Chief Engineer Lieutenant Eugene Barham said she was rated for 37.5 knots, but he was sure that about now she was going in excess of 40. Gunnery Officer Lieutenant Ratliff illuminated the Samudari and had the 5-inch Mount 1 fire on the Japanese destroyer. He was sure he got a hit forward of the Samudari's bridge. The Samudari disagreed, but her searchlight did go out. The Japanese destroyers moved off to the east, only to be replaced by something much worse. A few parting 5-inch shells struck near the bridge. Massive shell splashes erupted on both sides of the Laffey. Lieutenant Evans recalled. The next second I was hanging onto a stanchion, trying to keep myself from being thrown from the ship. She seemed to pitch herself into the air and then nosedive for the bottom. Tons of water poured down over our superstructure. It was difficult to stand under the weight of it, and every man topside was drenched to the skin. The Laffey had been straddled by a salvo of 14-inch shells from the battleship Karishima, passing astern. The splashes drenched the destroyer. At one point, the water on the bridge was knee-deep. A 14-inch shell from a second salvo passed through the superstructure, through the electrical workshop amidships, and the after fire room, carrying away an entire electrical junction box that flew right in front of Lieutenant Evans's face before the entire sparking conglomerate disappeared off the port side. The shell passed through the ship without exploding, suggesting it was an armor-piercing shell. If so, the Karishima, at least, had completed the changeover from incendiaries. Then Laffey suffered a massive underwater explosion near her stern. A torpedo hit, from whom has never been conclusively determined. It may have even been an American Mark 15 torpedo from one of the rear destroyers, Aaron Ward, Barton, or Monson. When the Monson launched at the cruiser or destroyer that was most likely the Nagara, her torpedoes were roughly on track to the area of the Laffey. If it was American, it would have been a remarkable, if ignominious feat for the Mark 15 to have struck multiple hulls this night, yet detonated only on the one occasion when it struck a friendly hull. However, due to, if nothing else, the Mark 15's reliability in being unreliable, more likely the culprit was a Japanese destroyer. Candidates include the Yasugumo in her earlier launch, though that would give her the curious achievement of having passed her target before her torpedo hit it, or the Terazuki, whose actions at this time are rather vague, but who was sort of following the Nagara and launched at a target going away from her. The nature of the hit suggests it was a Japanese torpedo, because the hit was indeed devastating. It blew 50 feet of the deck on the fantail up at an almost vertical angle against and over Mount 4 and started a fire in one of the fuel tanks. Because of the damage to the deck, damage control could not reach the fire. Worse, the fire was dangerously close to the magazine. I could see that a fire of that magnitude meant the magazine could blow at any time. I went back up to the bow to get as far away from that fire as I could, said signalman Richard Hale. Nor was that all. Chief Engineer Lieutenant Barham noticed the ship was slowing down while the turbines were spinning faster and faster. That meant one thing. The propellers had been blown off. For that matter, so had the rudder. The starboard propeller shaft was bouncing up and down, further proof that the propeller was gone. The port propeller shaft had shredded the glands securing it against the bulkhead, so the engine room was flooding. Pressure was building in the boilers, and the steam lines were about to burst, so Barham ordered the engine rooms evacuated. After he got to the main deck, Lieutenant Barham did a quick inspection. He noticed a 2-foot bulge in the main deck just forward of the torpedo hit, which suggested the Laffey, like the Juno, had a broken keel. With the power out, Ensign Sterrett mobilized members of the crew to fight the inferno aft of Mount 4 with a bucket brigade, without actual buckets, but instead with mostly empty shell casings and empty powder cans. Once he got that started, he began tossing filled powder cans overboard. Against a conflagration of this magnitude, it was a pitiful effort. They could not get rid of enough powder cans before the fire reached the magazine. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Evans joined a group trying to free a gunner trapped in the wreckage of Mount 4 and in danger of being burned alive. Because the steel ladder to the bridge had been destroyed, Lieutenant Barham had to climb up a rope ladder to report the bad news to Lieutenant Commander Hank and to recommend the Laffey be abandoned. Hank adamantly declined. "I'm not going to abandon my ship. You get us underway, and I will get us out of here." "Captain," Barham replied, "we don't have any propellers." "That would seem to complicate things. May I have permission to put the boats and rafts in the water in case?" Hank told him to do so, just in case. Barham left for the boats while the skipper presumably pondered over a way to get his ship moving out of an active combat zone with no propellers. He didn't ponder too long, however. Barham had barely gotten back to the main deck when Hank gave the order to abandon ship. Barham then went to his abandoned ship station. Hank came out and told him to immediately go over the side. Barham yelled back, "You are coming, aren't you?" "I'll be right behind you, Chief, as soon as everyone has abandoned." While the blazing Laffey was being abandoned, the destroyer Monson was also feeling the effects of the new arrivals. Lieutenant Commander McCombs noticed a ship off his port quarter fire up star shells that burst ahead of him. He was certain they had come from an American ship. McCombs ordered the Monson to turn on her recognition lights to establish his ship's identity. And indeed it did. But flashing your recognition lights was often a recipe for disaster in these parts. Lieutenant Commander McCombs was experienced, but still new as a skipper. He would learn. When 2 searchlights snapped on and pinned the Monson, he learned the star shells had come from the Japanese, specifically destroyers, Asagumo, Murasame, and Samadari, having just finished with the Laffey. Flashing the recognition lights had revealed the Monson to yet another trio of attackers, the Nagara and Yukikaze, both of which were pinning the destroyer, and Terazuki, all some 2,500 yards away to starboard. The starboard 20mm guns fired at the offending searchlights, which went out, but it was too late. The recognition lights now attracted an avalanche of gunfire. The 5-inch Mount 1 was hit immediately through the gun shield, its crew killed. Another shell started a fire in the handling room of Mount 2, taking it offline as a third passed through the mount without exploding. The bridge and the gun director were hit, forcing the aft 5-inch mounts to go to local control. A lookout spotted a pair of approaching torpedoes, which Lieutenant Commander McCombs deftly avoided with a right full rudder. He then ordered flank speed, course 50 degrees true, to try to get clear of their tormentors, but a hit to the forward fire room severed the steam line, another hit ruptured the throttle manifold in the after engine room, and the Monson drifted to a stop, just in time to see 2 further torpedoes approaching before passing beneath her. By then, the torpedoes were superfluous. The Monson was simply pummeled, taking an estimated 37 hits, 10 of which were immediately below the superstructure. 2 were 14-inch armor-piercing shells, evidently from the Kirishima, that passed through the superstructure without exploding. Both aftermounts were quickly disabled. The rudder jammed 26 degrees to starboard. A hit to the captain's cabin started a fire that eventually cut off the bridge and engulfed the entire superstructure. Both fire rooms and both engine rooms were hit, with no power to the fire mains, which were ruptured anyway, and the inferno about to reach the magazines, Damage Control Officer Lieutenant J.G. George S. Ham recommended they abandon ship. Cut off on the bridge by the flames, Lieutenant Commander McCombs carefully laid down his binoculars and jumped off the bridge into the water below, breaking both shoulders. The Sterret and the O'Bannon had obeyed the "cease firing, our ships" order from Admiral Callahan. Commander Coward kept the Sterret's guns silent for a moment, in the words of one respected historian, to consider the sanity of the order against the backdrop of objective reality, then resumed firing, once again, at the Hiei. By this time, the Japanese flagship had slowed down to a crawl, approximately 5 knots, probably in part because she was steering by engine, but also because Captain Nishida had ordered a cut in speed to slow down flooding as a result of the hit from the San Francisco that, due to the absurdly close range, penetrated her steering room. With the range less than 1,000 yards, Lieutenant Calhoun had his gunners further punish the already severely damaged pagoda with 9 4-gun salvos, all of which hit. The Sterret also launched 4 torpedoes at the Hiei. Calhoun saw 2 explosions on the battleship's starboard side, and took these to be torpedo hits in the engineering spaces. Fires on her main deck seemed to flare up, and more crewmen were seen jumping off the Hiei's deck into the water. The Sterret crossed the Hiei's bow less than 500 yards ahead of the battleship, once again too close for the Hiei's guns to depress enough to hit the destroyer. Meanwhile, the O'Bannon's commander Wilkinson kept his guns silent for only a matter of seconds. Then they resumed firing at the Hiei. At a range of 1,800 yards, once again so close that the guns could hardly miss, Gunnery Officer Lieutenant George Phillip, working from the fire director, kept calling to the plotting room to order the range to the battleship decreased. After several instances of this, the gunnery computer operator, clearly irritated, shouted back to his superior that he was already at minimum range and could reduce it no further. Philip muttered, "God, this is murder." Once again, the Hiei's upper works took a pounding, witnesses describing how each hit sliced away a piece of the battleship like a knife cutting through a block of butter. But the battleship Hiei was one really big block of butter. Slicing away pieces of it with 5-inch shell hits simply wasn't going to get the job done in the time at hand. Commander Wilkinson understood he would need to use torpedoes to punch holes into the side of the Hiei, and he knew he needed to do so quickly before the situation deteriorated. The Nagara was back on the starboard quarter and starting to find the range on the destroyer with her guns. Wilkinson ordered his torpedo officer Ensign John Tazewell to prepare for torpedo action to starboard to first take care of Nagara. Moreover, although the battleship's gunfire was getting increasingly sporadic, she was now starting to return the destroyer's fire. But once again, the Hiei's target was so close that the battleship's 14-inch and 6-inch guns could not depress sufficiently to hit the O'Bannon, merely whistling over the destroyer to splash on the opposite side. While redirecting his guns to target the Nagara, Commander Wilkinson shouted at Ensign Tazewell, "Torpedo action to port! Torpedo action to port!" Likely wishing his superior officer could make up his mind, Tazewell, believing that the Hiei was dead in the water, sent 2 torpedoes churning toward the battleship. Then he ordered a third launched. As he did so, the battleship was rocked by an explosion that sent sheets of flame across the Hiei's main deck. Thinking, wrongly, that the Japanese battleship was finished, Wilkinson ordered a ceasefire. But whatever blasts on the Hiei the Sterret and O'Bannon witnessed, they were not torpedo hits. There has been some speculation that the torpedoes detonated prematurely as they entered the battleship's magnetic field, another fine moment for the Mark VI exploder and its magnetic influence detonator on the Mark 15 torpedoes. As the O'Bannon guns drove off the Nagara by, it appeared, hitting the light cruiser near her aftermounts, Commander Wilkinson determined to find out why the Cushing and Laffey were no longer in view. In doing so, he left Executive Officer Lieutenant Commander Donald MacDonald to con the ship. MacDonald ordered full speed ahead and turned hard to starboard to pass in front of the Hiei's bow. The Hiei had ideas of her own. turning toward the O'Bannon in an effort to comb the torpedoes, thus putting herself in the destroyer's path. MacDonald shouted, "Hard right," then, "Emergency full astern," hoping to milk enough from the O'Bannon's forward momentum to avoid the Hiei. The little destroyer virtually skidded toward the big battleship's hull, like a speeding car screeching its tires in a tight turn, but slowed down just enough to avoid sideswiping or even touching her much bigger rival. MacDonald then ordered full speed ahead on a course due east away from the Hiei and the battle area in general, as the destroyer was surrounded by near misses from the battleship's guns as the range increased. Unfortunately, speeding away from the battle area meant speeding through another area full of ships that were damaged, burning, or sinking. Lieutenant Commander MacDonald could barely make out the disembodied bow of a sinking ship with what he thought was the number 459, the numeric designation of the Laffey. In fact, the number was 599, that of the Barton. MacDonald ordered a hard turn to port to avoid it. Sailors on the O'Bannon tossed life jackets overboard and shouted encouragement to the Barton's survivors in the water as the speeding destroyer unavoidably ran some of them down. More were run down when MacDonald ordered another hard port turn to avoid some approaching torpedoes, their source unclear. At that point, Admiral Callahan had the U.S. ships resume firing, though he did not so much order them to do so as forget that he ever ordered them to stop firing in the first place. In an example of an order that would have been better given early in the battle, or better yet, before it, Callahan barked over the voice radio, "We want the big ones! Get the big ones first!" Unfortunately, the Japanese shared that thinking. During the lull in shooting from the American flagship, the Hiei had snapped on a set of 3 searchlights, 2 lights over one in an upside-down triangle, and trained them on the San Francisco. From the starboard quarter, another set of searchlights came from the ever-annoying Nagara, which opened up from about 3,000 yards on the flagship, knocking out the 2 aft 1.1-inch mounts. More worrisome still, the San Francisco's lookouts noticed a new set of very large shell splashes from a battleship clearly, but not the Hiei. They could only be from the Kirishima. Her skipper, Captain Iwabuchi Sanji, had kept her lurking somewhere in the dark behind the Hiei, and was quite content to stay there. Now she was about to make her appearance from off the American flagship's port bow. The American flagship had no choice but to start multitasking. The aft 8-inch turret and the starboard 5-inch battery were coming to bear on the Nagara, while both forward 8-inch turrets stayed trained on the Hiei. Admiral Callahan and his staff went to the starboard side of the flag bridge. The Hiei was turning to port, away from the San Francisco, passing in the opposite direction. Eventually, the Hiei moved out of the American flagship's forward-firing arcs, and the forward turrets had to stop shooting. Still under the glare of enemy spotlights, Admiral Callahan, over the intercom, said to the navigation bridge, "Tell the navigator to get us out of here." The navigator was Commander Ray Arison, who was also serving as Admiral Callahan's operations officer, because no one on the Admiral's staff was qualified for the position. No one else was qualified to be navigator either. As a result, Arison had spent most of the night running between 2, sometimes 3 places, the chart house, the flag bridge, and the navigation bridge. He was in the doorway from the chart room to the navigation bridge, watching Captain Young and Lieutenant Commander McCandless when a 1,400-pound 14-inch shell from the Hiei made its uninvited entry into the chart room. The Type 3 shell demolished the chart house and killed a radio man sitting to the commander's right. Arison himself suffered a fractured elbow and a full break in his arm. He was shuffling over toward the navigation bridge to report to Captain Young when a second Type 3 shell blew him out of the chart house and head first into the port wing of the bridge. The blast killed most of the bridge crew outright. The only ones left standing on the bridge were Lieutenant Commander McCandless, whose life vest was peppered with fragments, and Quartermaster 3rd Class Harry Higdon, the helmsman. McCandless was still dazed, his ears ringing, when Higdon shouted, "I've lost steering control," and spun the useless wheel for dramatic effect. Out of control, the San Francisco started swinging to port at 18 knots. The acting executive officer, Commander Joseph C. Hubbard, had watched the smashing of the bridge from his position high up in a partially repaired and restaffed Battle 2. Unable to reach the bridge by phone, he ordered Central Station to transfer control of the ship to Battle 2. As soon as that was completed, a 14-inch Type 3 shell from the Kirishima crashed through the roof of Battle 2, hitting it for the second time in 12 hours, this time completely destroying it and killing everyone there. At this point, Quartermaster 3rd Class Floyd A. Rogers, waiting alone in the armored conning tower directly below the navigation bridge, shouted, "I have control!" McCandless and Higdon left the bridge to join Rogers. Fortunate for them they did, too, as immediately after they left, another Japanese shell, probably a 6-inch from the Hiei's second battery, struck the bridge. Lying in a crumpled heap on the bridge's port wing, Commander Arison had just rousted himself up when the explosion blew him over the railing. Arison did 2 complete turns in the air before landing feet first on a 5-inch mount 2 decks below. The impact broke both of his legs, and he collapsed into the arms of the gun captain. But Ray Arison was not finished being a human missile just yet. The gun captain, who was firing the weapon, thought Arison was dead, so he unceremoniously threw him off through a break in the deck. Arison landed with what had to be a very painful thud on the main deck. Hot shell casings were tossed through the break after him. When Arison looked above him, everything seemed to be on fire. Arison himself was in a puddle in which he lost consciousness and would have drowned had not Mess Attendant First Class Leonard Roy Harmon pulled him out. In the armored conning tower, Lieutenant Commander McCandless peered through a view slit. The San Francisco's starboard second battery of 5-inch guns had been in a duel with the Hiei's starboard second battery of 6-inch guns. The San Francisco lost. All 4 of the 5-inch guns were smashed, but they had scored hits on the battleship's deck. According to McCandless, a shower of luminous snowflakes rose above her masthead and fell like a waterfall, suggesting the Hiei's pyrotechnics locker had been hit, or one of her own incendiary shells had detonated. McCandless ordered Quartermaster Rogers to head between Salvo Island and Cape Esperance to get out of the fight for the moment. He left Quartermaster Higdon to act as Rogers' eyes through the view slit. Then Lieutenant Commander McCandless went back to the remnants of the navigation bridge to ascertain the condition and whereabouts of Captain Young. It was a ghoulish scene. The navigation bridge was a weird place indeed in the intermittent light of gunfire. It had been hit several times more during my brief absence. Bodies, helmeted and life-jacketed, limbs and gear littered the deck. The siren was moaning, and water was raining down through holes in the deck above from the ruptured water-cooling system of the forward 1.1-inch quads. I could not identify Captain Young in my hasty search of the navigation bridge, but left convinced that neither he nor anyone else up there would take further part in this action. They would not, but the San Francisco would, against her will, because now the destroyer Amatsukaze crossed the flagship's bow from starboard to port. Commander Hara had been surprised and even struck senseless by the San Francisco's sudden appearance. I screamed as a big ship suddenly appeared out of the darkness just in front of us. I wondered what ship it could be. We passed so close I could not see its whole shape. There was no apparent activity on board. It had no turrets, but it was not a merchant ship. It was familiar, and yet I could not place it. This disturbed me, as I knew every kind of ship, and decided that this must be Jingei. She was a submarine tender and had no turrets. But what was she doing here? The next moment I realized she could not be Jingei, and knew this must be an enemy ship. I jumped up and yelled, "Gunners, torpedo men, stand ready to port!" Hara ordered searchlights directed at the ship. Only then did Hara realize. Our target appeared unmistakably to be an enemy cruiser. He ordered the Amatsukaze to unload everything on the cruiser. The Japanese destroyer was on a course opposite that of the San Francisco, passing her to port. For the first time in this battle, the Amatsukaze's gunnery officer, Lieutenant Shimizu Kazue, was allowed to use his 6 5-inch guns. At a distance of only a few hundred yards, guns could not miss. And they did not, hitting the forward part of the already smashed bridge while Lieutenant Commander McCandless was in the back. At the same time, the destroyer launched its last 4 torpedoes at the San Francisco. An excited Commander Hara listened for the hits and the explosions that would surely sink the American flagship. He heard the hits. Thunk, 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 thunk. But there was no earth-shattering explosion. Then, in Hara's words, I realized my stupid mistake. It took Japanese torpedoes about 500 meters to arm themselves for detonation. The range to the San Francisco was maybe half that. In his haste to sink the San Francisco, Hara, who had literally written the book on torpedo tactics in the Imperial Japanese Navy, had launched his last torpedoes too close to the target. The cruiser never even realized it had been hit by Hara's torpedoes. Apparently, they didn't even leave unsightly dents. I cursed my stupidity. Through haste, I had lost the chance to make a certain sinking. While Hara was cursing himself for his stupid mistake, he made a second one. The San Francisco's port secondary battery of 5-inch guns was now responding to the Amatsukaze's attack, forcing the destroyer to switch targets from the superstructure to the unruly guns. One 5-inch shell apparently hit the Amatsukaze's stern. The destroyer was surrounded by shell splashes. Angry at this resistance, angry that a simple sinking had gone so wrong, but mostly angry at himself, Commander Hara snarled, "Gunners, don't budge an inch! Finish it off!" One of the cruiser's 4 5-inch port-side guns was destroyed by a direct hit. The remaining 3 were wrecked by shrapnel. So furious were Hara and his gunners that they didn't notice those shell splashes were coming from a new direction. But Lookout Warrant Officer Iwata Shigeru did. He shouted to Hara, "Another cruiser is sniping at us from 70 degrees to port." Hara turned in that direction and saw another cruiser, and immediately realized he had made yet a third mistake. So focused was he on sinking the San Francisco that he had forgotten that the Amatsukaze's searchlights were on, still trained on the San Francisco. As they had done for the Akatsuki and the Hiei, those searchlights attracted gunfire, this time from the monster light cruiser, Helena. The Helena had been having a frustrating night. She had the best radar in the force, but that radar wasn't much use when friendly and enemy ships were so intermixed. All the radar operators could do was tell Captain Hoover where concentrations of ships were located. They still had to rely on visual sighting to determine if a potential target was American or Japanese. All the while, Captain Hoover was doing his best to stay in Admiral Callahan's original column designation, right behind the Portland. Maintaining his position was not all that hard until the heavy cruiser started making a strange turn to starboard and kept turning, for no apparent reason. Realizing the Portland was having rudder issues, the Helena swerved around her to continue following the San Francisco, only to see that the flagship was having issues of her own from a ship shining a searchlight on it. That was visual identification enough for Hoover, who ordered his monster light cruiser to open fire on the impudent, imprudent Amatsukaze. A horrified Hara Tamaichi shouted, "Douse searchlight! Stop shelling! Spread smokescreen!" The words were not even out of his mouth when the Helena's third salvo smashed into the Amatsukaze. One shell destroyed the fire director over the bridge. A second detonated just below the bridge in the radio room. Commander Hara had to hunch over and cling to the railing to keep from being blown off the bridge. Deafened and dazed for a few moments, Hara checked himself for wounds, found none, and then found everyone on the bridge was okay. Elsewhere, though, this was not the case. Commander Hara called out to Iwata, but found him doubled over the rangefinder, lifeless, with a piece of shrapnel lodged in his brain. He called to Gunnery Officer Lieutenant Shimizu. Silence. He called to the radio room. Silence. The helm was not responding, and the Amatsukaze was starting to circle to starboard. Fires were flaring up under and around the bridge. Commander Hara was flaring up as well. "Damn it, let's return fire." A wounded gunner staggered onto the bridge. "Sir, the turrets won't move. The hydraulic system has failed." An orderly from the engine room joined the impromptu confab. "The rudder mechanism no longer works, sir. The hydraulics have failed." Commander Hara questioned both. What happened to Shimizu? How's the engine? Any fuel fires?" "Lieutenant Shimizu was blasted from the ship, sir, leaving only one of his legs." "The engine works unimpaired, sir. The fuel has not caught fire." The skipper ordered the gunner to get medical attention and set about stopping the ship so the rudder could be operated manually, that is, by hand, or, more accurately, hands, 20 of them to be precise. With 43 dead, the Amatsukaze's fighting night was over, and the arrogant Commander Hara was chastened. After firing 125 6-inch rounds at the Amatsukaze, the Helena stopped firing only because the San Francisco drifted into her line of fire. Lieutenant Commander McCandless was still trying to sort out the chain of command amidst the ruins of the flagship. He realized Admiral Callahan had been oddly silent for some time and headed to the flag bridge. There he found a trail of cigarettes leading from the Admiral's cabin to the starboard wing of the bridge, where Daniel J. Callahan, holding an open pack of Philip Morris's, and his 4-person staff were lying in a grisly, motionless heap. A 6-inch shell from the Hiei's secondary battery had detonated on a beam just above them. McCandless headed back to the armored conning tower. He could not see that one of Callahan's staff, Lieutenant Commander Emmett O'Byrne, was still alive, badly injured, and buried at the bottom of the mound of corpses. O'Byrne would have to wait an hour for his rescue. Once back in the conning tower, McCandless took stock of who among the senior officers was both still alive and able to exercise command. Captain Young was badly wounded, and Commander Crowder had been killed. He concluded that Lieutenant Commander Herbert E. Rocky Schonland was the senior officer able to take command. Schonland was currently running damage control efforts out of Central Station. McCandless contacted Schonland to ask him for orders. But Schonland, a veteran who was intimately familiar with the San Francisco, was the best person for the job he had, the job that was most urgent now, damage control, and he knew it. Schonland told McCandless that they would sort out the command arrangements at a more convenient time, but for now he should continue to con the ship while Schonland tried to save the ship. Lieutenant Commander McCandless turned back to trying to get the San Francisco out of danger. He could not just turn the ship around. Not knowing Admiral Callahan was dead, the other American ships might interpret it as a general retreat. McCandless reiterated his earlier order to the helmsman to get the cruiser out of battle, and went to the vision slit to peer out through his binoculars, just in time for a 14-inch incendiary from the Hiei to strike the top of the conning tower 2 feet over their heads. It was the last hit from this battleship, who was targeting the San Francisco with her aft turrets, while her forward turrets had switched targets to the Portland. Still trying to follow the San Francisco, Captain Dubose in the Portland decided he had had enough of what was to him and most everyone else in the force an inexplicable order from Admiral Callahan. She started railing at the Hiei again, only to see 2 destroyers passing close to starboard. The Portland's forward starboard 5-inch mounts fired star shells to try to identify the unknown ships. But the star shells revealed something far worse, a torpedo rapidly closing in on the starboard quarter. Gene Howard, an ammunition handler on one of the 5-inch mounts, shouted, "Torpedo!" But it was too late. The underwater explosion, just forward of Turret 3, sent up tons of seawater, which crashed back down onto the Portland. Part of the main deck was now curled up around the base of Turret 3, which had been knocked right off its track and jammed at about 15 degrees to starboard, and the guns at about 30 degrees in elevation. But that was not the worst of the damage. The long lance had created a 45-foot gash in the hull, maybe 6 feet below the waterline, with damage some 25 feet inside the hull. Both inboard propeller shafts had been destroyed, the steering engine disabled, and the rudder jammed 5 degrees to starboard. Worst of all, the hull plating had been blown in 45 degrees to the centerline. The interaction of the twisted hull with the rules of fluid dynamics meant the Portland was now damned to an eternal hard starboard turn. As bad as the damage was, the Portland was lucky. The torpedo had missed the compartment storing bombs for the seaplanes by a mere 10 feet. If the torpedo had hit there, the resulting explosion would have destroyed the ship. As it was, the explosion was so big that the destroyer O'Bannon thought the torpedo had hit her. Nevertheless, the U.S. Navy has always prided itself on crack damage control, and the Portland was no exception. Chief Petty Officer J.E. Jones and his assistant, Water Tender Second Class Hubert Johnson, shifted oil and water from various tanks on the damaged starboard side to various tanks on the port side to keep the hole in the starboard side as high out of the water as possible to minimize flooding. Meanwhile, Machinist Mate First Class Pete Cole prevented the steam lines from rupturing by shutting down their supply to turbines for the shafts whose propellers had been blown off. Both of these actions contributed significantly to saving the ship and what remained of her crew. An official Navy report on the Portland's damage control concluded her performance was impressive and a tribute to the skill of her personnel as well as the ruggedness of her design and construction. But now the relatively lightly armored Portland was heavily damaged and steaming in circles in the middle of a shooting battle. This did not faze her veteran crew one bit. Gunnery Officer Lieutenant Commander Elliot Shanklin found that he had the 2 forward 8-inch turrets and 6 of the 8 5-inch mounts still operational. The aft fire control radar, the only main battery radar still functioning, and the 2 starboard 5-inch directors, along with multiple lookouts, had picked out a large, slow-moving target to starboard that was already burning, the Hiei. Despite his damaged cruiser, Shanklin was determined to tackle the battleship. The equally aggressive Captain DeBose agreed, telling Shanklin, "Commence firing when on the target." As the Portland began her second involuntary turn to starboard, when the Japanese flagship was dead ahead, the cruiser let loose with a 6-gun salvo. So began what Executive Officer Commander Worth called rodeo gunnery, firing only when the involuntary starboard turn unmasked her guns. Before the turn masked her guns again, the Portland fired 4 6-gun salvos of 8-inch ammunition. Shanklin claimed 10 to 14 hits on the Hiei's already mangled superstructure. Admiral Nimitz would later call this one of the highlights of the action. In return, she took one 14-inch incendiary shell from the battleship, which did little damage, before the Hiei disappeared into the dark to the north. But the Hiei's last hit knocked Lieutenant Commander McCandless out of the conning tower, rendering him unconscious for a few minutes. When he came to, he had a shrapnel wound in his head. His ruined binoculars had saved at least his eyes and probably his life. Quartermaster Third Class Rogers announced, "We've lost steering and engine control." Left unsaid was the word, "again." This time it was due to a convoluted series of factors. Shrapnel had struck the diesel oil tank just above the after engine room and shattered the ventilation shaft. Diesel oil flowed down the shaft and onto the after generators, where it produced smoke and threatened to catch fire. In some quick thinking, Lieutenant Junior Grade Herschel Chipp, in charge of the room, shut down the generators. This act prevented a fire that could have destroyed the generators, but it also cut power to the aft turret, power steering, and engine control systems until power could be rerouted. Steering and engine commands from Lieutenant Commander McCandless had to be verbally passed through Central Station until power was restored. But it could have been worse. And soon it was. All Lieutenant Commander McCandless was trying to do was sail his battered, decapitated San Francisco out of danger. But the fates were not through chewing up the ship just yet. McCandless's chosen course to the northwest brought the smoking wreck of a flagship across the other Japanese battleship, Kirishima, who had already sent a few shells into the cruiser. She herself was trying to exit the battle northeast in accordance with Admiral Abe's orders. But now she had a clear target, and she was not nearly as damaged or distracted as her sister ship. So began a rather bizarre exchange. At a range of 2,500 yards, point blank again, the Kirishima unloaded a 14-inch salvo. It went down the San Francisco starboard side and splashed, drenching the cruiser, which immediately responded with her 2 forward turrets, which missed. On the battleship's next salvo, one incendiary shell hit the main deck outside turret 2 and exploded. As repair crews were trying to deal with that, another incendiary hit turret 2's barbette. The turret itself was not penetrated, but shrapnel cut down most of the forward repair crews, further impairing damage control efforts. As a safety measure, they tried to flood the lower magazines of Turret 2, but the electrical panel responsible for controlling the flooding was damaged. So when the flooding was started, there was no way to stop it. The entire magazine for the turret was flooded, taking it out of action. Lieutenant Commander McCandless realized Turret 2 had stopped firing. He had no idea why. Since the San Francisco was on a collision course with the Kirishima, McCandless ordered a wide loop to port, which allowed Turret 3 to bear on the battleship. The cruiser fired. Her salvo fell short. The battleship responded. Her salvo fell short. Despite the point-blank range at which it was impossible to miss, both the Kirishima and the San Francisco found ways to not only miss, but not even reach the target. The Kirishima managed only her freak hit off the San Francisco's Turret 2. The cruiser managed only a grazing 8-inch hit in return. The last shots fired at the battered flagship came from the battleship's aft turrets over her stern as she sailed away to the north. They splashed short. Seeing her flagship in some difficulty with the battleship, the Helena trained her guns on the retreating Kirishima, firing 10 salvos in 2 minutes. They all splashed short. Lieutenant Commander Smith got a new firing solution and asked Captain Hoover for permission to fire. "Hell no, not with 6-inch guns. Let's get away and then you can shoot." But if not 6-inch guns, how about 40mm guns? The Helena sprayed the Kirishima's pagoda with 40mm rounds. The battleship responded with a 14-inch shell that detonated against Turret 4, but did minimal damage. At that point, Hoover decided discretion was the better part of valor and ordered his 40mm guns to cease fire. But the Kirishima was not the biggest threat to the Helena at this time. She had a stalker who at 2:22 launched 10 torpedoes all toward the light cruiser. Helena doesn't seem to have even been aware of them or her stalker, the U.S. destroyer Fletcher. Skipper Commander William R. Cole, frustrated at the inability of his SG radar to tell friend from foe, decided to eyeball it and launched over the objections of his executive officer, Lieutenant Commander Joseph C. Wiley, who was watching the radar screen and believed the target was American. Compounding the embarrassing attack was that all 10 torpedoes missed, which was mighty fortunate for the Helena. Cole thought he had gotten hits on a large cruiser or battleship. Her general outline was somewhat comparable to our Augusta class. She could have been a Congo battleship or a Maya cruiser. The Fletcher headed out, took no further part in combat, and took no more damage. Not heading out just yet was the Aaron Ward, who had managed to save herself from a collision with the Udachi, and now tried to find a way to get back into the fight, surrounded by potential targets she could not identify. A frustrated Commander Gregor decided to punt by changing course to due north at a speed of 18 knots, in compliance with the last order from Admiral Callahan that anyone could remember. At 2:03, she sighted a very large object to port, heading away from the destroyer toward the east. Gregor had her quintuple torpedo tubes train on the target, Kirishima, only to have the firing track fouled by a burning ship, immediately identified as the San Francisco, crossing it some 1,500 yards away. It would have been on a difficult receding stern profile, but it would have been a shot on a battleship. Gregor had to let the Kirishima go. Since those were the only ships she could identify, the Aaron Ward was forced for some 4 minutes to simply observe the shooting going on around her until she could sort out some of these dark shapes shooting at each other. The torpedo officer, Lieutenant Junior Grade John Drew, was working on that when he thought he saw one of those dark shapes rapidly closing in on a collision course from port, the destroyer's disengaged side. In such situations, the chain of command can be optional. Right in front of his startled skipper, Lieutenant Drew roared, "Left full rudder! Come left! Come left!" Commander Gregor swiveled his head to port and saw the silhouette coming right at them, shouting, "Left full rudder!" as the helmsman spun the wheel to the left. The other ship, the U.S. destroyer Sterret, had to go full reverse, and both ships barely avoided a collision. After unwittingly nearly bashing each other in, the Sterret and the Aaron Ward would next unwittingly collaborate to bash someone else in. The Aaron Ward had spotted what she thought was a Kotori-class light cruiser destroyer 10 degrees off her starboard bow, showing her recognition lights of green over white over red, a common mistake off Guadalcanal. Spooked by the near collision with a friendly ship, Commander Gregor had to double-check with Chief Signalman Fred Hart as to the ship's identity. "Is that one of ours, Hart?" "No, Captain." "Are you sure?" "Yes, Captain, I'm sure." The Aaron Ward sent 25 salvos toward the target, actually the destroyer Udachi. The result was a hit to the Japanese destroyer's forward fire room that caused her to slow down, and a second hit that started a fire on the forecastle. In return, 2 Japanese shells knocked the U.S. destroyer's main battery director offline. A third plowed into the foremast and brought the radar antenna down across the whistle line, causing a deafening whistling noise that continued until Lieutenant Drew shot the line in two, at which point the foremast came crashing down. Licking her wounds and reloading her torpedo tubes, Commander Kikawa's destroyer steamed away slowly toward the northwest, her guns trained fore and aft. Kikawa believed he had adequately made up for his panicking in the early moments of battle, and therefore the Udachi was finished making mayhem for the night. But the night was not finished making mayhem for the Udachi. At 2:26 a.m., the destroyer's bridge exploded under the force of 4 5-inch shells from the Sterret. Lieutenant Calhoun had caught Commander Kikawa unawares in nearly a perfect setup. 2 torpedoes left the Sterret's tubes and were never heard from again. A second salvo from the American guns detonated in the Udachi's after gun mounts, and a massive explosion sent a fireball hundreds of feet into the night sky and lifted Kikawa's command from the water to come crashing down again, the after part of her hull cherry red, hissing and throwing off steam. "Oh, you poor son of a bitch," sneered Lieutenant Calhoun. The gunners came out on deck to see their handiwork and cheered as the Sterret passed the smashed Udachi some 200 feet away to starboard. The Udachi lost power and staggered to a halt, her well deck awash, her main director forward engine room, number 3 fire room, and communications room all destroyed. The Sterret thought she had sunk, but the Udachi had not. Not yet. Even so, the Udachi got some revenge. As her fires backlit the Sterret for another Japanese ship, and the American destroyer was shocked to find a hailstorm of shells engulfing her after section from a ship that materialized out of the dark on her port beam, the destroyer Terazuki. The salvo started powder fires in the handling rooms of Mount 3 and 4. An electrical fire knocked both mounts offline. The next salvo hit the quarterdeck, knocking out the starboard torpedo mount, detonating in the 20-millimeter clipping room and causing flooding in the forward fire room's cooling system. The Terazuki was a very new ship, a member of the new Akizuki class of destroyers designed specifically for anti-aircraft purposes, and thus had a main battery intended for both anti-aircraft and anti-surface action, with 8 rapid-fire 3.9-inch guns in 4 dual mounts. And she certainly knew how to use them. With only 2 mounts functional, the torpedo supply effectively depleted, a jury rig for steering, and a serious fire that both revealed her position and her nationality, the Sterret had done her bit for president and country. Commander Coward turned to his executive officer Frank Gould and said, "Okay, Frank, let's get out of here." The destroyer sped off, settling on a high-speed course through Lingo Channel at around 2:30. They succeeded in dousing the fire in Mount 3, but the fire in Mount 4 proved more stubborn, forcing Commander Coward to keep juggling several balls in the air. After avoiding what she thought was a torpedo, the Sterret increased speed to 23 knots, only to have to take the forward fire room offline at 3 a.m. because of the damaged coolant system. Then at 3:27, the jury-rigged steering system failed, and the rudder jammed hard to starboard. Coward had to back both engines at full power to keep from grounding on Guadalcanal. Coward apparently used some sort of black magic to keep his ship moving forward. The Erin Ward was also damaged, and her guns were operating on local control, but she was still full of fight. Commander Gregor chose as his next target a searchlight that snapped on some 3,000 yards off the port bow. The light was obviously Japanese, so blinding that no one could identify its source. Gregor had his destroyer perform some fancy footwork to try to stay out of the beam, while bringing all his guns to bear, but the mysterious ship foiled his best efforts. After a fashion, the main battery director was able to lock onto the searchlight, and all 4 guns fired away. The other ship fired back, sending a 6-inch shell into the emergency radio room, killing one and badly wounding another. The Erin Ward got off 3 more 4-gun salvos, only to have a 6-inch shell shatter the radar dish atop the main battery director. Seconds later, another 6-inch shell disabled the director itself, killing one and mortally wounding another. Then she took 2 14-inch incendiaries in succession in the area of the galley. She had apparently picked a fight with the battleship Kirishima. Another searchlight from the starboard quarter pinned the Erin Ward. Mounts 2 and 4 trained out on this target, which was believed to be a destroyer that has not been identified. But at this time the Erin Ward took 2 critical hits. One hit on the weather deck disabled the torpedo tubes. The other wrecked the quadruple 1.1-inch anti-aircraft mount. These hits were estimated to have been caused by 8-inch ammunition, meaning either the San Francisco or the Portland was the culprit. Her assailants stopped shooting, but several star shells bursting and a searchlight from the port quarter attracted shell splashes from 14-inch and 6-inch rounds. One 6-inch shell tore through the canvas windscreen at the after end of the bridge, passed between the legs of torpedo officer Lieutenant Junior Grade John Drew, and broke one of the legs supporting the gun director. With that, Commander Gregor decided it was time to get out and headed back north. The Erin Ward managed to escape the gunfire, but at around 2:20 a torpedo was spotted crossing about 50 feet ahead from port to starboard. 5 minutes later, helm control was lost, and Commander Gregor started steering by engine, heading east to clear the battle area, where the shooting seemed to have stopped. At about 2:40, so did the Erin Ward. Without warning, she lost all power and went dead in the water. A few moments later, the engineer called through the voice tube saying, "Captain, we have trouble in the fire rooms." Executive Officer Lieutenant Commander Frederick Julian Beckton volunteered to check it out. When he reached the main deck, the engineering officer told him, "We're out of feed water." The distilled fresh water used to make steam and run the turbines was simply gone. Without it, the destroyer had no power. Beckton went to work figuring out what to do about it. The Erin Ward may have been pinned in the persistent searchlight of the Nagara, who all night long had been a constant threat. At around this time, Admiral Kimura's flagship was playing the role of a maritime vulture. She crept up off the starboard quarter of the Cushing, snapped on her searchlight to illuminate the disabled destroyer, and at a range of 2,000 to 4,000 yards began circling the Cushing, using her 7 5.5-inch guns to mercilessly blast her helpless target the entire time. Next, the Nagara interrupted the abandonment of the Laffey. Appearing about 2,000 yards off the starboard beam, she slowed to a near crawl, trained out her guns, and examined the stricken destroyer. Then the Japanese light cruiser moved on. The Laffey was obviously finished, and not worth the ammunition. On the Laffey, everybody resumed bailing out, hoping to get as far away as possible from the time bomb that was the burning aft magazine. Seaman First Class Rod Lambert had fainted from fright, but had come to, still in somewhat of a daze. A sailor he knew raced past him toward the bow. "Rod," the sailor shouted, "she's going to blow." Shocked into consciousness, Lambert followed him into the water. One poor soul in the Mount 3 magazine had panicked when the torpedo hit and had clamped himself to a stanchion. No one was able to talk him or even pry him off, and he had to be left behind. As the order to abandon ship arrived, the gunner trapped in Mount 4 was somehow freed and transferred to a litter. But could he and his saviors get far enough away from the ship? Ensign Sterrett was finally preparing to leave, having left it dangerously late, when a large flashlight shone in his face. "Who's that?" "Oh, Sterrett," came the voice of Lieutenant Commander Hank. With that, the skipper then walked around a corner, and the aft magazine exploded. This was a massive detonation, almost volcanic, sending up a mushroom cloud and massive pieces of what had once been the Laffey. Only 50 yards or so from the ship, Lieutenant Barham saw that the entire stern had been blown off. Lieutenant Evans was injured by flying debris and overwhelmed by hot water, his life jacket saving him. Ensign Sterrett huddled in a corner to shield himself from the missiles, then made a beeline for the bow and jumped off the ship. Probably the last man off, Sterrett was barely in the water when he turned around and watched the bow of the Laffey slide backward into its final grave in Iron Bottom Sound. The poor gunner and his saviors were killed. Lieutenant Commander Hank, the man who took on a battleship, was never seen again. He was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross. By this time, the shooting was over, for now, but not the danger. On the Helena, a black shape approached on a collision course from off the starboard bow. It was a ship, obviously, although its front half and back half didn't quite connect. It was identified as the Juno, staggering out of control from her broken keel. A collision was barely averted. Led by their biggest ship, Kirishima, but otherwise in no particular order or grouping, the Japanese were now heading north, away from the battle. Well, most of the Japanese. The Amatsukaze, her power steering disabled, was wobbling northward. Destroyers Akatsuki and Yudachi were heading nowhere, the former now at the bottom of Iron Bottom Sound, the latter disabled. Commander Kikawa had tried to rig a sail to get the Yudachi moving toward a Japanese-held shore on Guadalcanal, but it was impossible. At around 3 a.m., Admiral Takama came by in the Asagumo, with the Murasame tagging along, and looked over the Yudachi. Takama left 2 boats and instructions for survivors to head for Cape Esperance 3 miles away. Then he took off toward the north. Very conspicuous by her absence was the flagship Hiei. Some 800 American survivors would make it out of Iron Bottom Sound, some washing up, staggering onto shore, and others fished out, all soaked, covered in oil, retching, bloody, exhausted. The wounded totaled 250, the treatment of whom would further tax the Marines' slender medical resources until they could be sent to hospitals in the rear. As the survivors stepped out onto dry land, they had one universal comment, one born of bitterness and exhaustion, with no hint of the irony it deserved. You can't fight battleships with tin cans. Chapter 3. The Morning After. As the sun rose on that Friday, November 13th, 1942, south of Guadalcanal, a small flotilla of ships was sailing off to war. One of the biggest was the Washington, a brand-new, state-of-the-art battleship. She boasted 9 brand-new 16-inch 45 cal Mark VI guns, 20 5-inch 38 cal dual-purpose guns in 10 dual mounts, 5 to a side, the most modern radars, FC, fire control, FD, fire direction, and SG, surface search, and the flag of a relatively new admiral, Rear Admiral Willis Augustus Lee. With the Washington was another relatively new battleship, though this one looked a little less pristine. She was the South Dakota, who had already suffered a bomb hit on her No. 1 main turret during the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands. The turret was so well armored that the gunners inside did not even realize their turret had been hit by a bomb, but the super-firing No. 2 turret behind them certainly did. Shrapnel had gouged the barrels of the center and left guns of the 3-gun turret. One of the gunners, Lieutenant Junior Grade Paul H. Backus, later recalled, "As you can imagine, we made all kinds of measurements and sent messages back to the Bureau of Ordnance in Washington, describing these gouges, their depth, their length, and asked the question, 'Can we shoot with these barrels?' We never did get an answer that we could live with." No doubt the Bureau was too busy denying the defects in their torpedoes to give proper consideration to the gun barrels. Eventually, it was settled that the 2 guns were not to be fired. Also damaged at Santa Cruz was the South Dakota skipper, Captain Thomas L. Gatch. Radioman 2nd Class Henry Stewart described Captain Gatch at Santa Cruz. Captain Gatch refused to take cover. He said he wouldn't duck for any damn bomber, and was seriously injured from shrapnel wounds. The captain's jugular vein was severed, and if it hadn't been for the immediate availability of a corpsman who stopped the bleeding, he would have lost his life. After the bleeding was stopped, Captain Gatch went back on duty with his arm and neck immobilized. His arm had to be positioned over his head due to the nature of the neck wound. Even with this injury, Captain Gatch personally continued to steer the ship during the remainder of the battle, and also during the Battle of Guadalcanal, which followed. For the next 2 years, he didn't have the use of his left arm. But the 3rd ship, the one at the center of the formation, the most important ship present, was in far worse shape. She was trailing an oil slick, a shimmering rainbow in the sunshine, and a trail for anyone who saw it to find her. She was shipping water, not seriously, but annoyingly. 70 sets of officers' quarters were still wrecked, and there was a rather prominent and even more unsettling bulge in her main deck. Perhaps worst of all, one of her 3 elevators could not be used. She was the aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, and she was a survivor. The Enterprise was a survivor of every carrier battle of the Pacific War except the Coral Sea, and she had missed that battle only because she was returning with the Hornet from the Doolittle raid. Most significantly, she was a survivor of the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands. After the Hornet had been disabled, the Enterprise had been the target of attack after attack. She took 2 direct bomb hits and 2 near misses. Dancing like a ballerina while still juggling returning aircraft, both her own and those of the Hornet, the Enterprise had evaded 9 torpedoes launched with her name on them, but she had escaped. Not unscathed, however. The bomb hits had wrought havoc with her flight deck elevators, jamming the No. 1 forward and No. 2 midships elevators at different times. The midships elevator was cleared, but the forward elevator was stuck, fortunately in the up position. Anything else, and the Enterprise would have had a large hole in her flight deck, rendering her useless for flight operations. One near miss, about 10 feet from the starboard quarter, opened a seam in the side plating 3 inches wide for a length of 50 feet. The concussion damaged the main turbine bearing, ruptured 3 fuel tanks, one of them full, and knocked out of alignment a suite of antennae on the mast, including the radar. A second near miss glanced off the port bow near the waterline and detonated less than 10 feet from the hull. The concussion denting and rupturing hull plating, leaving her down 4 feet at the bow. Admiral Kincaid had to break off Santa Cruz and retreat, leaving the Hornet to her fate. While the Enterprise was still en route to the relative safety of New Caledonia, Admiral Halsey called the senior officers of all branches in Noumea and told them to pool their mechanics for the repairs to the Enterprise and other ships and aircraft. Not having seen the Enterprise yet, he assumed the worst about the carrier's condition. He went so far as to ask Admiral Nimitz to get one or more British aircraft carriers sent to the South Pacific. Nimitz forwarded the request to Admiral King. In turn, Nimitz ordered Halsey to prepare a coordinated defense plan for the rear bases. They were bracing for the worst. After the Enterprise limped into Noumea, the repair ship Vulcan's men swarmed the battered flat top. They estimated it would take 3 weeks to repair the carrier. There doesn't seem to have been any question of not sending the Enterprise back out, especially after Magic had forwarded the deciphered Combined Fleet Operations Order on November 10th. By then, Admiral Halsey, unlike his predecessor defiant in the face of adversity, had placed the Enterprise and her air group on a precautionary 24-hour sailing notice. In the words of Halsey in a letter to Nimitz sent on October 31st, operating the Enterprise with a slightly reduced complement of planes and under difficulties, but under the present circumstances, a half a loaf is better than none. That night, Halsey informed the Enterprise Task Force they would be on 1-hour sailing notice starting at 9 a.m. the next day. As it was, their sailing orders came just after 8 a.m. to leave at 11 on November 11th, and to be 200 miles south of San Cristobal and prepared to strike targets near Guadalcanal by 8 a.m. on November 13th. Some officers and men from the Vulcan's Battalion of Seabees, Construction and Repair Department, had done their country proud. She was back at sea in just 11 days. But not in tip-top shape, obviously. The biggest of her problems now was that only 2 of her 3 elevators could be used to transport aircraft between the hangar and flight decks because her forward elevator was declared offline. The crews thought they had fixed it, but they dared not test it out of fear it could jam in something other than the up position. This meant that the flight operations of the Enterprise would be slowed significantly, perhaps slowed to the extent that she might be forced to stage some of her aircraft, especially the heavy TBF Avengers, to Henderson Field. But only slowed, not stopped. In her hangar hung a message of defiance. Enterprise versus Japan. The angry aviators of the Enterprise and the Hornet would not dream of missing this chance to strike back at their Japanese tormentors, to make up for Santa Cruz. Ideally, the Enterprise would have launched airstrikes against the Japanese force of battleships before the enemy force had arrived off Guadalcanal. The problem was that the Enterprise had only just left Noumea on November 11th and was too far away. So were the battleships Washington and South Dakota, and the Enterprise wanted them and their powerful anti-aircraft batteries with her during daylight hours. In general, Admiral Halsey had not given the Enterprise group its orders to sortie early enough to help Admirals Callahan and Scott. There had been speculation that the delay was because of poor staff work, or because Halsey wanted to give the repair crews at Noumea more time to repair the carrier. However, the Enterprise Task Force sailed roughly 24 hours after Halsey was informed on November 10th of the imminent Japanese offensive. It may not have been possible for her to be ready any earlier. But she was ready now. Pearl Harbor estimated the Enterprise operated at 70% effectiveness, so she was more than Admiral Halsey's half a loaf. She was 70% of a loaf, which was 70% of a loaf more than the Japanese were expecting. Morning dawned at Lunga Point, hot, sticky, and oppressive, before the sun had even completely risen over the sea. But there was something different in the atmosphere the morning of November 13th. Intermittent rainstorms, to be sure, but there was more than that. Excitement? Apprehension? Dread? All of the above? Overnight, the Marines at Lunga Point had seen the light show some 15 miles offshore, near Savo Island. A gigantic ping-pong game using fireballs, in the words of one Marine. It had been a veritable cornucopia of color, red tracers, white searchlights, blue flares, green explosions, orange fires, and a cacophony of sound, guns firing, shells exploding, torpedoes striking, awakened around 1:30 a.m. by the wailing of the air raid siren. Marines trekked from Henderson Field to Lunga to watch in complete silence. They knew what it heralded. It was a battle for their future, the future of Henderson Field, and the future of the war itself. They had no idea who was winning or losing, just that there was not a damn thing they could do about it now. Only later would they realize they had played a critical role. With the rising sun, they saw the aftermath. Iron Bottom Sound was littered with wrecked ships, some of them still burning. One column of smoke, its source a mystery, was hiding behind Savo Island. The Marines set out in the little boats of their small navy to try to pick up as many survivors and prisoners as they could. Meanwhile, in the pre-dawn storm, Henderson Field sent up 7 Marine SBD Dauntlesses to search north and west of Guadalcanal. They had to find the status of the Japanese transport convoy they knew was coming. And those Japanese carriers were still out there, somewhere. Shortly after dawn, Major Joe Saylor, commander of Marine Scout Bombing 132, led 3 Dauntlesses on a tracking mission toward Savo Island, surveying the area in the aftermath of the night battle, looking for crippled ships. Major Saylor and his pilots and gunners looked with tremendous interest at the spectacle unfolding below them. Oil, easily identifiable by its dulled rainbow colors, covered much of the water, shimmering in the light. Patches of it were still burning. Small boats, rafts, survivors, and debris were floating everywhere. And so were bodies. Lots of bodies. And parts thereof. There were ships still in Iron Bottom Sound, though how much longer until they left or became permanent residents the airmen could not say. Major Saylor and his pilots made low passes over each to determine their condition. Closest to shore was one mangled, twisted, gutted anti-aircraft cruiser dead in the water, Atlanta. East of her was a heavy cruiser slowly circling the water, Portland. West and northwest were 3 small ships, destroyers, all burning. As the Marines watched, one of the destroyers took a salvo from the Portland, exploded, and sank. Furthest to the north was another destroyer, dead in the water, with something that looked like a tug. Some smaller craft were seen coming out of Tulagi to assist the U.S. Navy ships and pick up survivors. Further out, still more ships were reported. A few of the scout planes sent up before dawn unsuccessfully attacked a destroyer. One other scout, that of Second Lieutenant George Herlihy, reported a battleship. That mysterious smoke column behind Savo Island drew Major Saylor's attention, and he led his charges toward it. Just north of Savo, out of view of the Marines at Lunga Point, sat a pair of ships. One of them was big, very big, and smoldering. Major Saylor wasn't sure whether these ships were friendly or not. His gunner, Howard Stanley, took their signal gun and flashed the recognition signal, a simple single letter of the alphabet, at the big ship. The ship responded by taking its anti-aircraft guns and firing a simple burst at the Dauntlesses. Probably not friendly, Saylor guessed. Ignoring any and all warnings about the dangers of distracted flying, Major Saylor took out his enemy ship identification book and compared it with the behemoth below. The ship had 4 big gun turrets, although they didn't look in very good condition. The forward part of the battleship was blackened and smoldering. Some of the aft secondary guns looked askew, as though they might fall out of their casemates into the water. The ship also had what appeared to be a pagoda foremast. It certainly looked like a Japanese battleship. Major Saylor matched it to a silhouette in his identification book, the Congo class. This Congo-class ship was certainly badly damaged. In Major Saylor's words, forward turrets smoking, rear turrets dangling, proceeding at 5 knots. But it was just 8 miles from the crippled U.S. ships in Iron Bottom Sound. Worse, it was less than 30 miles from Henderson Field, just outside the battleship's gun range. The Marines at Henderson Field had learned the hard way what Japanese battleships, especially the Congo class, were capable of doing. Even damaged, one so close was simply too dangerous. Saylor called it in. The report started major buzzing at Henderson Field. Captain Joe Foss of Marine Fighting 121 was sent up in an F-4F to inspect the battleship and determine its condition. As he did so, staying safely out of range of Japanese anti-aircraft guns, airstrikes were hastily prepared. Sailor had later seen 4 destroyers moving to join the battleship, with another battleship and 3 destroyers 20 miles north of Savo, so the clock was ticking. The Marine, Navy, and Army flyers had been on the receiving end of a pair of Japanese battleships a month earlier during the bombardment. The U.S. Navy had not had the chance to knock out any of Japan's battleships until now. This was their chance to get some revenge for that October blasting by the behemoths, to start evening up the lopsided battleship score since Pearl Harbor. "We've got to sink it," became the order of the day. They were going to enjoy this. If the view from above Iron Bottom Sound was not pleasant, then the view from inside Iron Bottom Sound was certainly no more so. All ships able to leave had left. In a testimony to American skill at damage control, even a few ships that initially could not do so on their own, the staggering Sterret, the jointed Juno, had managed to find a way to leave as well. But nothing was simple around Guadalcanal, not even leaving it. Between 2:07 and 2:12 a.m., the Helena's Captain Hoover had asked twice for a course from Admiral Callahan and received no response. He then asked the Portland's Captain Dubose, the senior skipper, but again Hoover received no answer to his inquiry. Although the Portland did in fact respond, by asking the Helena for a tow. Hoover refused, much to the annoyance of the Portland. Then Hoover radioed, "Any ship from Helena, can you hear me?" In the San Francisco, a 15-degree differential between the compass in the conning tower and the one in emergency steering was not immediately detected. Worse, the cruiser was suffering from major flooding from an unusual source. Turret 2 had been forced offline when its magazines and handling rooms were flooded after a 6-inch shell from the Kirishima struck and short-circuited the flood control panel. The damage control team responsible for fixing it had all been killed, so the sprinklers kept spewing water and flooding the ship, especially the second deck, where there were no drains. This water was making the cruiser top-heavy, sloshing inside the ship with every turn. It was an example of a well-known mechanism called the free surface effect. At one point, when Lieutenant Bennett ordered right full rudder to avoid grounding on Maleta Island, the cruiser heeled over 40 degrees in the process. The risk of capsizing was a serious one until Ensign Robert Dush waded his way through darkened, flooded corridors to shut off the sprinkler valves. Then Dush and Lieutenant Commander Schonland managed to find a way to shunt the water into the lower decks, where it could be pumped out. Having dished out friendly fire, the flagship almost became a recipient of it as well. Around 2:40 a.m., a dark shape pulled up on the starboard side, about 2,000 yards away. Lieutenant Commander McCandless could make out 2 stacks and 5 turrets, trained on the San Francisco. That wasn't good. Then the ship flashed a coded challenge. HIS, HIS. It was the Helena. At 2:26, Captain Hoover, unable to reach Admirals Callahan or Scott, had ordered all ships to rendezvous on the Helena and take an easterly course. Among the many deficiencies of Admiral Callahan's plan for the battle, such as it was the failure to establish in advance a meeting point for after the battle. At 2:35, Hoover ordered all ships to turn on their fighting lights briefly. But the San Francisco's lights had been shot away, so the Helena challenged what, to her, was an unidentified ship. As Lieutenant Commander McCandless later explained, "The carefully memorized reply had been driven from my mind by the events of the last hour, and when I looked around for the challenges and replies that had been written in chalk on the bulkhead of the flag plot enclosure, I found only holes and burned paintwork. In seconds, unless the correct reply was given, 15 6-inch and 4 5-inch would fire into us." Lieutenant Commander McCandless had a lone signalman with a blinker gun flash C-38, C-38, which was close enough to the San Francisco's hull identification number for Captain Hoover, and the Helena stood down. "Thank God the Helena accepted that," Jack Bennett later said. Captain Hoover, may he live forever, took a second look before letting us have it. McCandless then signaled in plain English, C-50 VC-38 BT Admiral Callahan and Captain Young killed, X ship badly damaged, X take charge. At around that time, Lieutenant Commander Schonland took command on what remained of the bridge. The Fletcher joined the two cruisers, and together the three ships left through Sealark Channel. One by one, like the San Francisco and the Fletcher, the American ships that were able to joined the Helena. After reporting in at 3:22, the Sterret retired through the strait, joining with Captain Hoover at 6. She was struggling with fires, the loss of 2 boilers due to ventilation problems, and a balky rudder, which jammed at 3:27, nearly causing her to run aground on Guadalcanal. The O'Bannon left on a parallel course through Lengo Channel, detecting the Juno on radar and picking her up, after which they both joined the Helena and headed toward Espiritu Santo. Only the unnavigable remained. Among the Japanese, the destroyer Udachi was burning and adrift without power. The Asagumo and the Murasame had been standing by her, but at 3:35, Admiral Kimura ordered them both to join the Kirishima. 2nd Destroyer Division Head Captain Tachibana Masao, who flew his flag in the Murasame, was not happy about leaving the Udachi behind, so he ordered the Samadari to assist her. When the Samadari arrived about 17 minutes later, Skipper Commander Nakamura Noburu saw no way to tow the destroyer, as she was trailing burning oil and paint. Captain Kikawa gave the order to abandon ship, and 167 officers and men, led by 35 wounded, climbed over to the Samadari. Kikawa went to the destroyer's bridge and asked Nakamura to scuttle the ruined ship. He ordered 2 torpedoes fired at her, but somehow neither hit. Gunfire was ineffective as well, and with the sun coming up, he was compelled to head off to Shortland and leave the burning hulk to her fate. Among the Americans, destroyer Cushing's skipper, Commander Parker, ordered her abandoned sometime between 2:30 and 2:45. The fires on the destroyer made salvage impossible. Monson was an inferno as well, and with fears the fires would reach her magazines, she too was abandoned. They both sank that afternoon. The destroyer Aaron Ward was stuck with a bizarre problem. She was out of feed water for her boilers. No one could figure out how that had happened. But she couldn't distill more because her electrical system had been hit, forcing her to shut down her evaporators. In other words, she could not generate power without fresh water, and she could not distill fresh water without power. Lieutenant Commander Becton was forced to use salt water as a temporary substitute, not normally advisable because it would leave residue in the boilers and tubes. But Becton felt he had no choice. The crew started filling the 2,000-gallon tank in the forward engine room, which was also flooding from what the best engineering minds on the ship could identify only as something. To make matters worse, the Aaron Ward also had a steering breakdown. There was only one person on the ship who knew the secret solution that would fix it. 12th Destroyer Division Communications Officer Lieutenant Bob Weatherup. And, of course, no one could find him. After a long time spent tracking him down, Weatherup determined the connecting cables could not be repaired easily, so he proceeded to decouple the rudder from the power drive. The crew would have to use manpower, like Hara's Amatsukaze was doing, to move the rudder. By 5 a.m., the tank was finally full, and the Aaron Ward got moving. 10 minutes later, it was passed by some PT boats returning from the Savo Island area. The destroyer asked them to relay a request to Tulagi for a tug. At 5:30, the boilers and their tubes clogged with salt, and the destroyer again went dead in the water. They hoped they could get moving again toward the dubious safety of Tulagi before the Japanese noticed them. During the night, the Portland continued her involuntary circling, but since she was still buoyant, she took on as many survivors as she could, 38 to be precise. At one point, the sound of splashing in the water was reported to Captain Dubose. He asked if they were American or Japanese. "American, Captain," was the reply. Dubose turned to the men in the dark water below and shouted, "I'm bringing the ship to a stop. Paddle your life raft over here. We have no steering control." "Roger, Captain. We have no life raft either." When it was light enough to see, around 5:30 a.m., the Portland's lookouts identified all the visible ships: a Japanese battleship, Atlanta, Aaron Ward, Cushing, and Monson, except for one derelict destroyer burning south of Savo Island. The Portland requested the Atlanta's help in identifying the ship, but the Atlanta, who was busy aiming torpedoes at the Portland, demanded she identify herself. Once that was addressed, the destroyer was identified as Japanese. Over the intercom, Captain Dubose invited anyone not manning the main battery to watch. Crewmen in the Atlanta stopped work. We stood, frozen at the lifelines, spectators to a kind of action rarely witnessed, wrote electrician's mate 3rd class Bill McKinney. Because of the Portland's unwilling circling, the cruiser's gunners struggled to get a target lock on the destroyer from the aft fire director. The first 4 salvos missed the stationary ship. Then Gunnery Officer Lieutenant Commander Shanklin reported that the target was flying a white flag. Even so, the fiery Captain Dubose was livid at the damage his ship had taken, and the casualties his crew had suffered. Determined to get his pound of steel, he asked Lieutenant Commander Shanklin what nationality the flag was. "It's not in my registry," Shanklin deadpanned. "Sink the SOB," Dubose growled. The next salvo blew up the destroyer. On the disabled Atlanta, "We raised a cheer," McKinney wrote. "A sentimentalist near me croaked, 'Don't cheer, fellows. The poor guys are dead. It could have been you.' All shared his observations, few his recommendation. A tug, the Bobolink, had steamed out of Tulagi and approached the Portland at about 9:30 a.m., but Captain Dubose waved her off and directed her to the Atlanta, which was in far, far worse shape. The light anti-aircraft cruiser had managed to extinguish her fires, but not without drama. There were smoking guns, not just in her turrets, but in the form of green dye on the port side of the superstructure. A panicked lieutenant commander was running around telling everyone to abandon ship. Captain Jenkins had to hobble around the ship on a wounded foot, telling everyone to stay, after which he tracked down the officer and gave him the chewing out of his life. Then the skipper got his wounds treated. The Atlanta was in desperate shape. The message sent to Captain Dubose in the Portland regarding her condition makes for grim reading. "Damage as result night action. 6 turrets out of commission. Both fire rooms and forward engine room flooded. After engine room gradually flooding. Have only diesel auxiliary power. Steering gear inoperative. Foremast gone. Ship. Received many 8-inch hits and 1 more torpedo hits. Latter in vicinity of number 1 engine room port. Bridge structure completely gutted. Have requested assistance from Cactus. Intend to send wounded and others there, retaining nucleus crew aboard in case facilities available for towing. If not available, condition of ship warrants sinking. Request instructions regarding." Listing to port and down by the bow, she jettisoned her port anchor and chain to try to remove weight from the port side. That left her with the starboard anchor, which had to be dropped to try to end her drift toward a Japanese-held beach. Small arms were issued to the crew to defend the ship from boarders if necessary. That was the first order of business when the Bobolink arrived. While the crew was busy rigging the auxiliary diesel generator to provide some power, the tug pulled the Atlanta away from hostile territory, though not hostile aircraft. A Japanese Betty flew low over the ship, but the newly powered aft 5-inch mount drove her off before she could attack. The tow continued until around 2 p.m., when the starboard anchor caught on the seabed. The Bobolink stopped the tow and headed off to help the Portland. Although the damage to the Atlanta was severe, the possibility of salvage was promising. The crew tried to pump out the aft fire room so the boilers could make steam again, enabling the Atlanta to limp near Tulagi for repairs. Boats from Guadalcanal came to take off the wounded. To try to ease the weight on the port side, the crew cut away the port whaleboat and davits and dumped the 5-inch ammunition from turrets 4 and 5, along with the smoke generators and almost all the depth charges. 4 torpedoes were fired from the port side as well. But Captain Jenkins and his crew were fighting a losing battle. The flooding continued inexorably, so much so that efforts to pump out the aft fire room proved futile. The ship would have no power except that from the emergency generator. Efforts continued throughout the day, but the pumps could not keep up with the flooding. When reports indicated Japanese warships would arrive that night, November 13th to 14th, the possibility of the Atlanta being captured by the Japanese sealed her fate. Captain Jenkins reported her status to Captain Dubose, who in turn reported it to Admiral Halsey, who authorized them to act at their discretion. The crew was evacuated except for Captain Jenkins and a few others, and the Bobolink was given the sad duty of towing the Atlanta to her final resting place as chosen by Captain Jenkins. A bucket of explosives was lowered into the after steering room, wired to a plunger on the forecastle. Jenkins was the last of the survivors to leave the ship. As he stepped off into a boat at 6:30 p.m., he pushed the plunger. Weirdly, although the Atlanta was already sinking, the scuttling charges seemed to have had no effect. It was almost 2 hours before the cruiser rolled over and started slipping beneath the waves of Iron Bottom Sound. In the process, she revealed just how bad the torpedo hit had been. Unbeknownst to her crew, like the Juno, the Atlanta's back had been broken. The hole was massive, stretching from just below the waterline on the port side across the keel to the starboard bottom. If we had tried to steam that ship, she might have opened in half, Lieutenant Mustin said. Captain Jenkins agreed, saying that even if salvage facilities had been available, they would have been of doubtful value. The location and extent of the damage was such that Admiral Halsey suspected it was the result of a magnetic influence exploder detonating under the keel. The Bobolink returned to help the Portland once again, who still kept turning in circles. Nothing anyone did made the slightest difference. At 1 p.m., the patrol boat YP-239 arrived to try to tow the cruiser, to be joined by the Bobolink at 2:30. The tug tried pushing against the starboard side under the bridge, while the Yippee boat, as the YP boats were nicknamed, pulled the bow to port. Still, the cruiser turned. Then the tug moved starboard aft. But still the cruiser turned. Finally, the Bobolink moved to the starboard bow and, with the Yippee, pushed against that while the Portland had her port propeller in reverse and her starboard propeller in forward. It was this bizarre combination that finally worked, and the Portland crawled through Tulagi on a course of 35 degrees true at a speed of no more than 3 knots. This slow, tedious inching toward dubious safety continued throughout the day. That afternoon, when an air attack was reportedly imminent, Captain Dubose advised the Bobolink to cast off so she could maneuver. The tug's popular and respected skipper, Lieutenant James L. Foley, called Dubose back. "Hell no, it took all day to hook up, and I'm not about to cut loose." Day turned into night, only to become all too exciting. As they approached Tulagi, Captain Dubose heard a voice on the radio say, "Here comes a bear, give him 2 fish." The voice came from American PT boats. The fish was a torpedo. The bear was a target. But who was this bear? The skipper listened for a bit longer, only to come to the disconcerting conclusion that he was the bear. Captain Dubose immediately sent out a message. "This is the American cruiser Portland, X. This is Captain Dubose speaking, X. There is a tug standing out from Tulagi to assist us, X. The name of her captain is Lieutenant Foley, X. We are not, repeat not, a Japanese." It didn't work. Captain Dubose called the Bobolink for help. Her executive officer, Ensign Charlie Ziegler, knew some of the PT boat skippers. But this didn't work either. PT-48, under the command of Lieutenant Junior Grade Tom Kendall, actually launched 4 torpedoes at the helpless cruiser. It is unclear which is more embarrassing, that the U.S. Navy PT boat fired 4 torpedoes at a helpless U.S. Navy ship, or that, having overestimated the helpless U.S. Navy ship's speed, all the torpedoes missed. Angry Portland gunners fired back at the PTs, who didn't appreciate being the target of a shot by the U.S. Navy ship at whom they had just taken a shot. But no harm, no foul. At 12:12 a.m., a harbor pilot came aboard the Portland to guide her into Tulagi, where she tied up a palm tree at 1:18 a.m. The crew ran a gangway to the shore and covered the ship with camouflage netting. Then we all dropped in our tracks and fell asleep, said Harold L. Johnson. We had been at general quarters over 50 hours by this time. About 1 hour later, they would be at general quarters again.